Hello, hello. Welcome back. And I have some special guests here with me. Let me bring them in.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
What's up? It's so good to be here, man. I'm glad to usurp your co-host and become the new co-host as I take over this podcast and turn it into the new Bear Thing show.
So it's going to be TNBTS.
Oh, I don't know. You need to come up with a name. We'll come up with a name for this.
I do need to come up with a name, but I haven't come up with one yet.
For
Let me
this
go ahead.
schlock. No, well, hold on. There's something I
Right.
want to say. So I like this so much better than the regular Bear Thing show because, geez, I just get so annoyed with that James character. He's just a little POS that annoys the crap out of me all the time, and I'm so glad to get to spend time away from him because our conversations are just dull. He's argumentative. He's the worst person ever. I can't believe I've been friends with him for 20 years, and I'm just glad to do something new and different. Yeah, so.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Go SpongeBob!
Oh shit!
Okay. So I actually have a lot to say about what you just said, but before that starts, I just trampled a cat almost to death.
What?
What?
Like right before we started, I went to go put my plate up and do stuff, and so I went out in the living room, came back through the hallway, and it's dark. I wasn't looking down, and I stepped on the cat's tail and then proceeded to step on it.
Jam Sully the Cat Slayer.
I was like, oh my god. So then
Oh,
they
jeez.
yelling, get out of here, stupid cat.
Oh my god. Hey, I do want to say that music video song intro thing, that's a Hot Dad. So if anybody wants to check him out, just look up Hot Dad on YouTube and you'll find me. He has a lot of really interesting songs that are very unique. It'll be a polite way of putting
I
it.
like the fact that you kept overlapping stuff, like the lyrics would overlap randomly,
yeah.
and then
Oh,
on top of the fact that he had like random quotes or things that he was like, "I'm sorry, this is taking place," and then, like they were too big for the screen, so you couldn't see all of it.
Yeah, no, he's funny. He's got a good sense of humor.
I also linked it down in the description on the YouTube side.
Yeah, so check out the description for Hot Dad.
If you're on the tubes of views, check him out.
Yeah, because he's cool. He's got some cool songs.
You know, I could just camera the whole time.
Whoa, don't do that.
Was not expecting that.
That doesn't fit the format of this show. I mean, we could all have webcams, but I honestly, I think it would detract more than it would add if we were all on webcams.
Look at me, senpai. Alright, sorry. Continue.
But eventually we'll also have Jam Sully have his own profile picture.
Yeah, someday.
It'll eventually happen. One day. Yeah, no. Totally send it. I'll send you my email and you can send that to him.
Alright, I'll have my people get in touch with your people.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
The name what would we need? Name pending Cyrac project will get in contact with the Bear Thing show.
Yes.
Oh, wait, you don't have a name? What? That's what you guys are discussing. I was literally lost by that.
Yeah, I'm saying there definitely needs to be a name for this. There definitely needs to be a name. I don't know what to call it. I don't have any ideas yet. I'll definitely try and brainstorm to help you out. I mean, we could just Cyrac project.
No,
I mean,
that
doesn't have a bad ring to it.
Nah, dude, come on. It's got to be catchier than that, though. It really does. It needs to be something like. It needs to be something like people jerking off on the internet. Something like that.
You can't have it on the tube.
Oh my, how lewd!
Exactly.
I mean, come on. Have you checked out Beat Angel Escalator yet? It's really good.
I have not. As soon as we got done yesterday, I was tired. We
Yeah, go
almost broke the same time that we did on the other stream that we did 3 days ago. 4 days ago now.
Wait, do you stream every day?
No.
It's
stream
just a
whenever I feel
popular
like it.
week. It's a popular week.
All right, fair enough. Yeah.
Cyrac and I have both had some free time in the evenings, and so we've just been watching videos together.
Well, aren't you guys lucky?
And discussing them.
Yeah, definitely. No, absolutely, we are lucky because I usually don't have this much free time either. It just happened to work out, so it's been a lot of fun because like it's enjoyable to hang out with Cyrac, even though I get pissed off at the videos we're watching. It's still fun to hang out with him.
It's terrible. My weeknights and my weekends are super busy, which is really upsetting that I never have stories to tell from them.
I mean,
they're busy. They're busy in the annoying ways.
Yes, exactly.
So today at work, I got told to go break a piece of equipment that we have, and that was pretty fun.
Oh,
The
nice.
piece of equipment. No, I was told, "Hey, go break this thing."
I mean,
Okay.
back when I worked at Taco Bell, there was definitely a few times where they were like, "Hey, if anything happens to catch on fire, can you just like
Let it burn."
leave the building and let it go for about an hour before you call anyone?"
Yeah, dude, I remember that. They definitely were just like, yeah, just let the building burn. It's cheaper. That's
It'll be
illegal, guys.
it'll be better in the long run for us to have a new building.
It's like, I could agree with that sentiment, but that is entirely illegal.
Yeah, it was funny. It was funny though.
But yeah, like, so here's the fun part. Usually, these pieces of equipment that I have to use on the daily basis are very, very resilient. Up until you have to move them, and whenever I was told to go break it, it wouldn't break.
Okay.
So I'm sitting there throwing a brick at it because that's the closest thing that I could find to start trying to break this thing.
Yeah, generally bricks are pretty good at destroying things.
Yeah, no,
And
it just
building
kept on
things.
bouncing off.
That's funny.
And this piece of equipment is made out of fiberglass.
I was gonna say you should take it a sawzall to that bad boy. Just
I would if somebody hadn't misplaced the sawzall.
oh, dude, I hate okay. So I work with power tools as well, and I freaking get it so annoying where I'm like, I need a Dremel, and they're like, oh, we don't know where the Dremel's at right now. I was like, are you serious? I can't do my job without the Dremel right now.
Figure it out.
20 minutes trying to figure out how to cut through whatever I need to cut through. I have literally used my knife, the box cutter knives, to cut through crap because I didn't have a Dremel. I'm like, all right, this is what's happening.
Yeah, I used to work with Dremels a lot before I did what I'm doing now.
You silly physical labor workers.
Hey, man, I used to be an electrician in the military, essentially, and that was pretty fun. It's just where I live now, there's an oversaturation of electricians, and they're not paying well.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to have electricians around, though. That's nice.
I mean, hey, yeah, if at least you have the knowledge, so if anything happens at your own house, you're the man.
Oh,
Yep,
yeah.
that's what I was thinking, yeah.
I know how to make my own cables. I know how to make an Ethernet cable.
I actually know how to do that. Dude, I actually had a friend teach me how to do that, and I was like, cool, now I know how to do this, and I'll never use that. I'll never use that knowledge.
So you guys are like wizards.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know how
it seems like magic.
Yeah, it's all electricity, all that's magic.
Yes, I am a wizard. And speaking of wizards, you sent me something that is going to get me and Jam Sully here upset.
Yeah. I got mad whenever I found it, and so I wanted to get you guys mad before we started the actual video of the evening.
Yeah, we have, as in the title, we have one that says The Last Jedi defies expectations about male heroes, but
which I've never seen. I have no idea what to expect for that.
Austin here sent us another video.
Oh yes, you're gonna love it. Everybody, everybody that sees this, and both of you guys are gonna thoroughly enjoy this video. I'm not gonna have much to say, because okay, it's simple as this. This video sucks. Your argumentation is wrong, and just no. That's my entire response to this. So I really don't think I'll have much else to say while we're watching it.
Yeah, so let me go ahead and pull it up here. Sorry, I had somebody message me. Was trying to get to him. And here we go. It's a correct
Sorry,
video.
I'm back now. I was getting some mac and cheese. I'm ready.
So it's a correct video about why Lord of the Rings is racist, even though it brings up no representation of race within the series.
According to Cracked, it does.
No, because I've heard something about this. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, let's go.
Oh yeah, you're gonna get mad. You're gonna get real mad. Especially because of how much you know about Tolkien. This is gonna be really frustrating.
Hey, Jam Sully here can be the one to point out that, yeah, it's not.
Yes, being the one black guy here, I do not feel like Lord of the Rings is racist.
No, you're just wearing blackface. We've established this.
Right, I actually forgot. I should have not said that. I am definitely wearing blackface 95% of the time until I take my shower.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. It's just been it's been a 20+ year scheme.
Man, but I fooled so many people.
Oh yeah, yeah. They all believe it. Those ignorant fools. Yeah. Let's watch this crap. It's so bad. Let's watch this.
Is there like a triangle of predator dots on my forehead, or what's...
You look like you want to talk about Lord of the Rings.
What about me right now, sitting here, doing work, tells you that I want to talk about that?
You're wearing a shirt. Everyone wears shirts.
Pretty sure he doesn't. At least according to all the fan art I'm familiar with.
Okay, already. Who has the freaking bird?
I was about to ask the same thing. I was like, whose bird is that?
Oh, that's my bird. That's my bird. Here, I'll mute my mic because I have nothing to say except these guys are not funny.
Yeah, no, they're using quirky humor. And
yeah, it falls flat. I don't like it.
Humor is something that is subjective because not everybody laughs at the same things.
Yeah.
But quirky humor is one of the lesser forms of humor. It's like horror and humor go hand in hand. They both rely upon the suspense at the end.
It gets worse.
The bird back.
Sometimes the awe factor too.
Yeah.
Well, not awe factor. I'm sorry, shock factor. I don't know why I said awe.
No, for real, it gets worse. The humor gets worse.
Oh my god, does it?
No. Okay.
Okay, I'm setting a guideline for this video right now because, one, I don't want it to take up the big chunk of time.
Yes.
It shouldn't.
It shouldn't, but me and Jam may go off on it.
Yeah. there could be slight problems here.
Me coming from a writer's point of view and understanding how Tolkien wrote Lord of the Rings, and Jam Sully coming from his knowledge of Lord of the Rings itself.
He's also a writer. Hey, did you just start a new video?
No, it restarted.
Oh, jeez. Well, I want to go ahead and on Jam Sully's side here. He's also a writer, and he is way more familiar than anyone else that I know in person with Tolkien, the history of Lord of the Rings, and that entire thing. You know, I don't want, because I know Jam Sully wouldn't brag about it, but like Jam Sully knows a lot about Tolkien and Lord of the Rings, like a lot. But he's also a writer, and I really like what he's working on.
All right, let's see where he goes with this. These terrible people. All right, let's start.
Willfully takes a big old hobbit poop on every major religion except Christianity.
Wait, rewind it like 12 seconds.
At least according to all the fan art I'm familiar with.
There we go.
You ever notice how this movies are all about religion?
Yes, I do know that Tolkien and C.S. Lewis were devout Christians who put thinly veiled Christian themes in all of their works.
No.
not
Wrong
at all.
already.
That was one of the things that Tolkien was actually really upset that a lot of people got from it. He's like, yes, there's gods and stuff like that, but he's like, it was not based off of like the idea of religion. He's like, it's just when you write, a little bit of what you know comes out, especially when you're creating a pantheon. It's like some of it kind of has that feel, but he did not write it in a religious point at all.
No, he
Oh,
did
God.
not. There's religion in the world because there was religion in every world.
Yes.
And he had to create a pantheon of gods to allow for world building. Like, Gandalf is part of godly beings, same with the eagles.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, where are they getting the religious aspect? When you actually pay attention to any of the characters, none of them pray to any god. Like, they sing songs, but they don't sing songs to those gods. They sing about some of them. But they mainly sing about their past.
They sing about events that happened in the world.
Yeah, like, they have nothing to do with actually talking about the gods themselves unless the gods were directly involved with stuff that took place. That's stupid. Okay.
You did this, Austin.
I know, suffer how I had to suffer. Suffer.
All right, let's see what happens.
Speaking of, I would love to get back to that thing. Work?
What work? You're sitting over there drawing penises on hot dogs.
I didn't think you could see that from there.
Anyway, I'm not just rehashing. I'm talking about how Lord of the Rings deliberately and willfully takes a big old hobbit poop on every major religion except Christianity.
Oh, Hobbit poop is so stinky.
I hope they give examples. Because I don't see it in the books. I don't see it in the movies.
I really want to know what they're talking about. Take a big old hobbit poop.
Every race in Lord of the Rings represents one of the major religions in the world, right? First, you got the hobbits. They're clearly pagan earth worshippers. They're barefoot. They live in minimalist housing. They smoke weed every day. The finest weed.
Or
What?
they're hobbits.
Yeah, it's just a creature. Like, he was like, let me set up a culture for these creatures. Like, they're farmers and they live in holes in the ground. It's like,
No, pagan earth worshippers that smoke weed, even though it has been established that pipeweed is the word Tolkien decided to use because
tobacco.
and
because of the actual.
yeah, because tobacco wasn't a word. Like tobacco is a new modern word. Even in Tolkien's time period, he was like, "Oh, it's too modern to use, so I'm going to come up with my own way to call it, and it's going to be pipeweed."
Oh man. Okay.
How is that an attack on that religion, though? I mean, the Shire is basically a utopia. I'm pretty sure Tolkien would love to live in one of those igloos and smoke weed every day, the thing that you said.
Sure, but the movies constantly remind us the importance of having a strong will. And the hobbits, as nice as they are, they just don't really have that. The only reason Frodo is able to get all the way to Mordor with the ring is because Sam is there to pick up his slack. And neither of them would have left the Shire in the first place if Gandalf hadn't have made them. If there is a war, it's kind of understood that the Hobbiton would be annihilated. I mean, they're a...
Okay, he's not wrong on the fighting part. Yeah, if there was a war, the hobbits would probably not survive that.
No, but they also have protection from Moria.
No,
not Moria.
From the north, the Northmen, the Rangers, and all of them. They actually protect them. They protect them from the city of Armor, which is no longer a dangerous city. It was at the time, though, for a while.
But there's multiple shires as well. It's just this shire is the one that is brought up most in the books. In the Silmarillion, they go through a couple other shires.
Yeah.
But this shire here is protected by the Northmen.
Yeah, those freaking Rangers, Aragorn and all his ilk.
And so if any of the ringwraiths or orcs or Uruk-hai come to the Shire, the Northmen can take them out.
Well, not the ringwraiths. We can't agree with that because we know that they entered the Shire.
Yeah, that's true. They do enter the Shire.
But the thing is, I don't know. He was getting on about the fact that it's like they had no will. Frodo only made it that far, and it's like, I think to differ. Frodo realized that he had to do a task, and he planned that task with Gandalf. There was no push there, as much as Gandalf being like, "Hey, this is a bad thing," and him being like, "Okay, what should I do then?" And Gandalf's like, "Well, you're gonna have to leave the Shire." He's like, "All right, I can do it right now." And he's like, "Well, let's plan." And it's like, "Okay, yeah, let's plan and
It
figure
was-
it out."
And
That's
also,
strong
you
will
gotta
is what I feel
remember,
like do it.
Frodo wanted to leave the Shire and go on an adventure because what Bilbo had told him of his adventure.
Exactly. And it's like, so like leaving the Shire was not an issue for Frodo. And on top of that, not having strong will, Bilbo is the only person that we know of in all of Middle Earth to give up the ring.
After he had his finger bit off.
No, Bilbo, not Frodo. Bilbo. Bilbo literally just gave him the ring. It was like, all right, like granted he had a moment, but he still actually free will gave that up. The only creature that we know that did that.
He did.
So like saying that they don't have strong wills, that was actually, I feel like that's the opposite of what Tolkien pushed with the hobbits, is that they seem to be the only ones with strong will. Like,
now, are there
like,
weak-willed hobbits? Yeah, there's weak-willed people.
Yes, most certainly. But it's like the hobbits all seem to have some sort of resilience. And like we could have all said like how what did Elrond say? He's like maybe Bilbo is not as singular as I thought he was. And it's like because then we see Frodo, Sam, Merry, and Pippin who all have gone through hell and they still wish to push forward. And they're like, yeah, we're gonna get the ring to Rivendell. You know, it's like saying they don't have will or strong will is completely false right off the rip. Okay, I'm done with this guy.
Naive, innocent people whose beliefs are nice and all, but they're not the chosen people. Frodo gets to go to heaven in the end, but that's the exception to the rule.
No, he didn't go to heaven. He went away from Middle Earth. Middle Earth is where the continent that they are on is. There's more to the world than just Middle Earth.
Well, I think the reason he said that is because from the understanding, at least Lost Chapters and Lost Tales going forward, we do know that Frodo goes with Gandalf and the elves to the land of the Maya and the other pantheon, but he's not allowed to stay there. Him and Bilbo were allowed to go there, but they weren't allowed to stay. They had to actually leave. So wherever the pantheon actually rests when they travel west across the seas, like that may be another continent. I don't know. The way that he always worded it made it seem like it was quote unquote the heavens. It more sounded like to me like a resting place permanently for the elves.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a place for the elves because the way the elves work in Tolkien's universe is they do not age unless they start thinking about time passing.
Yeah, and like so therefore them going there was really just like, hey, this is just I'm gonna chill here with the gods and therefore I won't ever think about time. I won't ever think about anything besides how glorious this place is.
And so they won't age and they'll continue to live. But is it explained that Frodo dies in the Silmarillion, or was that never?
It's never really explained that he dies, but I'm assuming based off of the way it's worded, him and Bilbo technically should have died because neither of them were allowed to stay there. So whatever happens to them, I would assume it's almost like the passing of their time is when they leave. Because they couldn't stay there because they're mortal beings. So eventually they would get kicked out, and I assume they're going to die wherever they got kicked out to. Because they never come back to Middle Earth. But yeah, that's all I have.
All right.
Good works, he regains his divinity.
This is starting to sound a lot like church.
And speaking of the chosen people, what about the dwarves?
The band?
No, not the... Why would I suddenly be talking... No. The dwarves in Lord of the Rings, they're like anti-Semitic caricature of the Jewish people. They're short, hairy, gold-loving giant noses with legs who were chased out of their sacred homeland because their avarice made them dig too deep. They're like little Nazi...
What?
No! They're not Jewish caricatures! The dwarves are based off of dwarves in Norse mythology!
Oh, what?
No, dwarves are Jews.
No, they're what would you call that? That'd be racist. No, would that be racism? Yeah, racism towards Jews, anti-Semitic.
Yeah. But it's not true because It's from Nordic myth. The dwarves are from Nordic myth. Tolkien just lifted that from Nordic myth, put it into a story because he's like, I want this whole big mixture of races and species within my story and have this. It's not really high fantasy. It's more of low magic high fantasy.
Yeah, I was gonna say he technically is high fantasy, but it's not. Yeah, you're right. It's not. It's not full high fantasy because the magic is not like ridiculous.
It's low magic, but the dwarves have existed prior to Tolkien, and they've all been described the same way: gold loving, live in mountains, hairy. Even the women
Yep.
have beards. And they like to dig to find more gold. And Tolkien was like, oh, so they have an avarice towards continuing to dig, even if it's to their detriment.
Yeah, it's like. Okay. Also, though, one thing I thought was interesting is he chose to take a little bit from the Norse on that as well with their digging in their behavior, because the Nordic dwarves were always considered evil, but when you actually read anything about the Norse dwarves and stuff like that, they weren't technically evil, they were just greedy. And so they could come off evil because they would make very greedy deals that were clearly in their favor. And then, like, we meet the dwarves in Lord of the Rings, and, like, I mean, Gimli being the exception, it really feels like, but a lot of them were very greedy creatures, but they weren't evil. And even Tolkien goes out of his way to say they're neither evil or good. They're just people that are in the world. Oh man, calling them Jews.
It's like these people. It's like these people haven't even read Tolkien's work.
No, they just watched the movies. That's all they did.
Oh.
They watched the movies, and then they listened to other people give video essays that were clearly racist people.
Video essays I use with air quotes.
Right? Like, I really feel like they didn't learn anything about Lord of the Rings. They just watched the movies and they were like, what is this about? Oh, well, I watched this video once that said that it was about this. It's like, all right, you're right. It must be. It's like, you did no digging of your own. You didn't learn anything about Tolkien. Okay, cool.
Right.
Oh, man. These people are awful. Thank you, Austin. I
Flashcards,
really
these are the ones that managed to survive the mass extermination of dwarves that happened. Sound familiar?
You're grasping a little bit.
Oh, am I?
A little bit.
Did you know?
The mass extinction of dwarves by the Uruk-hai and the orcs?
I don't really. Okay,
Because
so
they were
dwarves
constantly at war with one another.
Yeah, I was gonna say the dwarves had 7 kingdoms, and we know they definitely lost 2 of them, but they regained Erebor. And then eventually they actually regained Moria at the end of Lord of the Rings.
They did.
So, like, that being said, don't they still have 7 kingdoms? Like, we only hear of 2 kingdoms of the dwarf. No, 3 kingdoms, because Dane, wherever his kingdom was, the Iron Hills.
Yeah, the Iron Hills are way, way north.
Oh, no, okay, yeah. Erebor is between the Blue Mountains, then you have Iron Hills, and then you have Moria. And it's like, those are the 3 kingdoms we hear of. But we know that they had 7 kingdoms. We just never hear about them because I guess they weren't important. I don't know.
They probably didn't have as much of a story to tell in Tolkien's eyes.
Yeah, you're probably right, because honestly, Middle Earth is way bigger than what we see in the movies or in the books. And we know that the blue wizards went down to a certain section, and we never know where they actually went off to. It was hinted at that they went to one city, and during the First Age, where Morgoth was doing all his stuff, they actually caused his downfall during the First Age because they were influencing the people in another city that I don't even remember the name of. It's only referencing like one passage.
Speaking of wizards, why is it that we never get to see all the wizards, even though they're all in the books?
I have no clue. Well, we know the blue wizards disappeared. I have no clue what happened to them. They just went off when they came back the second time. They just went off somewhere. We don't know where they went to.
Radagast is also not like he is in the book.
Oh god, Radagast is an interesting character in the books. He seems smarter in the books than he does in the movie because they made him weird and like super high all the time. Like he was eating mushrooms or some crap.
Then you have the singular green wizard, or is it 3 green wizards?
I thought it was just one green wizard. You have the 2 blue wizards, you have the white wizard, the brown, and then gray. I don't know if there was a green wizard. I thought there was only 5 of them. There's only 5 Astaris that got sent.
There's only 5 Astari?
Yeah, there's only 5 Astaris that got sent. The 2 blue, the white, the brown, and the gray. And in technicality, I thought what was really interesting about the Astaris, I know we're totally off topic.
You're right. You're right. It's Saruman, Gandalf, Radagast, and the 2 blue.
Yeah. But I've always found it interesting that Gandalf is considered by the what are they called? They start with an A, the gods. The Valor? They don't start with an A. The Valor. Gandalf was considered the most powerful of them. He just never, they wanted him to be the leader, and he chose not to take that role. And so Saruman was the leader of the Istaris from default, not because he was actually the leader. I always found that part super weird and interesting.
Let's see what else they're gonna say.
The dwarf language that Tolkien made up is based on an ancient Jewish tongue. It's a direct quote from Tolkien. I do think of the dwarves like Jews. End of quote. Full context.
Okay, I concede you have some sort of point there, but like, what about Muslims and Hindus? 2 of the biggest religions on the planet, and I don't recall seeing
The Easterlings.
That's a made-up word. You made that word
the
up.
Easterlings, dark skin, they ride the giant elephants. They look like evil dervishes.
Oh yeah.
They're like racist.
They were actually never really given a full description. That was a Peter Jackson choice.
That was a Peter Jackson choice because the Easterlings, yeah, like you said, they don't. They said they rode on elephants.
Yep.
Or elephant-like being creatures, but they never had a full description.
Yeah, no, we don't really know what they looked like, and so just like how the ring race, we know they wore cloaks, and that's about all we knew about them. And so, like, Peter Jackson made choices. It's like, well, we don't know what the Easterlings are, and I guess in his mind, well, they rode elephants, so where would elephants be found? A desert-like country, and so, all right, hot countries generally they would wear something that wraps around their face and body in order to keep from getting burned alive. So I could kind of see, or not burnt alive, but cooked by the sun. So it's like, okay, I could kind of see where he came from the idea. But at the same time, he probably didn't have that thought process like I just did there. But I wouldn't say that Tolkien was like, yeah, they're clearly like Hindu-ish and stuff like that.
And Muslim somehow.
Yeah, somehow Muslim. I didn't know the quote that he used
living in the Middle
earlier.
East or India. They're technologically advanced, but they're in cahoots with the wrong god, so they can't be trusted.
Okay, but no, like, racist white Christian thinks that Muslims have all the technology. The stereotypical evil Muslim has like a long beard and lives in a cave. Maybe it's dwarves again.
Tolkien was a student of medieval history and literature. And if Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves taught me anything,
It did.
it's the Muslims during the Crusades had things like math and telescopes that just confounded all the white people.
How did your uneducated kind ever take Jerusalem?
Tolkien's version of Muslims.
Was that an old Robin Hood movie?
Yeah, that's Prince of Thieves.
Oh, okay.
Have a bunch of
Why did
really
he say
awesome
something about
shit,
God?
but their souls are still corrupted.
Who are the Christians then? Humans?
No. Wrong. The humans are atheists or agnostics. Basically, all the people have stopped going to church. Because when they show up, that's when all the magic in Middle Earth starts to disappear, because all the world of man cares about is building kingdoms or industry or things you can touch with your...
No.
Yeah, no. I mean, he did say that men corrupt, and that was his whole reasoning for not ever writing a sequel to Lord of the Rings, is because he said it was going to be too bleak. And, like, it was, since magic was kind of basically gone, dwindled out of the world, he had a hard time writing it. So men in his eyes, at least Tolkien's eyes, were a semblance of kind of like a corrupt evil, but he didn't think that all men were bad, nor did he think they were just going to randomly just industrialize everything. But he did have a problem with just creating men. It stopped being a fantasy world.
Yeah, and also, it is stated that men are the most adaptable within the Lord of the Rings.
Yes.
So
they adapted to whatever they needed to be. Like, Aragorn is a ranger, right? And, like, if we know anything about fantasy, rangers are magical creatures to an extent.
well, he's
Yeah,
half
like-
elf, so
Yes, yes, he's not full half elf. That actually, I had a conversation with Austin about this. Is like his lineage is super weird, like because it was not neither his mother or father were elvish. It was like their grandfather or something, or grandmother or something like that. So he's like a quarter elf.
But he's able to live a long
Longer.
lifespan because of that.
On top of he's able to live it due to the blessings that Valor gave the Numenorians, which is of his bloodline. But he's the last. Like all the Northerners are supposed to be the direct lineage of Isildur and his father, which were the true Numenorian kings. That's why the people in Gondor, none of them live very long. But if you take all the Rangers in Lord of the Rings, they all live a decent amount of time. And that's just because of their blood lineage. On top of Aragorn already having elf blood, makes him kind of live longer than most Numenorians. I think that's why he lived like 500 years or something like that. Well, technically, he only lived like 460 years, but close enough.
It's close.
Yeah. All right. Let's get through this because I don't like these guys. They're making jokes and giving bad information entirely.
Well, we're only 40 minutes in, and we're already halfway through. So,
Hey,
yay!
yeah, we're making it.
Mainly because we want to just get through this.
Yeah.
It's your hand. But they lost their spirituality. That's why the elves jump on their boats and bounce the fuck out of there. Jimmy rolling.
The elves, the Christians.
Exactly, yeah. Divine, perfect beings who only fight when it's absolutely necessary. And at the end of the movies, when all the other religions of Middle-earth have to go back and scoop up giant mounds of elephant poop and trim the beards of giant wooden tree people, the elves get to move on.
That is not the elves. That is not the elves. They're not divine, perfect beings by any means. They're actually really racist. They're super mean. And they go to war with each other all the freaking time.
Thing is, they're not racist, they're speciesist.
Yes, you are right. Because
would that be Zionist or phobic? Xenist?
They're Xeno. They're Xenos.
Well, either way, though, it's still kind of funny that he's like, they're perfect beings. Like, well, they're clearly not perfect beings, and they weren't representation of Christians because they didn't really care. Like, again, not once really in Lord of the Rings do we have any of the creatures talking about the gods unless the gods were directly involved with an action that took place in the past. Like, they don't go out of their way to talk about Iluvatare. They don't go out of their way to talk about any of them. And it's like, so if they were considered these perfect Christian like beings, quote unquote, like then why weren't they more religious? They don't talk about any of that. Like they are all about keeping the peace, it seems like, when we meet them in the Third Age. Also, and about leaving. They really want to leave Middle Earth. So he is right there. They did bounce the F out.
To paradise because they were right all along. Also, Gandalf is straight up an angel sent down from heaven. Read the summary.
Sort of.
Yeah. The Astaris.
That can be said about all the Astari, though.
Yeah. Also, what did he consider? What did he consider Sauron? Because Sauron, the Balrogs, they are all of the exact same race that Gandalf is. So would he be like their demons? Because
corrupted versions of them.
Yeah, which I mean, in the Christianity faith or whatever, that would be a demon. Like a corrupted angel becomes a demon. So is that what he's getting at? Is that Gandalf? Because like he's not, as I said, he's not entirely wrong. Gandalf clearly was created by the Valar, but so was Sauron and the Balrogs, and we know what happens to them. They got warped and twisted, and that's why we have them now. Again,
yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know what you would call them.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm just curious if that's what because if he's considering Gandalf an angel, then he has to consider the other ones demons.
Even though they're of the same race of people.
All right, well, let's continue. We got 2 minutes of this.
Or the elves are like Buddhists or Shintoists because they're a super exclusive group of warriors who only fight when they have to, and they live in a monastery.
There are a lot of waterfalls. Seems vaguely Buddhist.
All the elves' armor and weaponry looks vaguely...
That That, my man, is kind of stereotypical.
Yeah, you know what though?
As stereotyping the Buddhists.
Yeah, I would actually go closer to what that guy is saying about the elves than the other guy being like they're Christian. And it's like, they might be Buddhist, like without the title, I guess.
But no.
No.
This whole video is about being racist, but he's sitting here stereotyping Buddhists. Not all Buddhists live near a waterfall.
Oh, you're right. You're right. But like we've already established in this that they basically are being racist themselves. Well, I said something about it earlier. Is that like in order to be able to claim this, you have to have some sort of thought process that says, how do these correlate to the things going on in the real world? How do you take a high fantasy world and then make everything in it be like, this is a race based off of this? Because the way that Tolkien wrote languages and stuff like that, it's like, okay, yeah, so they themselves have to be racist in order to make this video.
You mean like how orcs are black people?
Yeah,
or
exactly.
so they claim.
Exactly. It's like, why? Because they're dark skinned? We know that literally they tortured and mutated elves into the point that they became what they became. And then they live in dark places and don't shower. If you don't shower and live in a freaking hole in the ground, eventually you will look black too, okay?
Japanese, and when they vanquish the ultimate evil, they all get to move on to Nirvana.
The band?
No, not the band.
But why would Tolkien, a self-described turbo Christian,
There's no way he said.
write a story glorifying Eastern religions?
Oh, no. They're not Christians at all. The elves are a super exclusive group of beautiful, wealthy white people who live in a giant temple mansion.
Wrong. Wrong. Most of them are described as being fair-skinned, but
Yes.
not all of them are described as fair-skinned. They have
Yes.
they have perfect what's it called?
Complexion, skin, whatever. Like, because
Yeah.
we do know that there are elves, at least in the Silmarillion and others, that have been described as being of darker skin. And
Yes.
so,
Their complexion
okay.
itself is just very, very perfect.
because like his wording for fair a lot of times wasn't in their skin tone. It was actually more to reference to, as you're saying, like how they look. They look fair. They were pretty people, beautiful. And it's like, because you can use fair as a meaning, yeah, your skin tone's fair, or you can use fair as being like they have fair skin. Like, it's really about choosing of words. As we know of Tolkien, he was a very much on what word he chose to use and how he chose to use it. Now, our day and age, we use words very literal, and we take the base definition of versus what Tolkien was doing, which was taking the root definition.
No, I want to mention.
You say we don't, but I feel like the majority of people use the base words.
They use the base words. They don't use it in a literal sense. They use it in a figurative sense most of the time.
I'm gonna have to agree with Cyrac on this.
You're right.
Yeah, our modern use of language is not as literal as Tolkien's. Tolkien's use of language is very literal because, like you were saying, he literally went to college to study words and language, so he's very specific with what he's saying. Where nowadays, when we say or read things, generally speaking, it's broad and it doesn't mean exactly what people say literally when they mean figuratively. Okay.
Yeah, you guys are right. You guys are totally right. I did mess up there. Yes, we don't actually in this generation use it literal. It's more a vague sense of the word.
Basically.
And it's like, because you are right, because I've had plenty of conversations with people where I'm like, I don't know exactly what you're meaning, because I go out of my way to use a lot of the times my words literally, like, because I don't want you to take anything from it, but I've ran into so many situations where people are trying to read into more of what I'm saying because everyone's so used to vagueness that's like, no, I'm literally telling you this is it.
If you leave no room for interpretation, they're going to try and find it because
exactly. I've gotten in trouble because of it. Even this week alone, people got mad at me because of me using words that I'm like, blah 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 blah, and they're like, well, you said this. I'm like, yeah, I did say that, and they're like, what? So I thought you meant this. I'm like, no, I said exactly what I said. He was like, I don't know why you wanted to read between the lines and say this. It's like, no, that's not how that works. But anyways, I actually forgot what they said.
At this point, I've been shuffling it out of my brain. So
Elves are rich white people that live in monasteries, separate
Right.
Oh,
from
yeah.
the other races. That's what they
And
were
that's where we
saying.
got to the fair skin stuff. Yeah, because again, Tolkien was a very, very meticulous on the
Literal
words he
person.
used. Yes, it was just like no,
Very
it doesn't-
meticulous. Yes, very meticulous.
It was like, so you can't just say that he meant this when it's like, why are you reading into it when he meant it exactly how he chose to write it?
Thought, what the hell's with you? You can't even write, and you think you have a style.
Exactly. All right, let's see what goes on. Get through
And
this
follow a
novel.
leader named Elrond.
Elrond is not their leader. He's like upper management.
And at the end of the movie, they follow Elrond to space.
What do you?
what?
What? What the fuck?
Elrond is upper management. I like that.
He's not the leader. He has a high position, but to space.
Well, wait. Would you not consider Elrond the leader? Not of the elves, not of like the whole, because they for some reason are lumping everyone into one category and saying this is how it works. So like including the elves, which we know have three definite kingdoms again, because we have the one in Fangorn, we have Lothlorien, and then we have Rivendell, which none of them are considered kings. Well, no, the one in Fangorn is considered a king. He considers himself a king because Legolas is a prince.
Yes.
But the other two kingdoms are just people, like they chose them to be their leaders, but they weren't actually considered kings and queens. Although, if I'm not mistaken, isn't Galadriel from like one of the lineage of the original like kings and queens of the elves? She's like second born or something like that. Like she's a super old elf.
She is. And doesn't she marry
Oh, dude, I forget his name all the time.
they were just talking about him earlier.
I
He
don't
went
know.
by Strider.
You're talking about Aragorn? No.
No, who
no.
married him?
You're thinking of Arwen.
That's right.
Elrond's daughter.
Yes.
Which, interestingly enough, Elrond's daughter is Galadriel's niece or something weird like that.
So that means that Elrond was...
He's like,
He's kind of royalty, but he's not royalty at the same time.
well, his wife was related to Galadriel. And then he's also related to Galadriel, but like through a different lineage. I think it was like the other brother. So like Galadriel comes from the direct line of the elves that chose to not go, to not be half elves. And then Elrond is from half elf lineage.
Okay, that makes
Yeah.
more sense.
And I think it's just two brothers, and then it's Galadriel's immediately next, and then Elrond is like fourth elf down, like fourth generation later from that same lineage.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. So,
No, you person with things, ridiculous things coming out of your face. I spent the past 12 goddamn hours watching Lord of the Rings. I am the authority here.
Oh, 12
watching, got it.
Yeah.
hours, man. Are you okay?
Yeah, I mean, sure. There's some eye strain and mild light sensitivity.
So you're saying the light hurts us?
No, shut up.
Like it hurts the precious.
Stop it!
I broke you. It's weird.
Wow.
That's how it ends.
I'm glad it's over.
And nothing of value was lost.
Yep. That was trash. That was a trash video. The people were okay because you know what? I get it. They were trying to be humorous as they were talking about whatever they were talking about. So I'm not even gonna dog them on that side. But his arguments were just awful.
That they weren't even arguments; they were just spouting nonsense.
Yeah, yeah. It really is almost as bad as that Halo video. Where it's just like,
And
let's
then
go
he
out.
admitted to watching just the 12 hours. There's
Yeah, it's like, oh,
so you didn't
you
read it. Got it.
poor summer child.
Because I have a friend who absolutely does not like the movies because of what they did to several of the characters within the movie.
Oh yeah, they definitely messed up some of the characters, but you know what? I'm glad we have the movies at the very least. It's like
They
he,
they either messed up some of the characters or omitted them entirely.
yes, like the guy who comes and saves Frodo from the ring race instead of it being Arwen.
Bombadil. Tom Bombadil.
No. That's Tom. They did omit Tom Bombadil, but Tom Bombadil is not the one who saves them from the ring race. It's
Yes, he is.
No. You're thinking of when he gets saved from the Barrow Downs. I'm talking about when he's right before he gets to the bridge to cross into or the river to cross into Rivendell. Arwen saves him in the movie, but there's another elf that actually saves him in the book, and he's an elf that was no one is certain if it's the same elf from the Silmarillion who died and then came back. Crap. I feel like it starts with a G, and I can never remember this dude's name. Glorfindel. That's his name, Glorfindel. He's because there's 3 Glorfindels throughout Lord of the Rings, and they're described basically as the same person without ever saying it's the same person.
Interesting.
Yeah, because one of them dies, and then we get another Glorfindel that came from the land of the Valar, like comes back to life, and so people just immediately assume it's the same Glorfindel. And then in one of the lost chapters, there's another Glorfindel that appears, and no one knows why. But based off of his description, it sounds like the one that died and came back. And then we get the one in Lord of the Rings, who also fits that same exact description. And then Frodo talks about how one of them was glowing, and he's like, "Yeah, you saw Glorfindel in his true form." And it's like, well, we know the Glorfindel that died and came back with more power and was different than all the other elves. And it's like, so is that the same Glorfindel?
Probably.
And it's like, right? I've always wanted to know, but Tolkien never actually gives us the answer because, again, we have like 3 different accounts of Glorfindel doing different things, but like he never actually says it's the same Glorfindel.
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I'm gonna get this cat out of my room. I don't know how it snuck in here, but
Man, my cat snuck in here, and I don't know how she got in here. My door was closed.
yeah, I thought mine was too. Like I've gone back and forth, but I never saw it, and then all of a sudden it popped out of my suitcase just a second ago while I was talking to you.
So, do y'all want to start this?
I'm ready for the other one. I want you because see, I don't have a lot.
Not really.
I don't have a lot to say. Actually, I do have a lot to say about this, but I really want to see you guys' perspective.
Oh man, I can tell you right now, this is how I feel about this video.
He's been reduced to a feckless, bedwetting, parmesan-shaving imbecile who revels in his own uselessness.
And that is Jake Skywalker.
That's Jake Skywalker, yes.
Yeah, so you guys liked that last video, right? It was really good, well written, good argumentation.
Yes, it's just absolutely glorious. They did an amazing job putting out points and actually debating each of those points properly. Like there's a lot of back and forth.
Isn't it nice to know that Lord of the Rings has been racist this whole time? You freaking racist for liking it.
I never knew. But actually, that's not true. I've heard so many arguments about Lord of the Rings being racist that I was just like, I can't get behind that. I just can't. And maybe it could be because I'm blinded by my adoration of Tolkien's writing. You know?
That's a possibility.
No, it's not. It's not racist.
No, it's not.
No, it's not
That's
at
the
all.
thing. That's why I basically just muted myself and listened to you guys talk. Is because, like I said before the video started, the only real thing I have to say is no, you're wrong. This is terrible, and I hate you.
Did you
No,
And
no,
that's
no.
my
I hate
response.
your ideas.
No, I actually think I hate them. Like I'm pretty sure I really genuinely hate those guys.
So
Did
I have
you
a
like our
question
random
before we
riff about it,
start.
though?
Huh?
What's your question?
What makes a character great in Star Wars?
What makes a character great in Star Wars? Actually, you know what? Yeah, we should establish that so we all can see where we stand on this.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, actually, for me, I think a great character is someone like Anakin Skywalker. And hear me out. The reason being is he's the only character that I feel like we saw that had true growth. And as much as people are like he was such a cardboard character during 1, 2, and 3, he felt correct for what he went through. Like everything about him felt correct. Is he was taught to suppress his emotions. He was taught all this stuff, and that he was he should be a good person to defend the galaxy, and that's all that mattered. And so, like him being like emotionally stunted and only going angry and stuff like that felt right because, like, if you brainwashed a person and then taught them to only do good, but never actually show them any love or what it means to actually be good, it's like, what can you really expect from that character or what that person? Do you expect them to be a well-developed human being and know how to deal with their problems, not whine, to not like? There's so much about Anakin to me that felt right because he felt more like I'm never gonna say George Lucas knew how to write characters. All right, so I'm gonna put that out. But of all the characters, he felt the most written through, like a full actual person. And so for me, what makes a character in Lord of the Rings is someone like Anakin.
Okay.
I don't care if it's a male or female. They just need to feel like a real person.
So Anakin's your favorite Lord of the Rings character?
Oh my god.
Yes.
Because that's totally what you just said. You said what makes a great character in the Lord of the Rings is Anakin.
No, I said Star Wars.
He said Star Wars. I said Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed the Lord of the Rings part.
Yeah, Star Wars. My bad. What makes a great character in Star Wars is I was totally in the Star Wars mind because I even said George Lucas. I don't know why I said Lord of the Rings there.
I mean, you guys did just spend basically an hour talking about Lord of the Rings, so
True, but like at the same time, like I was in the right mind and then immediately was not.
And I got to just sit here, which was really nice to just sit here and listen to you guys. Because every time I went to like actually speak up and say something, the next one of you would talk and say basically exactly what I was thinking, and I was like, oh, okay, cool, yeah. There's nothing I need to say. I could just sit here and enjoy. Because man, that video pissed me off so much.
Yeah, that was an awful video.
Please never show me something like this again. But this is Jam Sully's abomination. But before we do that, Austin, what is your what makes a Star Wars character great?
Well, what do you mean by great?
Define great for me.
Yeah, I basically like. What do you mean by a great character? Like what makes a great character? Like what? Yeah,
somebody that is characterized and all of their abilities, personality, and experience shows through.
I mean the answer I would give. I'm not sure that this actually goes in line with what you're saying. Is just someone who is virtuous, has good morals, and just tries to stick to that.
So Luke?
I actually think you should voice the question more broad sense, in the sense of like what makes them great to you, because the whole video that we're about to watch is where they generalize all of us fans of the Star Wars universe. So I also feel like you should answer in a general sense of what makes it great.
Oh, so subjective.
Yes.
I should be subjective with my answer.
Exactly.
You could be either subjective or objective. Like if you know a character that's well written and is characterized well, and that makes him a great character and still
I
lovable.
I think I'd just pick Luke. I know that's super basic, but I'd probably have to pick Luke Skywalker as a great character. We get to see his whole. He goes through the typical hero's journey, and he does it really well. And we see him start off as a whiny brat, but then wind up being a calm, cool, and collected individual who stands by his morals and won't give in to peer pressure, and like literally accepts the death of the entire rebellion and the death of himself because he just won't bend the knee.
And he always
So
finds the good in everybody.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't even consider that. I like the fact, the thing that makes him great to me is essentially what could be boiled down as stubborn. You know, you can say stubborn. The fact that it's like, hey, the entire Rebel Alliance is going to die, and all of the resistance is doomed, and the whole thing is doomed. And then he's like, yeah, I'm still not going to give in to save them. I'm going to do what I think is right.
Okay.
That's what I admire. I admire that a lot about Luke.
He became a Jedi.
Almost.
Well, I mean, you could say that
he became better than a Jedi. Jedi suck.
The Jedis do suck.
Yeah, Luke is better than the Jedi.
What about you, Cyrek?
I was gonna go with Leia, honestly.
Interesting.
Mainly because whenever she's first introduced, she's this bratty princess that is trying to do what she can to get back to the rebels to give them the information that she has, but at the same time she's making it difficult on Han, Chewie, and Luke to get out.
Because of her personality.
Because of her personality. And it changes over time to where she's more amicable towards them and trusts them more. And she also is very smart in certain situations and
absolutely
can strategize very, very well. She also I'm trying to find the right word. She can hold her own, especially in a fight.
I mean, she got them out of that Death Star problem. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it was definitely better than sitting in a hallway getting shot at.
That's true.
I actually have to agree with you, Cyrek, in the sense of Princess Leia. Like, with 7, 8, and 9, her being the rebel leader, I would have loved those movies so much more if we followed Leia. Honestly, she's such a good character because she, like, for the time period that we're moving forward on, she is actually a really good character.
She's a good character up until episode 8.
Yes, and they kind of started butchering her at that point, and like almost felt like a sideline.
But
it's like
they did ruin her as well in 7 at one specific point, and that is whenever Han dies, and instead of hugging Chewie, she decides to hug Rey, who has not known Han as long as her and Chewie have.
Yeah, right. She knows Chewie. Like, who is this random chick that you're like, I'm sorry that my ex or whatever he was to her died. Like,
yeah, that was dumb.
Let me not hug the person that I've known, Chewbacca, in that instance, the longest, and
who is still a dear friend of mine, by the way.
Yeah.
The two people that would have the most emotional connection to the passing of a character don't interact. Instead, this new person who's only known Han for like a few hours is the person that you're going to be like, oh God, he's dead.
Let me comfort you and you comfort me. It's like, that makes no sense.
That is weird. But there's a lot that's weird with those movies. I don't like those movies at all, though. I think they ruin every character, like basically in the first hour.
What if I told you all three of us are wrong?
What?
About what?
No,
the only way to
it can't.
be great in the Star Wars universe is to have a magic grandpa. If your grandpa isn't magic, you.
Oh my God! Yes.
That's definitely what Disney says.
Your grandpa isn't magic at you. Dude, I wish I had a magic grandpa.
That's Disney's form of writing and storytelling.
It's so bastardized.
You're right though, because Rey's grandfather being Palpatine and Kylo's grandfather being Darth Vader.
Yeah.
They both. Well, they didn't idolize, but he idolized Darth Vader and very much wanted to emulate him. And then she meets her grandfather, is like, "You're the reason I have a lot of power, but I don't like you."
But it's cool. I'm glad that Disney decided to go the weird route of having Palpatine win and become the Sith ruler of the galaxy a second time.
Right? Even though
yeah,
it made no sense.
Inhabiting Rey's body like he said he was going to if she killed him, and then she killed him.
Did she have a twitch at the end?
She clearly, the Palpatines usurped the Skywalkers, killed every single member of the lineage, and then took their name. So Palpatines win.
Wait, is Leia? Oh, well, I guess Leia is not technically a Skywalker. Well, she's technically a Skywalker.
She is.
But she's not. She's not.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The whole Skywalker lineage, because the Skywalkers turn into Solos. So every Skywalker's dead. Every Solo is dead. The only person left is Palpatine, who then took the name of the Skywalkers just to rub it in, just to put salt in the wound.
I've had that question. Why did she take their name? Was it because she was like, I don't have one, and that's a great family name? But then she found out she had a family name. It was Palpatine.
And then she buried their lightsabers in the desert at the house that Luke's parents died, on the planet that Anakin hated more than anything else, just to remind them for all eternity that she beat them.
Yeah, it is like rubbing salt in the wound.
Oh, it's evil. Palpatine clearly won. Sheev lives on inside of Rey.
Oh man, I'm glad you know his name though. Like, I feel like not a lot of people actually know his name. Everyone's just like, yeah, it's Senator Palpatine or Lord Sidious. It's like, yeah, but his first name is Sheev, which is a weird name.
It is weird.
And just remember, we lost this character here.
I don't know who that is.
I don't know who any of these people are.
That's Cade Skywalker, the great grandson of Luke Skywalker.
Okay. I didn't get that far into the expanded universe. I only ever got to Anakin, Jason, and Jaina.
Yeah, I thought Cade. I thought Cade didn't have any force abilities. He literally just used weapons like guns.
And Ben.
He didn't, but that's what made him great. He still used a lightsaber.
Yeah, he did.
But here's
Pop
the thing.
Culture Detective. Oh no, this is gonna be bad. I'm pretty sure I've heard of these people. I don't like these people.
Yeah.
But thing is, with Cade, he had slight force abilities, but he wasn't as connected as the rest of his family was.
Yeah, I thought he tried to sever his force connection.
He did.
Why is this video sexist?
Yeah, well, I guess it's all from a dude's point of view.
I mean, it's literally saying it defies expectations about male heroes. Why can't it just be defying expectations about heroes?
Because the male heroes are Luke, Han, Chewie, Lando.
Ben.
Oh, yeah, and all of them get shit on.
Yes.
I'm assuming that's what they're arguing. We defied your expectations of male heroes by ruining all of their characters.
Oh, man. You guys are gonna have so much fun with this. I'm excited.
I'm mad already, and we haven't even started.
I'm so excited. I wish I had popcorn right now. This
Jedi business. Go back to your drinks.
Dude, we're gonna be here for like another 4 hours.
Oh yeah.
I hope you're ready for this.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's do it.
I don't have a time limit tonight, so we'll see. I'll rant as long as I want.
All right,
I hate this
real quick. Why is his hand robotic? What happened to the synthetic skin? What happened to the synthetic skin that was on it?
I don't know. I wanted to know the same thing.
You know, after enough time, the synthetic skin rots away, and he hasn't had it patched back up. Because he's on a planet in order to die.
You're saying the synthetic skin rots away?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. He had to, go get touch-ups every like 6 months or so. But he went out to this random island planet and in order to die. So he hasn't cared to keep up with it.
Okay.
So it's it's gone now. Because remember, Luke is a coward in this movie. He is a coward and a scumbag and a traitor and a murderer.
If you have a bad dream, he tries to kill you.
Yeah, exactly. That's what makes him a murderer, is the fact that he was like, "Oh, you're thinking about the dark side? You're dead. You're gonna die." Oh my gosh! And then he's
a lot of you would think I was crazy if I did this.
He's crazy.
Yep.
All right.
Good old Ruin Johnson, ruining everything he touches. He's like Midas, except if everything he touched turned to piles of donkey manure.
Let's
Good
go.
old Ryan Midas Touch Johnson.
Oh man.
The Last Jedi is a movie that's designed to subvert audience expectations.
I hate this already. I hate this already.
I hate it. I hate it. I really hate it.
I hate the argument. The only reason that subvert expectations became an argument is because everyone hated the movie, and so Ryan Johnson went into interviews and said, "Totally intentional, you guys. Totally intentional. I wanted you guys to hate this movie. That was the whole point."
Wait. I know how to sum up the sequels.
You want to talk about this?
This is not fucking canon!
Well, yeah. I agree, but I'm so pissed off at all of these people who come to the defense of The Last Jedi being like, subverted expectations, bro. And the only reason they base that argument is because Ryan Johnson is unwilling to admit when he's wrong and said that it was all intentional. All of it was intentional. Yes, I wanted you to hate it. And then he even tried to throw Empire Strikes Back under the bus and said, when that movie came out, people hated it too. No. And you can go back. There's footage. We have the internet. You can go back and see how people reacted to that movie, and it was loved from day one.
Like, they had people that had watched it 7 times in a row on newsreel.
And you can go back to episode 1, since that's the newest one before or not the newest one, but since that's newer, you can go back to episode 1, and on day 1 of it being released, there are interviews of people exiting the theater saying that was awful. Okay? Yeah. We have evidence for this. You can't just try to throw Empire Strikes Back under the bus because you failed at making a movie. This is so dumb. I hate it defied your expectation. It subverted. It's subversion. It's subversion. I told you you're gonna watch a Star Wars movie, and you know what I showed you? Indiana Jones. Right? Oh, what a subversion! What a subversion! I'm not literally saying that's what he did, because even Indiana Jones is better, except for Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Oh my god! That was
but if you say, yeah, that was an awful movie. But like, I'm just saying. So like, subversion. These kind of authors, they love subversion so much, apparently. So that if I was like, hey, I'm selling you this movie ticket, it costs $100. You're going to go in here, you're going to have a great time, you're going to sit in the theater, and then you go into the room, and it turns out there's a guy in there that straps you to a chair and starts beating you for an hour and a half. And then when they leave, you're like, you loved it, right? And he's like, no, that wasn't what I expected at all. It's like, yeah, I subverted your expectations. You thought you were going to watch a movie, and I beat you with a baseball bat for an hour and a half. Actually, longer than that, because this is the longest Star Wars movie ever. And freaking beat you with a baseball bat. And so you should love it, because all of your video essays are about how great subverting expectations are.
Wait, just to correct you, I thought the last Skywalker, Rise of Skywalker, was the longest one. I thought that was almost like they talked about splitting it in half.
Oh, okay. So this was the longest one at the point. Then I don't remember the actual running the time. All I know is when this one came out, it was the longest Star Wars movie.
It was definitely the longest Star Wars. It was like,
and so maybe Rise of Skywalker is even longer.
Yeah.
As I was watching this movie, because I watched it whenever it released. I wanted to
didn't.
get up and leave as soon as Luke threw the lightsaber over his shoulder. Because I knew immediately that wasn't the same Luke Skywalker that I'd grown up with.
I'm
It's
so
not the
excited for
same
you guys to
person.
watch this then, because he immediately talks about that.
This is terrible. I already hate this
Nowhere
video.
is this more evident than in the way the film handles its three male heroes.
Okay.
X-Wing pilot Poe Dameron, renegade
Who they-
stormtrooper
yep.
Finn, and
Yep.
legendary Jedi Knight Luke Skywalker.
All three of which get totally obliterated in this movie. Like, freaking JJ set up Poe and Finn, especially Finn. Finn had such a good story arc in episode 7. It was the best part of episode 7 was Finn and his character development. And then Ryan immediately turns around and says, "Ha, he's comedic relief now. He's just a joke." And he's going to go...
downfall to Finn's character that I could say that JJ put in there was making him a janitor instead of actually being a field operative.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. But even worse than that, because you're right, that is terrible. But even worse than that is that the lesson he learned in episode 7, they literally have him reset. Rian Johnson has him reset and become a coward again. Because at the beginning of 7, he's kind of a coward. He doesn't want to fight. He's been through war. He's seen what it's like. He doesn't actually want to sign up with the rebels to fight for them. But then as the movie goes on, he realizes, hey, you know what? Fighting is okay when you're fighting for a good cause. And so he grows as a character. And instead of running from combat, he runs into combat to save people that he cares about. Then, in episode 8, they immediately revert him back to being a coward that's trying to get out of fighting. Until the end of the movie, when he decides it's a good idea to go fight for the people that you love. So he learns the same lesson again, and then gets shut down by freaking Rose Tico, who says, no, fighting for people is wrong. You should let them die.
Well, actually, I kind of do agree with the stopping of him there, because it made no sense. Like,
no, it made more sense. Shut up, James, you're wrong.
Set up storyline. It made no sense for him to be like, everyone's like, oh man, we were wrong. The laser is active. He was like, I'm gonna fly into it. It's like, well, why? Why would you do that?
It was a way better plan than what Rose did. Rose literally said, no. You know, her whole speech where she says, hey, we shouldn't fight people that we hate. We should save people that we love. It's like, well, what do you think Finn's doing? And then also in the background, while she's saying that, the laser is literally firing and breaking the door. He was going to ram his ship in there, hopefully disabling it by ramming into the cannon, like into the actual gun of the cannon. He might have died. Yeah, he might have died. It might have just been a sacrifice in vain. But it was more than just sitting there and letting it happen, which is what Rose said you should do. You should just let it happen. Let your friends get killed.
Yeah, but you're putting too much emphasis on Rose. Literally everyone in that scene was like, let's not do this run. We were going to, and then we realized this is not a good idea.
Yeah,
the whole
you're
thing's
right.
anyways.
You're right about the quote. It's, that's not how we're going to win. Not fighting what we hate, saving what we love.
Yeah, what do you think Finn's doing?
Yeah, no, you guys are right in that aspect. I agree there. Like, totally, you have to fight for what you love, because otherwise, how do you save what you love? Like, that makes no sense.
And so instead, she rams her ship, potentially killing both of them. They get lucky enough not to both die from that impact at such high speed.
I rewatched that wreck, and I was like, how did they live?
No, it's all dumb. It's all so dumb. It is literally taking a baseball, again, a baseball bat. I like this analogy. And then just ramming it. It just repeatedly hitting Finn's character in the kneecaps to be like, no, get in your place, black man.
Dude, yeah, John Boyega freaking hated his role in the Star Wars movies.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so. Because he... Oh, yeah, the movie poster for China, yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, but even unless we don't even have to get into the outside freaking drama, like the meta drama, just the internal movie itself. There's enough going on where Rian Johnson took a character that had really good growth and had a really good direction he was going and said, nah, take a back seat.
Excuse me. Sorry, guys.
Let's keep going here.
I hate this video. I don't want to watch it.
We got to.
Initially, all three characters seem like they should fit neatly into familiar archetypes for men in action adventure films.
Star Wars isn't an action adventure film.
Yeah,
No, it's a space opera.
It's a soap opera in
supposed to be a
space. Yeah, it's a drama. It's a drama in an action setting. That's a good way to put it. Like, because there's definitely action. It's an action adventure for sure. Like, I'm not gonna take that away from him. He's right. It is an action adventure.
But the Star Wars sequels are more action than they are space opera. They're action films with a layer of Star Wars pasted over them.
And I think that's one of the biggest downfalls to it, is like Star Wars always had like calm moments of like where you as the audience get to like reflect on what took place, listen to dialogue, all of that. Where this one was, where all of these were kind of like go, 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 go.
Yeah, you know what you're referring to there, James? That's called pacing, and it's what good writers do.
Yes, and they don't have any pacing because they didn't know how to freaking write the story.
Yeah, they don't know how to write characters. JJ and Ryan Johnson don't know how to write characters.
And they were just like, people just want action, right? That's what Star Wars is about. Lightsabers and big lasers. And it's like, no, there's more to Star Wars than just those things. Don't get me wrong. Those are amazing, but there's more to Star Wars than just that.
No. Remember, Star Wars is a movie about space wizards for kids.
Yeah,
that's right.
Exactly.
That's right, Patrick Willems. Good job, Patrick. You're right. It's a movie about space wizards intended for children.
That's
it. It boils down to that.
I hate how they boil it down.
I hate the fact that George Lucas basically said that quote, and it pisses me off because freaking death of the author. You can't make a thing, George. You can't make a thing. As much as I love you, man, I really do. I love you, George. You can't make a thing and then come back because people didn't like what you did and be like, well, it wasn't for them, it was for kids. You can't do that. It doesn't work like that. Sorry. It's a poor argument.
We'll see.
Because here's my reasoning for that. Okay, I'll quantify it or qualify it or whatever. Qualify. I don't know.
But it's quantify.
Okay, so WALL-E. Super freaking good movie.
Yeah.
Made for kids, right? Made for kids. Excellent movie. Toy Story 1 and Toy Story 2. Arguably Toy Story 3, but I wouldn't say it's a great movie, but Toy Story 1 and 2, those are made for kids. Awesome movies. They hold up. Adults can watch them. The SpongeBob SquarePants TV show.
Okay.
Totally made for kids. You know who loved it more than kids? Freaking adults for the first 3 seasons.
Yeah.
Adults. There was more SpongeBob SquarePants references that were from adults where they sat down and watched it with their kids. Because you know how when you're around kids and they're watching their kids' TV shows, you're almost obligated to be like, okay, I'm not going to change the channel. I'll give you another 30 minutes before I watch a show I want to watch. SpongeBob quickly became a show that adults were like, oh, it's on? Yeah, let's watch it. I'll watch it together because it's hilarious and it's great. Yeah. Okay? Things made for kids does not mean it has to be bad. So by being like, boo, you think it's bad because you're an adult and it's made for children. It's like, no, it's either good or it's bad, whether it's made for children or not.
Yeah, no, there's plenty of
Monsters Inc.
and books that are out there that are clearly made for kids that are just absolutely amazing.
Freaking the Aladdin. Lions King. Lion King. Lions King. Lion King.
There's a lot of stuff that's made for kids that whenever the adults sit down and watch it with their kids, probably will enjoy it because there's enough content, at least before.
Good writing is good writing. The end.
Yeah, and that's the thing is people immediately know what good writing is. Just like not immediately know, but like they can tell when there's good writing because they actually thoroughly enjoy it, or at least enjoy it to a modicum.
No, James Sully, you're wrong. People sit down and watch movies, they turn their brains off, and they clap. That is exactly what happens. That's why so many things are getting created these days and getting praised, is because when people, the general audience, sits down and they turn their brains off and they clap because they see things that they recognize.
I was going to say, see, you added that part because I was like, actually, no, it's more accurately based off of how can we make something that people know. And so,
Right.
well, let's just keep rehashing things that we've done before.
Exactly. They see something.
New thoughts.
I really wish you had the clip on hand, but it's Rich Evans. Whenever he says, "I saw an X-wing and I clapped," I saw AT-AT and I clapped. Oh man, I'm gonna send you that video just so you can clip that out because it's gonna be very useful as a like how you pull up those other random clips. That's a very useful clip. As I clapped when I saw it because I recognized it.
So what you're saying is the people that went and saw these movies was pretty much just like this.
Wow. What do you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's very accurate. Wow, what do you know? It's that thing that I recognize. I'm so glad to see it.
Also, I just want to say this about Kylo's character. Kylo didn't really have a pull to the dark side. He was pretty much just...
I'm very evil now.
Dude, it wasn't even I'm very evil now. It was just edgy. He was just being edgy. He was all of a sudden, it's like he had a dream, apparently, that happened to be some sort of like, I guess they kind of explain it like it was Snoke. Like Snoke was tempting him to the dark side. And that was it. It was just the one time he happened to have a thought, which, is kind of, I'm not going to excuse the kind of thinking, but everybody thinks things they don't actually do. Like there's been a time where I'm like, I'm going to punch this guy in the face in my head, but I don't punch the guy in the face. Right. But if I had done that and my uncle was Luke Skywalker, apparently he would have drawn a lightsaber on me.
Which, honestly, can you blame him for going to the dark side at that point?
No, I can't. I can't blame him. But it's just stupid. It's stupid writing. It's terribly done.
It's like,
and I hate it.
I will murder you now. It's like, what?
Yeah. But granted, okay, look, the thing is, the people that are making these kind of essays, this general audience I'm talking about who sees things they like and they clap. And then you have the pseudo-intellectuals who make these video essays that were those people in the theaters, but then they go back to their house and they write a script. They write a script up in order to defend why it's, the best thing ever. And it's subverted your expectations, so you should like it, because the guy on the internet told me, that we should like it. So I'm going to defend his point in a 20-minute video. That's probably supported by a whole bunch of Patreons who give him thousands of dollars a month to write terrible content constantly. Those people, I forget what the point I was getting at. I don't like them.
Okay.
I took too long to set up the point I was going to make.
You lost the train or the track.
Yeah. Oh, it's that Nope. I thought I had it. Nope.
All right, well, let's at least get to the first minute of this video.
This man is a pseudo-intellectual who has no good opinions, and I hate this video and the movies.
You got anything to add to this, Cyrex?
I wish I could add more to this, but God, I don't like this video already.
I mean, we've spent 30 minutes covering the first 40 seconds, so I think that says a lot.
In Poe, we expect the hotshot fighter pilot who's celebrated for blowing up the bad guys. In Finn,
Will Smith.
we expect the noble defector who's determined to take down an
That's a dumb
unjust
movie.
system.
That's overrated.
And in Luke, we expect the wise warrior who wields
Hey,
tremendous
that's a good movie.
power in the name of fighting evil. But in each case, The Last Jedi doesn't deliver on those expectations. At least
because
not
it's poorly
immediately.
written.
Instead, director Rian Johnson throws fans a series of curveballs. Over the course of the first act, Finn reveals his self-centered and defeatist attitude.
Self-centered?
Poe proves that he's
Hold on.
Poe, or excuse me,
Finn.
Finn is not self-centered.
No, what's he doing? Does anybody remember? Anybody remember what he's doing there? Yeah, why? Why is he going to find Rey? Do you remember?
He wants to get her away from the fight. He's like, no.
He wants to find Rey because he wakes up and he apparently is the only one that realizes that the evil guys know where she is because they win at the end of the movie. Both sides win. The good side destroys their super Death Star, and the bad guys get the complete map. So they're going to track down and kill Rey. And so he has to find Rey first to stop that from happening. It's not selfish. It's, I'm the only one that realizes this is happening, and I have to go save a person. I'm going to put myself at risk to go alone across the galaxy to save this person from an entire empire.
Yeah.
Selfish. He's selfish. He's self-centered. He's just
his attitude.
But remember what they said. We don't have hundreds of books to go over to bring source material from.
We don't need it.
Dude, I hated when they
The
said
movie.
That, though. It was just like, wait, what do you mean you don't have that? You have that.
No, they're all decanonized. But here's the thing. It doesn't even matter. That argument's stupid because we can just look at the film, and as poorly written as it is, there's still plenty of pieces there that when these pseudo-intellectuals sit down to argue why it's bad, they're just wrong. Like the fact that he's sitting there saying, you know why? Before he even gives a reason, I can already tell you what his reason is. The reason he says that Finn is self-centered or a coward or whatever, the only reason he's giving that is because in the next scene, Rose Tico says that he's a defector. That's why. Because she says it. That's the reason that it must be true.
How can he be a defector if he was? Well, I mean, I guess in technicality he's a defector because he defected from the First Order, but
Right.
he didn't technically join them. Like, not in the sense of being like,
Jam Sully, you're the best. Yes, exactly. That was something else I was going to bring up. Is he's never officially joined the Rebels.
Yeah, he's just a guy there.
Exactly.
I mean, he should be able to leave and go or whatever he wants to do because he's like, if he doesn't want to be part of their war, he doesn't have to be part of their war.
Yeah, doesn't it seem kind of fascist to have a guard stationed at the escape pod saying no, nobody's allowed to flee? That's almost Soviet. That's kind of what the Russians did, isn't it, during World War II? Is if you turn around, we'll kill you. Charge the front line.
Yeah.
Oh man, doesn't seem like these good guys are that good. Huh.
They do a lot of bad things throughout this movie.
It's almost like the writers suck.
Also, how did the Republic fall? The New Republic shouldn't have fallen.
I asked that question so much.
Three planets got blown up.
Five planets got blown up.
Oh, it was 5? Oh, geez, I forgot it was 5. Yeah, you're right. It was 5, isn't it? That's it. That's all it takes. 5 planets.
Yeah, out of the hundreds that exist.
Yeah, no, government collapse.
Another question. How did the First Order get all the resources without the New Republic knowing? They were in the Outer Rim.
How did they get that big? How did they get that big? How did they get that big without anybody knowing about them?
It's explaining the books that the guy said that don't exist.
What?
It really is. It's actually like some of the new, because it's like the job of the authors that write these books to fix all of the stupid plot holes in the movies. And they have actually fixed those plot holes. I'm not saying they're good answers, but they are fixed in the books. Like there's reasons and explanations given in the books. But we're not allowed to use those because the guy said that they don't exist.
All right.
They're not good answers, mind you. They're not good answers, but there are answers.
You know what?
You want a quick summary?
This is how I feel about.
I can give you a quick summary.
I can give you a quick summary real quick. Here, let me give you a quick summary.
Okay.
Just making it up as I went along, really.
That's just weak songwriting. You wrote a bad song, Petey.
They made it up as they went along.
I thought you were talking about the video essayist.
No. I'm talking about Star Wars sequels. They made it up as they went along.
No, they
did not
really
have a
did.
through line.
They really did. You're right. It's admitted in behind the scenes and in interviews that they literally wrote it a script at a time.
And that's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to have a through line. That way you understand the beginning, middle, and end.
Yeah,
Because
and you can connect the
The
dots.
Last Jedi, before The Rise of Skywalker came out, felt like the end of the trilogy.
Yeah.
It kind of did.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd been a weird ending, but it kind of definitely felt like an ending.
Well, that was Ryan's intention, is he wanted to subvert the whole thing and make the trilogy actually end in the second movie, because who's ever done that before?
No, you know what? I think he actually really wanted Star Trek to be done.
Star Trek?
Star Wars.
Nope.
No?
Interesting. Please explain.
When he finished that movie, he was like, "Now this will lead a moment where we can actually start bringing in the Enterprise." I think is what the ship's called.
Oh,
And
okay.
we can
So
actually start having the Space Federation, or that is what they are, right? The Space Federation.
yeah, Federation. Yeah.
Yeah, we can have them come in from the deep space because it's all one galaxy.
So what you're saying is they were trying to tie in Deep Space Nine.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness, you might be right. Actually, Ryan's intention was to subvert everyone's expectations by all of a sudden merging Star Trek with Star Wars. Since the fan base have always been super divided on which is actually good sci-fi, and he's like, no, we're going to put them together.
Exactly. He was like, "No, I'm tired of all this division. We can now be one family."
Which, hey, now that you mention that, there's this whole like thesis, not thesis, so whatever.
Okay.
There's a word I'm thinking of that I can't think of the word. Yeah, but anyways, so that basically what it says is the easiest way to unite people that are divided is to have a common enemy. So Star Trek fans don't like Star Wars, and Star Wars fans generally don't like Star Trek. And so Ryan was going to be the villain of both. Is that what you're saying? He was going to be the villain that united both fandoms to hate a single person so that they could come together.
Hold on. JJ is the one that created the 2009 Star Trek movies.
Yes. Yeah.
So it would be JJ, or excuse me, Jar Jar Abrams, and
But then Ryan
as the
Johnson was
common
supposed
goal
to write one.
or common
Ryan
enemy.
Johnson was supposed to write one of the other ones, and then he ended up writing Star Wars. So then it should have been like a nice little merging of all of them.
Wait, I didn't know that. Ryan was slated to direct a Star Trek movie?
Dude, I have no freaking clue.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't supposed to all be J.J. Abrams.
No, that's true. It's supposed to be one director and writer per movie. They were going to swap out per movie. But I'm still waiting for Rian Johnson's trilogy, that they announced before this movie came out, The Last Jedi. Disney.
He's no longer working on? I thought.
I don't know. They never officially canceled it. Before this movie came out, they said Rian Johnson's going to get his own trilogy. And then this movie came out, and they've not said a word about it, whether it's canceled or not.
I wonder what trilogy he was going to write about. Oh man, he would have ruined it anyways. As long as he didn't touch Thrawn.
It was gonna be one of those like unnumbered ones, like how they did with the Solo movie.
Oh, they were going to do a trilogy of a standalone.
Yeah, trilogy of standalones.
That would have been weird.
Yeah, that would have been awful.
Oh, it'd probably been the best thing ever. I mean, come on, you have the best director on the planet Earth to make it.
They used the first draft of the script for Last Jedi, so
yeah, first draft.
They used the first draft?
Yes. It's even in I think it's in the behind the scenes where Rian Johnson says, "Yeah, I literally wrote it out and we just ran with it. First draft, no redrafts."
Yeah, he was bragging
Sat
about
down,
it on Twitter
made it.
as well.
Yeah, exactly. I sat down, I wrote it out, and we did it. And well, that explains a lot.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Let's see what else goes on in this video. This is dumb.
Reckless and arrogant. And Luke is so
Wait, hold on.
consumed by
Back up to whenever he was talking bad about Finn. Because I already defended Finn. I feel like he's about to make me have to defend Poe. And I don't even really like Poe.
His self-centered and defeatist attitude. Poe proves that he's reckless and arrogant.
No. When? When does he prove he's reckless and arrogant?
You mean whenever he's disobeying the orders from what was her name? The
Leia?
purple haired one.
No,
Holdo.
That one.
He's actually referencing it throughout the whole movie. Is him being
reckless and arrogant.
Movie, but through the first act, essentially, he's reckless and arrogant, and even through
When?
he goes on to reference the time where they were doing the bomb drops, and he was like, "I'm gonna take out this ship," and he does actually take out this ship.
Are you saying it'll be better for me to wait till the argumentation comes around to defend it versus?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because then to defend this point, I'll literally just counter by saying no. Poe was never reckless or arrogant. Finn was never a coward and self-centered or whatever he said.
And that's what he said. Let's see what he says about Luke.
And Luke is so consumed by paralyzing guilt that he's renounced the Jedi and become a hermit.
Yeah, that's true. Because it's stupid.
Unexpected character twists are part of the reason why some Star Wars fans left the theater in a state of shock, which rapidly mutated into fits of rage on the internet.
Okay, this
pause.
This was a good choice of scene to do with what he was saying. I agree about his argument. That was just a good choice of scene.
Yeah, no, generally video essayists don't actually match up their visuals with what they're talking about. It's a pretty common problem, but this was actually like what he's saying and what's being shown, it does match up. I agree.
Though I don't agree with what he is pointing out. Because the people that went in and were angry at the movie, they weren't in shock. They were angry because of the character assassination of Luke Skywalker.
Yeah. See, I was gonna say I can't disagree with his statement entirely, but I will disagree with the shock that they left shocked, because that's trying to change the motive. Like, he's trying to paint motive and reasoning upon the audience that didn't like it. Being like, it wasn't what they thought it was going to be because it subverted their expectations, so they were shocked at it. And actually, people like myself who, on my first viewing of it, I didn't leave shocked. I left angry. I literally left angry at the fact that these characters were assassinated. But I get where he's coming from, where it's like they felt this way and then that way grew.
Yeah.
And that's funny. It's like they felt angry, and then it grew to more anger, like a deeper anger, a hatred, in fact. It's like, but shocked is trying to downplay it and make it a whole different emotion.
Yeah. So let's see what else he says about the fans that left angry.
Yeah, I'm sure some people did leave
We're not
shocked.
talking about people who just happen to dislike The Last Jedi. It is, after all, not a perfect piece of cinema.
Oh, thank you.
No piece of cinema is perfect. Besides Citizen Kane.
That was good. I don't even know. I've never seen that. I hear that it's supposed to be one of the best, but I've never watched it.
I hated that movie.
What?
Yeah.
Hey, we're all entitled to our opinions.
I mean, yeah.
Opinions are fine. There's nothing wrong with opinions. We went over that all yesterday when we were watching that JoJo's video. Opinions are okay. Bad argumentation is not.
If you were to ask me to give an argument as to why, I couldn't actually give you a proper one without rewatching that movie. I just know when I watched the first time, I was like, I hate this movie.
Yeah, fair. I've never seen it, so I don't know. I might disagree with you if I watch it.
Yeah, we should do a movie night sometime.
I'm down with that.
Yeah, me too.
All right.
But I'm just glad that this guy is willing to admit that the movie's not perfect. Because a lot of people that defend this movie are like, no, it's the best thing ever, and you just didn't like it because you're a sexist, racist, misogynist pig.
Yeah,
that's the general argument for people who like this movie, is if you didn't, it's because you're a bad person. No, I'm serious, dude. I've seen so many of these video reviews for The Last Jedi.
I feel you, because that's why I don't watch them, because it's like, you're telling me because I don't like this movie that I'm a bigot and a jerk. Okay, cool. I guess I won't talk to you because I see where you stand with a non-open mind.
Dude, I mean, I would talk to these people if they would, if that was an option. I don't think it is, because we're nobodies.
Hold on. Like Farrell said last night, the person that we were watching the video of was very close-minded and obviously would not have his mind changed at all, even with you giving proper argumentation.
Oh, you're talking about Cosmo?
Yeah.
Cosmonaut? Yeah, no, I think you're right. And I have a feeling most of these people are probably that way.
Like a lot of these people, oh my goodness, there we go. A lot of these people, like I would love to have debates with, but they're so set in like their ways. And don't get me wrong, I'm an opinionated person as well. But it's
Yeah, me
like
too.
I still am willing to at least hear your side, and like so therefore we can discuss it. But it's like when you give me a video essay like this, where I'm like, all you're doing is lumping everybody who didn't like it, and like he's like it's not for the people who didn't like it because it's not a perfect cinema or whatever movie. It's like, yeah, but you're just saying those people are just the people who go to watch movies and judge them on the way they're directed, the way they're filmed, the way they're this, that, and the other. It's like, no.
I think it's different. I think what he's saying is that the kind of people that didn't like this go in intentionally not wanting to like it. I think that's what he's trying to say.
No, what I'm saying is like, he said that about the people. He's like, it's not a perfect cinema film, so he's like, it's not for those people. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's fine. But the people who like Star Wars, which he's like, the reason you didn't like it was because of this. And it's like, what? No.
Dude, I'm pretty sure the argument he was just making, because I'll give him the fact that I'm glad he said it wasn't a perfect movie, but maybe I'm wrong, but it sounded like the argumentation he was actually making was the only people that don't like this movie are contrarians. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I misheard him. Maybe I'm ascribing motive because I'm biased and mad.
I mean, I don't know. We could go back a little bit and do it, but I'm not even going along that. I was just literally saying, like, his argument is like because to me the way it sounded like was his argument is anyone who came to watch it because they like Star Wars and then left angry. The reason you left angry was because whatever he's about to tell us.
Oh, because it's not perfect and it wasn't made for you. That kind of a thing. Where it's you didn't like it because this film wasn't for you. It's space wizards made for children.
That's
my God.
argumentation, though.
I think we're going down that road. I think Jim, I think you're right. I think we're going down that road. You didn't like it because it wasn't for you.
Oh man, it's gonna be interesting. I'm excited to see you guys' roller coaster here because I just want a roller coaster watching it.
No, I'm not gonna say it anymore. You already know what I was gonna say. I'm not gonna say it anymore. I've said it multiple times. I've said it every time we're about to push play, so I'm not gonna say it anymore.
No, we're talking about the subset of mostly male superfans who felt betrayed
that's us.
And personally disrespected by.
He's talking about us, you guys.
Anything else?
The objections from that particular group are wide-ranging.
The two were accompanied by a girl.
But they often involve an obsessive level of scrutiny when it comes to female characters.
What?
On the more extreme end of the spectrum, fan complaints have a tendency to devolve into wild conspiracy theories about the Disney.
What?
You bring up something and you haven't even touched on it, and then you're going to continue saying they're conspiracy theories?
Dude, my issue with that was that he went down this road of like where I was like, it felt like he was essentially extending an olive branch, being like, now the arguments that people bring up that don't like it, it's a wide variety. But then he started getting a little bit weird with the whole like, but it's a unrealistic level of scrutiny, like it's a too much scrutiny. And then he literally dropped the sexist bomb.
Yeah.
Like, why?
No Star Wars fan has an objection to strong female characters in the stories. We love the strong female characters. We love Mara Jade. We love Leia. We love Padme. We love Jaina.
Ahsoka. Dude, freaking Ahsoka.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Austin, if you remember when I was talking to you when not this movie, but when the new series was coming out, I was like, dude, do you think they're gonna have Mara Jade in there? Because oh my god, I would absolutely love to see Mara Jade.
Right.
Like,
yeah. Exactly.
About, like it being sexist, it's like, dude, most males that like Star Wars, like, because he said the subsect of super males that like Star Wars, right? So
yeah.
It's like the males that like Star Wars that kept going with the books and stuff like that. I don't know how many freaking fan theories and like weird obsessions with Mara Jade I have seen over the course of my life. Where it's like,
So many fans wanted to see Mara Jade because of what we saw in the comics and in the books. Mara Jade was a badass.
She was a freaking pimp. I was like, oh my god, give me Mara Jade, because she's like, oh my god, she's such a good character. Okay, sorry, nerd moment.
So I can sum up how fans feel about characters like Mara Jade, like Ahsoka, like Padme. I can sum it up real quick with a clip.
We want more. We need more.
You just don't need Mary Sue's.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, what? Go on.
I was just gonna say, that's exactly right. Like, we need and we want more characters that are strong female characters that can stand up and be amazing without them being amazing for no reason. They need to have a hero arc. Like, the biggest problem with these female characters in the new series is they have no hero arc. Like, we don't see Rey go through the hero's journey. Like, she is powerful and just runs with it. And then Leia, we already know Leia's story, so that's fine. You can make Leia be whatever. I honestly could have cared less about Leia throughout this, since they didn't make her the main character, so I was just like, whatever. And then Holdor, or whatever her name is, and Rose. It's like, who are these two random people that, for some reason, have very strong convictions, which don't seem to make sense because we never saw why they have their convictions. Like, you could say Rose, we saw her conviction because her sister died, but like, then we never saw anything come from that. Like, her sister died, she cried, and now she's somehow just didn't go through depression, grief, or anything like that, anger. She was just like, now I'm going to fight for the rebel cause even more. And it's like,
yeah, well, you know, it's because they're both poorly written. It's literally that simple. They were introduced in one movie and then thrown out at the end of it, and it's like, well, that was pointless.
Yeah,
like they're both just pointless characters, and that's the only reason I don't like them, is that they're pointless characters that weren't established before this movie, and then don't matter after this movie.
Now, if you can introduce a character that isn't established,
yeah,
you can easily do that. Lando is a good example.
Exactly.
Lando was mentioned offhanded as, I know a guy, and we meet him, and he's automatically charismatic.
Yeah, we like Lando.
The situation and just schmoozing up to everybody.
And then a freaking scumbag that turns them into the Empire. But he redeems himself in the next movie because of the fact that he's on their side, and he's there, and he destroys the Death Star, and he does a bunch of really good stuff. Because, like you said, charismatic. So we love him from the moment we meet him. Then we don't know how to feel about him because of the fact that he turns them into the Empire. He gives a good reason where it's like, dude, I'm just trying to save my city. You know, and then in the next movie, he's a good guy and like fully committed to the fight. And it's like, oh, well, we love him. And like, he's super memorable.
Lando had a character arc.
Yeah, exactly.
The thing is, like, these characters that everyone's like, well, the males hate them because they're sexist.
Oh, no, wait, we praised a man.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, we hate these characters, not the females because of who they are, but because there was nothing to them. They were as much as everyone complains about all the prequels, that they're all one-note characters. The females in this are one-note characters. Like, all the males actually have a lot going on with them, but they're crap. They're crap characters.
Yeah,
like, they turn them into crap characters.
I mean, heck, I started out before this video praising Leia.
Yeah,
Leia's one of my favorite characters in the series, and she's a strong woman.
And as a red-blooded American male, if I get an option in a video game to play as a woman, I play as a woman.
Yeah, same.
I want more women.
So what you're saying is, whenever you play Mass Effect, you play femship.
Yeah. Yeah, any game. Any game that has the option for me to play as a female protagonist, I take that option. Like, I would rather play as a woman. So, like, with that being said, my point is where he's like, oh, it's because women or whatever. I'm in the boat, and I think a lot of guys are in that boat, that we're totally down for more female-led stories, as long as they're compelling, like as long as they're good, like well written, and not just Mary Sue's, like you were saying earlier. Like, We want good characters, not Mary Sue's. And we don't want Gary Stews either. Gary Stews are boring.
And Luke is not one.
No, neither is
Remember
Anakin.
that?
Who? What?
The old TV show Xena.
Oh, Xena
yeah.
Warrior Princess?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which was extremely super successful in the 90s. Yeah.
Yeah,
You know?
that was an amazing show. Like I watched it.
And I
Broke
used to
records.
watch that every day after school.
One of the best
Yeah,
shows
like-
ever made. Yeah. Yeah,
Like,
that's a thing.
That's the thing. Is like trying to call all of the guys who don't like Star Wars and call them sexist. It's like a lot of us watched a lot of strong female characters, and so when
Yeah,
you show
what about-
a character which is
if
not,
we're
it's like,
doing
why?
TV shows, what about Alias? Alias was made by J.J. Abrams, if memory
Yeah.
serves right. And that was a huge success.
I don't
until
remember Alias.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a spy action thriller starring a female, and it was extremely popular in the early 2000s.
What about Powerpuff Girls? That was marketed towards women, towards young girls, but young boys.
I know
loved the
plenty
show
of
too.
guys. Yeah, I know plenty of guys who love that show. Yeah.
Dude, I'm one of those guys who loves that show. I love the Powerpuff Girls. Amazing
I
show.
never really got into it.
It has good character writing, is the thing.
But I remember seeing a few episodes, and I did enjoy the episodes I watched. I just never became like, oh, it's on TV, I gotta watch it. And just that didn't really ever happen.
That's the thing. It's like trying to call all the males that watch Star Wars. Because again, as I said, I'm generalizing that there's plenty of males that like Star Wars that didn't
like women.
Yes, that like women and like strong female characters.
Yeah, shocker. It turns out guys like girls. Statistically speaking.
Shocker, guys like strong women. No, but think about it. It's like it's even ingrained in us, like genetically, that we seek out someone who's like our mother or like our whoever is the strongest woman. Because I think it's technically whoever is the strongest woman in our lives.
Yeah, exactly. The most impactful, the one who's the alpha female. We strive after an alpha female. Yeah.
And it's like, well, if that's the case, then how? Like, because
That's some deep psychology right there that you're talking about, though. This pseudo intellectual doesn't know that.
And we're not even 2.5 minutes in.
No, because this video sucks. Oh, I said I wasn't going to say that anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, one last thing before we hit play. No, Jam, sorry, you go. Sorry.
Oh, I said that's all I'm getting at. Is that males like strong females. That's the thing.
Yeah, so the one last thing I want to say before we start is he shouldn't have all of a sudden just made the huge statement that the reason the fans that didn't like this is because they like male characters and they don't like strong female characters. Like, that is just completely inaccurate. Okay? I have yet to meet a sexist, like an actual sexist who thinks women suck and that men are better at everything, and all that stuff.
I'll give you that. I have yet to meet an actual sexist. I've heard of them.
I have met two racists,
and I've seen videos for them.
I've met two racists. I haven't met a sexist yet, and I've met over 5,000 people in my life easily.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that statistic is really low because I have easily met 5,000 people.
So here's the fun thing. I've been around the world. I've met a lot of racists that are not in America.
Well, yeah, no, there's a lot of racism in other countries. America is actually like the least racist. America and England.
Yeah.
Papa Bear. Papa Bear and us, we have a lot of the same fundamentals.
If people actually went outside the U.S. and saw how the rest of the world was, people would respect America a lot more because they don't know how good they have it.
Oh, dude, absolutely. Like whenever I was younger, I didn't understand why any of my family liked America. None of it made sense whenever I was a kid. And then as I've gotten older and gone more places and learned more about cultures around the world, I'm like, oh, I get it. Yeah, America is the best. We're totally the best. Everywhere else sucks compared to us. And it just comes from ignorance being stripping away from me.
Like my buddy Freedom. My buddy Freedom has a job that he's going to go do in Japan. He's going to be there for a few years. And he's like, did you know they don't have central heating and air? And I'm
Nope.
like, yeah, they don't. They also don't have,
Most of Europe doesn't.
they also don't have, what is it? Normal toilets. Sometimes you'll go to a
Right.
place and they have holes in the ground
Yeah.
that has running water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
he's
exactly.
like-
No, we have it super cush. We've lived an extremely cushy life, and when you're spoiled, there's actually a word for it. I'll look it back up. There's a word for the fact that like whenever you have such a simple life, you start creating problems out of nothing because
Whenever you become
evolution
complacent.
dictates. Yeah, evolution dictates that we should always be struggling and have something to fight and overcome. And whenever you're living in a society that has nothing really to fight and overcome, you have to create things. Like it's just a mental state that you put yourself in.
It's like the old adage: good times create weak men.
It's a good
Weak
saying.
men
yeah.
create bad times. Bad times create strong men. Strong men create good times.
Mm-hmm. And it makes the cycle. And like right now we're in those good times and we've got a lot of weak men.
That are
Whole
creating bad
lot of
times
weak
for
men.
everyone.
Uh-huh. Yep, and we're just gonna have to go through the cycle. Because like think about how long it's been since the last World War, and that was
80
since
years.
the last Great Depression. It's like
I have
there's
so
been
many
so much.
questions for you guys. Oh
Yeah.
my god, that sentence. Okay, so because this, I don't want to say quantify anything, but it's just curiosity, I guess. What constitutes as a weak man? Because this kind of hits on the subject of about the male heroes, right? Our expectation of male heroes. What qualifies as a weak man?
Somebody that doesn't uphold virtues such as temperance, perseverance, courage, or prudence.
I'm going to have to agree with you entirely. And the only thing I would add is that they also don't stand against tyranny and actually fight willing to sacrifice, self-sacrifice. That'd be the
So
only thing I add to that.
basically-
Because like what you were saying, 100%, and then just someone who's also willing to endure hardship and self-sacrifice in order to stand for what they believe in.
So then let me throw a wrench your guys' way with all that. So because a lot of our generation will say that we're misogynist, but would you guys consider a male who's emotional to be a weak man?
It depends on how he handles his emotions. He can express emotion, but if he allows it to control his actions, then yes, he is a weak man.
That's a beautiful answer. Okay.
What about you, Austin?
Oh, I'm going to agree with what you said, and I think the only thing I would add is it depends on the circumstances. Because like to use something that I've been through, if you're with a group of people and your car breaks down the side of the road, there's no time for emotion and for freaking out about it. You have to handle the situation. You can reflect upon it and say, "Well, I was freaking out, man. Like I was really scared back there." But in the moment, especially if you're in a car full of people who are panicking at the fact that the cars broke down in the middle of the desert, there's no
Someone
time.
needs to take charge. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no time for emotion.
And somebody has to step
There's
up.
no answers. Yeah, there's no answers being given by being emotional about the situation. You just have to handle it. Then, like I said, you can, after the problem's solved and everyone's safe again, back on the road, traveling to their destination, not in the middle of the desert, you can then be like, guys, man, I was freaking out back there. I'm glad we got out of that. That's fine. So I would say that the being emotional is circumstantial.
Okay.
So basically,
Like
to add
you
on-
shouldn't cry after you have sex. I'm just.
I just want to say, I want to say something about the car being broke down. If other people are being emotional, but you're the one to step up and be like, "Hey, we do this, 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 and this to get us out of this situation," then we can start complaining about it later. You're the one to take charge. You're the one being, what what's the word I'm looking for? Um, is it prudent? Basically, you're weighing the pros and cons of the situation without allowing your emotions to overwhelm you and allow you to think like your friends are that are panicking. You basically become stoic.
Okay. All right. So then, to bring it full circle to my answer or to my question fully, then all of the things that you guys have determined would be a strong male. And let's give the car situation the way you guys see it. That means even a female can do the exact same thing.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Okay.
That would be a strong female protagonist.
Okay. See, that's where I'm like, I don't understand how people are like, because I was just asking because we were discussing sexism and being sexist. So it's like, okay, then I'm going to ask your definition of a strong male, and then can a female do that exact same thing, and we would all still be fine with that, right? Because I know I would.
Yeah, exactly. That's where you get Ripley, and that's where you get what's the chicken Terminator? Sarah Connor.
Yeah,
Sarah Connor and Ripley. That's where you get them. Is that harsh, cruel situations that normally a weak human would panic and break down to emotion, but instead they step up to overcome the challenge, and then when it comes time to reflect after the situation's been done, they're overcome with emotion. You know, after Ripley kills the alien and is getting in the life pod and actually like escaping, she's like overwhelmed with the fact that everyone's dead, which is a normal human response. But when the alien is attacking her, she sets that aside to deal with the problem at hand. That's a strong character, whether it's a man or a woman.
Wait, was it on here with you guys that somebody went over aliens and said that it was misogynistic?
Oh God, no, I don't think so. I really don't think so. If it,
that video, the video we watched.
Which one?
Yeah, it was.
Oh yeah, the Halo video. Holy crap, you're right. The Halo video. No, it wasn't. That it was misogyny. It was fascist. His whole thing was.
Remember, it was about the Hispanic woman. I can't remember her name right now.
Oh yeah.
And
she's one of the best characters. Holy crap, she's one of the best characters.
Yeah, because he was talking about the fact that it's like all the males made fun of or were being sexist, and she gave it back. But the way he used it was like
Sanchez.
They did this.
Yeah, it was Sanchez.
It's Sanchez. I forget her first name, but it's Sanchez. It's like Corporal Sanchez or something. Yeah, and she's like a badass. Like from the moment you meet her. Oh right, because I think didn't they even show the clip in the Halo video where it's like, hey, has anybody ever mistaken you for a woman? And then she responds with, I don't know, has anybody mistaken you for a woman? And it's like, oh my God, what a line. Like, that's so good. Yeah, she's awesome.
She said, has anyone mistaken you for a man?
Yeah, you're right, because you're right. That's even better. Has anybody ever mistaken you for a man? I don't know. Has anybody? What about you? Like, yeah, so good. Yeah, that's even better. You're right. Yeah, it was totally a man. Yeah, dude, she's great. She's one of the best parts of Aliens. But hey, I sent you a video that was the word I was looking for, which basically the song describes it, and it's basically that when there is no real problems, your brain just makes problems. And so I sent you a little song. If you don't have to play it, but it has the word that I was thinking of. Yeah.
Speaking of a song, man, I wish I would have remembered. I should have sent you a song for this video. I sent it to Austin a couple days ago, or maybe last week.
Oh, dude, the Kylo Ren song. It was so good. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh, we should play that as the outro, like whenever we're done and we're all saying bye.
I'll find it and I'll send it to you.
All right. But
yeah,
we've been rambling on for about 20 minutes here.
Yeah, okay. Let's watch the rest of the video.
The corporation pushing an agenda of forced diversity or
yes.
Oh, he's talking about the conspiracies. He yeah, I just remembered. He said the thing about the females, the people that don't like it is because of female characters, and then
it's about forced diversity.
It leads into conspiracies about forced diversity. Yeah.
Or feminist propaganda.
Feminist propaganda.
But there is a common thread running through much of the backlash that speaks to an underlying anxiety. An anxiety rooted in deep-seated insecurities about masculinity. Let me briefly explain what I mean by that. Leading men in action-adventure movies are expected to be decisive,
that was a bad movie,
righteous, respected, and to take charge in most situations. Men are expected to achieve success by becoming progressively more and more powerful as the story unfolds.
I
This
don't
expectation
think
is part of
so,
a
but I
long-running
guess.
tradition in Hollywood. And the formula is so entrenched in mass media that many fans feel aggressively entitled to seeing that particular version of manhood reproduced on the big screen. But as The Last Jedi begins, it quickly becomes apparent that this movie isn't interested in catering to a simple vicarious power fantasy. All three male heroes are presented as vulnerable in their fallibility, with each displaying their own set of rather significant character flaws and inadequacies.
I disagree.
Yeah, no, they definitely have insecurities, but it's not because they developed them naturally. It's because it was forced upon their character because the writers dictated so.
Yeah, I would also argue that aside from Luke, because Luke definitely has character flaws and all sorts of garbage, and that's like even earlier whenever he was like, Finn, he's this character, Poe, he's that character, and Luke is this character. I disagreed entirely with both Poe and Finn, but when it came to Luke, I'm like, yeah, you're right, that's the character he is in the movie because it sucks. It's a sucky character and terrible writing. And so even in this situation where he's saying character flaws, I have to disagree with Poe and Finn. I don't really think they have character flaws. I think that the audience misinterprets what they did because other characters in the movie assert flaws on them that they don't actually have. And Luke being the only exception. Luke is literally terrible the entire time, and everything he said is correct about Luke.
From the moment that he threw the lightsaber over his shoulder.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Honestly,
because I can't defend Luke's character. There's no defense for Luke's character.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say honestly, I'm okay with characters having character flaws. I think that's an important aspect of characters. Like they need to have character flaws. But when it is forced and it's pushed upon a character by another character, so like they were trying to do the writing aspect of where like someone points out your flaws, right? They were just like, yeah, so we're gonna have another character point out these guys' flaws. It's like, but those weren't initial flaws to begin with. It's like how just because you see it differently doesn't mean it's a flaw. You know what I'm saying? Because the real biggest difference, at least for Poe, is that he just didn't agree with the choices that were being made. That doesn't make it a flaw. That means he was opinionated.
Yeah, and
I'll agree with you on that.
Hold on. Thing is, I have experience with this. If you are given an order that has no backing to it, that is not explained to you, you don't have to follow that order because they have to explain in detail why they are giving you that order. Otherwise, it is an unlawful order.
Right. No, a lot of people have the problem and they think that the military works a particular way because that's how we've seen it in movies and everything else. And it's like, that's not exactly how the military works. There are aspects in movies that they totally get right. But for the most part, it's a dramatization of what is actually taking place.
Yes, exactly. What Cyric is saying and what you're saying is, yes, exactly correct. Where in the actual military, if you're given an unlawful order, it would actually be wrong to follow it. But in movies, they've always portrayed the chain of command is always correct. You always listen to superior officer's
And if you
commands.
snap back, you get thrown to the brig, or you get whatever.
Right.
It's like,
No.
but that's not how
It's
that
like, but
works.
that's yeah, exactly.
No, because if I were to list, like, if my commanding officer had told me, "Hey, ignore the PPE and get this fixed because we need the system up right now," I could easily just tell him, "No, sir, I cannot do that. I have to
Right.
put on the PPE. I have to ensure that my safety is taken care of for me to do this properly. Otherwise, you not only lose me, but the system as well."
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Now,
and see,
you know, granted, you could be given that order and then just follow it, and things could be fine. But that doesn't make it a lawful order. That's still an unlawful order that just happened to be followed.
And that's the thing, is if the order
And then
is followed,
technically everybody would be in trouble at that point, right? Like
Yes,
Exactly what I was
everybody
saying.
would be in trouble.
everybody would be in trouble.
If you follow that order, and then immediately the whole platoon gets in trouble for it.
Yes, because if I had followed that order, the commanding officer, the executive officer, my divisional officer, my chief, my first class, my second class, and myself would all be going to see the fleet commander.
You'd all be going to JAG.
Yes, we would all be going to JAG because we followed an unlawful order given to us by the commanding officer.
Yep.
JAG.
Their job is to follow what's actually being told, and not. And if they have a better solution, you can go up the chain of command and be like, "I was thinking this." And if their suggestion is not if their suggestion is not accepted, that's a different story entirely. But if they just give you that order, to be like, "Ignore what's going on here. We're going to do this instead," like, you don't follow that command because you will get in a lot of trouble. Like, okay, since we're talking about Star Wars, one of my favorite characters is Thrawn, right?
Yeah.
He totally breaks chain of commands all the time, breaks the rules, and he gets promotions for it. That is not how the military works.
That's true as well.
Like,
it really does
most
depend.
of the time.
Yes,
Most of the
Tyrek's
time it
right.
doesn't work that way.
Right.
Sometimes, say, like World War II was real big about field promotions.
Yeah.
If you had disobeyed an order, such as, "Hey, go out into that field and get shot at," and you ignore that, and the person who is commanding your squad gets shot, and you're supposedly the next in the line to pick up that rank, you pick up that rank because you weren't stupid enough to go out into that field and get shot at.
Right, and I think you would also potentially have situations, I could be wrong about this, but that your CO says, "Go out in that field and get shot," and you're like, "Well, that's a stupid order." Obviously, you don't say it to their face, but you say, yes, sir," and then the group of people you're supposed to take out in that field to get shot, you say, "Hey, how about instead we go stand over there by those trees, and when they walk into the field, we'll throw grenades at them," and then it works and you win the battle. That's another situation. They pat on the back. You did a great job. You know?
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, by the way, we didn't listen to you because you were dumb.
This actually reminded me of something that happened to one of my friends. He was told by the it was the 3MC, which is the maintenance chief. So the one that comes in and makes sure that you're doing your preventative maintenance and your corrective maintenance properly. The 3MC told him to ignore tagging out his system and just swap out a fuse. And he said, "Respectfully, Chief, fuck you," and immediately went up to mast. Because he was more willing to follow the safety precautions of
protocol,
tagging everything out. Yeah, protocol.
I'll follow the
tagging
protocol.
everything out, rather than risking damaging government equipment and himself in handling electrical systems that are still on and not turned off from the main line.
Yeah, I think that was a good call.
But he still went up to mast, and then he explained himself, and the 3MC got demoted.
Oh wow, yeah. And to relate that to Star Wars, it's kind of like your commanding officer sends you out to do a bombing run on a fleet destroyer. Colloquially called a fleet destroyer because of the powerful armament that the vehicle has. And so you're going out to do that, and then once you're over halfway there, I'll say like 3/4 of the way there, your commanding officer says actually you should just retreat, and you well know that all of the bombers you've sent out are going to get destroyed on their way back, and they're going to get destroyed on their way there, whether they drop their payload or not. So all of these people are dead one way or the other. And so you say, no, Commander, I'm going to destroy this thing, and then successfully destroy the most powerful enemy ship. That's a good situation to disobey orders, even if your commanding officer slaps you and says you did a bad job.
Yeah.
And that you're demoted. Like that's one of the situations where it doesn't matter. You did the right thing. All these people are going to die. So at least save everybody else.
So I'm going to go back to a World War II story because I just want to get this known and have people actually look into it. There is a book called The Last Stand of the Tin Can Sailors. It is a phenomenal book. And it is about a group of United States sailors that were on ships that didn't have their own armament to deal with aircraft or torpedoes or such as that.
That sucks.
So they were basically in tin cans. They didn't have a way to defend themselves. But what they did was, in order for the fleet that they were with, because they were basically supply ships for these other ships that they were out with, in order for the ships that had the armaments and the manpower to fight back in the Pacific theater, what they did was they built a barrier from the Japanese ships, and for 17 hours got bombarded by this Japanese fleet, and they all perished. But they were able to maneuver and allow the other ships to get away while holding off the Japanese fleet.
What do you mean by built up barrier?
Basically, they built a wall with their ships. So what they would do would be they would spread out over a period of certain miles, and as the Japanese fleet was coming in, they would see them and start to close in and try and steer the Japanese fleet off course.
Oh, okay, to like avoid being.
Time.
So basically, they would attempt to ram ships just to get them to drive off course.
Yes.
Okay, that's
It's
crazy.
a really,
Those
really
guys are
good
insane.
book.
They all died?
Yes.
Yeah,
All
it
of them
makes sense.
perished.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. But holy crap, is that like extremely brave? Like
That's why they're called. That's why the book's called The Last Stand of the Tin Can Sailors.
Yeah, they're courageous. That is a courageous group of men.
Yeah, I've actually heard of that. Oh. I didn't know there was a book for it, though.
Yes. There's a book about it, and I just want it known because, to me, that is a proper sailing story. You don't have the armaments, but you're going to be able to help the fleet out by deterring the enemy.
To me, that totally lines up with what I was talking about as a Star Wars reference of like, yeah, you're gonna die one way or the other, so you better make yourself useful. Like go out with a bang, go out remembered for your heroism.
Okay, wait, no. Actually, I will kind of disagree on that point. Because I do think, like, where the tin can, you said? Tin? I want to say tin.
Tin Can Sailors.
Tin Can Sailors, they did it because that was their order and they believed in what they needed to do.
No, that was not their order.
Yeah, I was
That
about
wasn't
to
an order?
disagree with you.
That was not an order. That is a strategy that they just came up with and were like, hey, these guys need to get out of here and resupply. We're out here to assist them as best we can, but the Japanese fleet is gaining on us, and they're going to try and take out the fleet that we need to protect and get supplied. So what we're going to do... And
So they kamikazed.
No, they didn't kamikaze. They held off the Japanese fleet without kamikazing. They
By
tried to ram a
kamikazing.
couple of them. They tried to ram a couple of them, but they didn't kamikaze.
Well, either way, what I'm getting at is the only reason I was disagreeing with you, Austin, on this point is because like what they did was a form of heroism, but they didn't do it like because your wording was if you gotta to be heroic and go out and at least be remembered. It's like you should never go out and be heroic and do that for that sake ever. You should
No,
do
of
it
course
because you
not.
believe it's right. And so
No,
like,
of course
the thought
not.
process
Yeah.
should never be along the lines of being heroic for heroic's sake.
No, the greatest heroes don't have the thought process of I'm gonna be a hero. The thought process is I'm gonna save my friends. I'm gonna save the people I love.
And that's
Exactly.
always sorry, you use the word heroism to try to be heroic. I was like, no, that should never be because that's the thing. Is
I
like,
apologize. You're right, James. You're right,
The
James
greatest
Sully.
heroes are definitely the ones that are just heroes because they felt it was right.
Yep, you're absolutely right. I apologize for the way I worded it.
But
I
yeah,
should have
that-
worded it better. You're right.
But yeah, no, I do want to read that now. Okay, so you're gonna have to send me that text, Cyrex, just so I'm aware, because I would love to read that book.
Can we finish this dumb video?
Yes.
Yes.
Please.
Now, flawed heroes, in and of themselves, aren't all that unusual in speculative fiction. In fact, failure, and then learning to overcome that failure...
Hold on, what is speculative fiction?
That's a good. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, what does that even mean? Oh, I'm gonna Google it.
I'm ahead of you on that.
I'm actually not entirely positive what a speculative fiction is.
It's a broad category of fiction encompassing genres with elements that don't exist in reality, recorded history, nature, or the present universe.
Isn't that just fiction?
Yeah.
You know what? No. You know what? Maybe fiction is too broad of a term then.
No. The genres under this umbrella category include, but are not limited to, science fiction, fantasy, horror, superhero fiction, alternate history, utopian and dystopian fiction, and supernatural fiction, as well as a combination of all of them.
Okay, so it's a broad spectrum then. It really is just like a broad term fiction.
So, fiction.
Yeah, it's just fiction. Why didn't you just say fiction?
He's got to sound...
Pseudo-intellectual.
He sounds smart. His audience base will actually feel like they are also smart and really, really subscribe to what he's talking about. Okay, I get it.
Oh my god.
Let's continue.
Is there unspeculative fiction then?
I've been curious about that.
Unspeculative fiction. If speculative fiction essentially encompasses almost every single version of fiction, unspeculative fiction. You know, the fiction that's real. Non-fiction. That's unspeculative fiction, right?
Right.
Non-fiction. No, because that would be speculative non-fiction. Because even non-fiction has a little bit of like, well, we don't really know, but we're going to go ahead and write this part too, because it was unaccounted for. So we're indulging.
So everything is speculative fiction. There is no.
It sounds good. It sounds good when you're trying to convince your audience that you're really smart and they should listen to you. It just sounds so good.
It sounds like a postmodernist term.
Probably. Look, we're 4 minutes into this, and obviously this guy knows more about Star Wars and writing than we do. So,
I mean, yeah, we had to look up a word that he said.
right? Yeah, exactly. He's clearly
And it
smarter.
just means fiction. It literally is just fiction.
No.
I was thinking when he said it, I was just like, I don't entirely know what speculative fiction is, but okay.
You're wrong. Nope. It's speculative fiction. It's not just fiction.
Oh my god.
It's different. It's smarter. It's smarter. Speculative fiction's smarter. It's for intelligent people. Fiction is what the peons read. Speculative fiction is what the intellectuals read.
Just when I think you've said the stupidest thing ever, you keep talking.
I think this guy. I bet this guy's an academic. That I bet like.
Right.
I bet when we get to the end of this, it's gonna be like, doing like that outro speech to his Patreon.
Is that why he's speaking
people?
The way he does?
Dude, for sure.
Academics always talk like, so now I will tell you about blah blah blah.
I'm
And
speculating
I won't use my normal
fact,
voice,
but
so I'm just going to speak some random words in a certain order with this tone of voice and this inflection because it doesn't sound smart.
Apparently,
I
there's
don't understand why
speculative
people talk like
nonfiction
that.
as well.
Good.
How do you speculate on nonfiction?
That's what I just told you how. Where it's like it's nonfiction. We know this much about the thing, but we have to fill the gaps. So we're going to speculate on what the gaps could be in order to fill it in. That would be speculative nonfiction.
I hate it here.
So it essentially just means that there's fiction inside of nonfiction, which is something I think we're all aware of.
Boys, it is the weekend. I hope you all have a drink.
Oh yeah. I've got a drink. I'm almost done with it though, and I don't know what I'm going to do after that because I did not expect to only be 4 minutes into this video.
I totally have a drink.
I don't have any more drinks. I have a drink, and I'm now regretting only having one drink because this is taking ages to get through.
It'll be fine.
It's a manifesto, guys. Speculative nonfiction.
It's a manifesto. Oh god.
Oh jeez. Let's just keep going. This pseudo intellectual just wants to show us how much of an academic he really is.
Okay, let's continue.
Here is just the standard recipe for structuring a basic character arc. I'd argue the intense fan hate surrounding The Last Jedi has a lot more to do with the fact that the male heroes in this movie are directly challenged on their failures by women.
Oh no!
What?
This is not
women challenge them
to space cowboys.
That scene made no fucking sense. That scene made no sense at all.
Are we talking about in the grand scheme of the movie, or are we talking about what he's doing?
Like, the grand scheme of the movie. How are you not going to tell this man your entire plan? Because if you told him, he probably would have gone along with it.
Because it's not a soldier's job to ask questions. You're just to obey.
Oh my god, it is a soldier's job to ask questions. They tell you in training every fucking year. If you have a question about the orders that you are given, please ask them. That way you understand the mission that you're supposed to accomplish.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Right?
I understand that.
You ask questions so you know what you're doing. Because sometimes you're like, you told me the order, but I don't know what that means for me in this role. Like, what exactly are we supposed to be doing? So therefore I know and I can be in sync with my group that's doing whatever. Like,
okay, look, both of you are wrong. All right? That's simple. You're wrong. Okay, the moral of this movie is you shouldn't think for yourself and you should always respect the command structure, right?
Especially if it's a woman. If the definitely don't ask questions if you're a male, okay?
Especially if it's a woman. You're absolutely right. That's what this because it turns out the rebels are actually just like fascists or something. And there's no free thinking allowed.
Hold on.
Oh, there it goes. Yep. My brain stopped.
That was good. But hold on, there was something else I was going to say though besides that, which is the scene. Okay, so the scene that we just showed of
Leia
Poe
coming in and shooting Poe.
Right. So to put that back in context, because I know it's been a while since we've seen this movie, that is after Poe has staged a. It's not called a coup, technically, right? What's it called whenever you're taking command from the commanding officer?
A coup.
It's not a coup. There's another name for it, though. A coup is when you're overthrowing the government. It's because you're going to throw the captain in the brig, right? And the next mutiny. Yeah, he's doing a mutiny, right? So he's doing a mutiny against the commanding officer because Holdo won't answer any questions because for some reason she's an idiot that won't answer questions to her subordinates because the moral of the movie is you shouldn't ask questions. You should just obey orders. And then Leia just comes back from the dead to shoot him because he's wrong, because he shouldn't ask questions.
You think you just blow that door?
Well, no, she walked through the door, then she blew Poe
the door
back.
blew up. Who blew up that door? Like if you
No.
blew up.
No.
More to do with the fact that the male
That's
heroes
a different
of this
scene.
movie are directly challenged on their failure.
Oh, it's the same scene.
No, go back just a little bit more because he shows there's more to that.
Standard recipe for structuring a basic character arc. I don't
know. Yeah.
Leia blew the door up.
That's what he says.
Yeah, Leia blows the door up to be like, Poe, I'm shooting you because you're causing a mutiny because your commanding officer won't answer questions.
That should be answered.
I don't remember that scene, but that is even more crazy than I thought it was. Like him. Okay, so she comes out of space using the Force, and then she blows open a door.
Well, remember, she flew back in from space. She got put in the emergency room. Holdo takes command because apparently she's next in charge instead of Akbar. Then, at this point in the movie, Poe has repeatedly asked, "Is there a plan? Please tell us that there's a plan." And Holdo's refused to even say yes. There's a plan. She won't even say yes. There's a plan. She just says, "Follow my orders." Won't even just say, yeah, I have a plan, dude. I have a plan. It's all good. Just trust me. Doesn't even say that. Just like the sun, you have to believe in it even when it sets, that it'll rise again. And it's like, what sort of like dumb metaphor are you giving? Tell me there's a plan. Like that's all I'm asking because it looks like we're all dying.
Hold on. I have another clip. I have another clip that explains the thought process of the resistance.
Wrong thinking is punishable. Right thinking will be as quickly rewarded.
Yeah. But right thinking in that sense is don't think.
Yeah. Don't ask questions. Just do what I tell you.
Okay.
Even if it makes no sense.
This is off topic of the political level that we're at right now. So that's
it's not even political. It's hey, give me the order, please.
We're literally talking about the movie.
Well, I say political level because like it feels very political when it comes to this movie.
No, it's proper instruction. It's not political at all. It's proper instruction of handling a job that you are given.
Well, it's political in the sense that the movie is definitely pushing for fascism.
Either way, though, my question is, that door slid, right? That was a sliding door.
That exploded into chunks.
She exploded it with the Force. Why have Jedis been stabbing, and even since, been stabbing doors so they can just blow it up?
Yeah, because Leia is stronger than every Jedi we've ever met. She's actually stronger than Anakin.
No.
Yes.
Remember. Oh wait, no. She is the strongest until she dies, and then Rey becomes the strongest because she is all the Jedi.
Yeah, she's every Jedi. Yeah.
She is all the Jedi.
And Palpatine's all of the Siths.
God, it's stupid.
It's so
Wait,
dumb. I know it's so freaking dumb. This is the
does
worst
that
movie
mean-
ever.
Does that mean
Movie ever.
Does that mean Kylo Ren was a part of Palpatine or part of Rey?
Palpatine. He'd be a part of Palpatine until he crawled back up alive, and then he was a Jedi.
And then he was part of what? Oh, that explains the Raylos.
Yeah, and then he died in order to save Rey.
And then he becomes part of Rey.
Yeah, and he's part of Rey. Yeah. Even though, Rey repeatedly saved people's lives, including Kylo, without there being any loss of health points or whatever. But then as soon as Kylo does it, he dies instantly.
He's like, oh god.
Instantly, yeah. Instantly
All
dead.
right. Let's move
But
forward.
okay,
Oh,
yeah.
God.
So this is a dumb scene. And wait, what was it that we stopped for? What was it the guy said?
I don't even remember.
Oh no, it was because I didn't understand the scene and I wanted understanding of it, and we got none still.
Well, the scene's bad, but the scene is that
He
Poe's
created a mutiny
asking
and Leia
questions.
shot him.
Yeah, he's asking questions, and then Leia just shows up to be like, "Stop asking questions."
Wouldn't that suck? Wouldn't that suck to ask a bunch of questions and then get shot and thrown in the break for it? That sounds like Germany, right? During Nazi time.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
Russia.
dude.
I think it reminds me more of Russia.
It reminds me. I mean, socialism and fascism are
Very
pretty
similar.
interchangeable.
Very similar, yeah. Almost identical.
All right,
A lot of people don't like to admit it, though.
No, they
We're
don't.
about
They
2
like to
hours
say
into-
one's right wing and the other's left wing. Like one, but it really they're both like identical to each other. I won't ascribe which side they are because I'll avoid the politics of it. But they're both the same side. I'll just put it that way. Socialism and fascism are on the same side.
Oh yeah. All right, well, let's go because we're almost 2 hours into this 4-minute
We got
video.
plenty of time.
Yeah.
The intense fan hate surrounding The Last Jedi has a lot more to do with the fact that the male heroes in this movie are directly challenged
Women.
on their failures by women.
That's why we paused.
This is not something that's supposed to happen to space
It's not supposed to happen.
No,
It's not supposed to happen.
Hold the fuck on.
It's not supposed to happen.
No, I can name several series that it happens where
No,
the space
no.
cowboy is challenged by a woman.
No, it's not supposed to happen.
It
all
happens,
of those. Look, anytime it's happened in the past that you can name, also was not supposed to happen, and are clearly hated by. What is he suggesting? Men's right activists or something? No, worse than that, right?
Space cowboys.
All right. Alt-right people don't like the fact that women are challenging space cowboys. What is he saying?
Alt-right. Super
What
males.
is this?
Super
Super
males.
males? Super males. The Ubermenschen. the Ubermenschen hate this. And that's probably true. That's probably true.
I can name 2 series offhand right now that the women are constantly challenging the men that are considered space cowboys, and one of them uses "See a Space Cowboy," Cowboy Bebop, and Trigun.
Oh, dude, those are
always
both.
challenged.
Those are in my top 5 best anime of all time. Trigun and Cowboy Bebop. Those are in my top 5. Those are the best
Never
of all
watched
time.
either of those.
Dude, they're so well written. We'll watch them one day.
We're doing a watch along, and we're going to have a commentary about it.
Yeah,
And
we'll watch them someday.
I'm going to edit it, and we're going to put it up on my YouTube channel, and people are going to get your experience with it.
Dude, I'm down with that because I'd love to rewatch them. Because who knows? Maybe my opinion's changed. Maybe I'll watch them again and actually not like them as much. But right now, they're both in my top 5.
Right now, there's 2 episodes that I don't like of Cowboy Bebop.
Fair. That's fair.
It's 2 out of 25. So
there's at least an episode or 2 of Trigun I don't like either, just because I feel like they didn't add to the story and they just take a little. They're almost filler.
Yeah.
So it happens.
Okay, James, real quick. Japanese or English?
Japanese.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Japanese.
Well, the only reason I was asking is because the English dub for both of those is pretty well done, especially
agree.
for Trigun and Cowboy Bebop is the top tier, but Cowboy Bebop has one character that is absolutely done well, and that is Wolfwood.
Yeah,
I'm fine with dubbed if it's done good, but man, the problem is I can't start the show in Japanese and then go to dub.
Okay.
Yeah, it's got to be one or the other, right?
So here's the thing: I'm gonna send you something that's gonna have a couple voice lines and all. That's gonna be out of context of what you're gonna see throughout the series, but I'm gonna show you the English versus Japanese comparison, and you choose.
Okay.
I'll say I watched Cowboy in Japanese and I watched Trigun in English, and I would definitely love to go back and watch them the opposite way. That would be interesting. So, since I haven't seen them the opposite way.
Okay, so you haven't seen Cowboy English?
Right. Yeah, I've only seen Cowboy Bebop in Japanese. Well, no, that's not true. I watched it in Japanese and then immediately rewatched it in English. But I don't think I finished it. I think I started it and maybe watched like 2 or 3 episodes.
Okay, so whenever we have time, we're going to do a watch along. I have a way of recording us. So whenever we can, we're definitely going to have it to where James here watches Cowboy Bebop, Cowboy Bebop and Trigun. And it's going to be from episode 1
I'd love to watch through them again.
All the way through. All right, yeah, I'm down.
Yeah, I'd definitely love to watch them again. Yeah, we definitely have to do that. Let's see what else happens in this video though, because I'm tired of this video. I've been tired of this video for I don't know, approximately something like 4 minutes and 37 seconds.
Yeah.
Something like that. I've been done with it.
It's wizards in Hollywood blockbusters.
Wizards.
Women aren't supposed to
God, I
interfere
hate that scene.
with a man's heroic journey.
Mm-hmm.
So let's dig a little deeper into the unexpected ways that men are held accountable for their behavior in each of the movie's 3 intersecting storylines.
Excuse me. How should they be held accountable whenever they're not given the information that they need, or that they are just like, you know what? This isn't for me, or I don't believe this should exist anymore.
Because they're toxic men.
Yep, it's toxic masculinity.
I'm so glad that I have some drinks with me, because this is going to lead me to drinking more.
I'm pretty sure it's really that simple. Like, seriously, I think it's that simple. That it's like, because he's made this whole argument that characters like these should not be imposed by women. So clearly, it's toxic masculinity.
Oh, no.
That's what I'm pretty sure is happening here. I could be wrong. Maybe he has an actual solid point. But so far, he's not said anything remotely accurate. Well, wait, I take that back. I think there's been 2 things I've agreed.
Yeah.
In the 5 minutes. Yeah, you too, right, Jam? Like, you and I have both agreed with him on like 2 sentences total throughout this 5 minutes.
I agreed with the Luke thing.
Yeah, I agree with the Luke thing.
That we can all agree on.
Yeah, we totally agree on the Luke thing. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, if anybody rewatches through this, maybe they'll remember more than I do. I'm pretty sure there was one other thing that he said earlier that I was like, I actually stand. Oh, no, I just remembered. It was when it came to the people that hated it. And he said I disagreed with the fact that they left. He said they left the theaters like in shock, and I disagreed with that. But then the second part is that they said they grew. Yeah, they grew to more anger, and I was like, well, I agree with that. Yeah, the anger grew the more people thought about it, because reflection, when you have
retrospective.
Yeah, exactly. And in hindsight, you realize more and more things to be mad about. But I disagree with the shock, and I think it was actually immediate upset and angry, not just shocked.
But they were upset due to the upheaval of their thought process of how male characters should be played. Austin, you should.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Oh,
because clearly this movie was a subversion of my expectations.
Oh man,
which makes it
a subversion.
It makes it instantly. That means it gets elevated and put on a pedestal as one of the greats of cinema history.
Such good
Definitely.
stuff.
Yeah, it's the best.
You know the movie.
You know,
they think that we all think like this.
Women.
Well, I was about to say that I would have loved this movie if it wasn't for the fact that women were the ones putting the men into place. Because like if you literally just changed the gender and made Holdo a guy, and Holdo, male Holdo, we'll say Akbar, right? Because I love Akbar. We all love Akbar.
You know the one that dies at the end of the movie.
Yeah, he does. But okay, so say Akbar was there instead of Holdo, right? And Akbar, or Poe came up to Akbar and said, "Well, tell me there's a plan. Tell me that there's hope." And then Akbar said, "You gotta believe in the sun, even when it sets, because it's gonna rise again." I wouldn't have any griefs at all.
Yeah, no. If a dude said that to me, I would totally agree. I understand.
Yeah,
entirely.
I'd be like, "Poe, what's your problem, man? Just follow the orders."
Yeah, stupid Poe. What's wrong with
There's
you?
a guy. It's a guy. A guy's telling you that everything's okay. Just
Yeah.
listen to him. It's a dude.
Listen to him. He's right.
He has a penis. He's clearly right.
Oh my god. If you gender swapped this whole entire movie, how much hate would have it gotten?
Oh my god, you're so right. Holy crap. If Poe was a woman and Holdo was a man, oh no, that would not fly.
No, not even just them. Like literally gender swap.
No,
every
yeah.
character. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
no.
Hold on.
Yeah, I feel you on that. I'm giving that example.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, you swap all of them. Swap all of them. Never. This never would get made.
Jim, I want to hear your thoughts about this because I've heard several people, such as just some guy, Eric July, and some black guy. They on YouTube have expressed.
That seems racist. Are you being racist? Why don't you give him a name?
That's what his YouTube is called.
It sounds like you're being racist. No, actually, I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding. By the way, I know some black guy. He does a lot of like comic reviews and stuff.
Yeah. So
yeah, he's great.
Jam, what is your opinion of them race swapping gingers?
Ooh, that's a question.
Gingers.
Yeah, have you seen that phenomena that Disney's been doing, where they're basically erasing gingers from all of their movies?
What? Why?
They're doing it.
Hold on. I am going to pull up My Adventures with Superman.
It's totally happening.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm. No, dude, the easiest one is the Little Mermaid. So the Little Mermaid in the cartoon.
Hold on. This one here. Let me stop sharing this one, and let me show you this. Okay. Tell me who these characters are.
Oh.
Is that Jimmy Olsen?
You mean in the back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay, and then I assume the chick is God, what's her Lois? And then Superman, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see any problems here. That's fine. I don't like the art. I don't like the art style, but that's a little weird.
I do think.
But why did they change Jimmy?
Yeah, I do think it's odd that Jimmy's black. Like they wanted to do it.
I don't see any problems with it.
Well, the reason I think it's odd is just because the original Jimmy was a white dude with red hair and freckles.
Oh, okay. So okay, I get now why.
I just
Okay,
want
yeah,
to
that's a little weird.
opinion on them race swapping characters, and also the new Clark Kent. They confirmed it's not Calvin Ellis that is Clark Kent as the new Superman.
Well, now that you mentioned that, like when it
Okay.
comes to race swapping and gender swapping, I don't have an issue. As long as it's written well, just please freaking write it well. That's all that I care about.
Honestly,
What I was going to say, it is a little weird. All of the gingers disappearing in media. That's a little weird.
all right. So wait, Cyrek, what was your question exactly? So I can actually answer this.
What is your opinion of them race swapping characters that are traditionally white and that are ginger? Because the gingers are the ones that are constantly getting changed up because they've changed Ariel, they've changed Jimmy
Mhm.
Olsen, they've changed who else?
No,
Actually,
dude, the
can I
list
answer
does
this?
keep going.
I'm going to actually answer this. I'm going to answer this by actually giving you another example of one that I personally absolutely hate because it's a character we all grew up on because I'm assuming we've all at least watched the old Justice League movies.
Yeah.
Okay, so the cartoon ones, this Flash that we actually have is not Barry Allen, it's Wally West.
Yes. Right.
And the new Flash series with Iris and all of them, they're
you
black.
mean with
The
Barry?
whole family. Yes. They're all black in the TV show. And that threw me off so
that's a
freaking
little-
hard
By the
as
way,
a Flash fan.
That's a
Still,
little odd.
she's still white in the comics, by the way.
Dude, yeah. But it's annoying because it's like, it threw me off so hard as a Flash fan because I was like, the comics are still like, yeah, as you said, he's still a white guy with red hair and like he's a ginger. And then all of a sudden they made him a black guy. And I was like, I love
Oh no
the
no
idea
no
of
no
you
no no!
letting-
Hold on! That isn't the traditional Wally West. That's the new 52 Wally West who came in after Wally died in Infinite Crisis and Flashpoint Paradox. So Wally got trapped in the Speed Force and came back during Rebirth.
Yeah.
And so the Flash that's in the CW show, the Kid Flash in there, the Wally West there, that is the new 52 Wally West. But Iris herself, even in the new 52 comics, wasn't black.
Nope.
It was her half brother that.
Oh, okay. I think he pressed the button.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. I guess he disappeared.
I hit a button.
Okay. I was gonna start filling in for him, but he's back. All right, cool.
Yeah, no. To answer your question though, like I don't mind race swapping as long as it's actually no. I do have a problem with race swapping. I'd rather you just make a new character. No, that's honestly it. I'd just rather you make a new character.
Yes. Like I don't like the new static that they've introduced in the comics because the new static is controversial to say the least.
He better not be a white guy, okay?
Oh no! He's still black. They're not going to change the Milestone comics. But here's the thing: if you want a black Superman, there's Icon. If you want a black speedster, there is several of them. I can't name them all offhand right now because I'm having a tough time getting through this video that we're going through.
Honestly, I can't straight up name a bunch of quick or Flash type characters or speedsters that are black, but I do know there are some. I don't remember. But don't we have the Asian twins that are also speedsters? The negative and positive kids? The ones that they have to touch fists or something like that to run?
Yes. Minos and I forget the other one. I forget what the positive one is.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are speedsters and they're Hispanic.
Hispanic, that's what it is. I wasn't sure if they were Asian or Hispanic because I only ever saw them in the cartoons and I could never tell what their race was.
Yeah, no, they're Hispanic. because they're always speaking in Spanish. But they're European Spanish.
So like Italian? No, I'm joking.
Oh my god. But there are so many characters that have been left on the shelf that are not being picked up. I just wanted to get your
Yeah, no, my personal opinion is after what so I'd rather them make new characters. I don't mind gender swapping, honestly. That never has bothered me because I do find that part interesting because I'm like, okay, what if this character was a girl? Cool, whatever. But then gender swapping feels like such a political choice. And that's what pisses me off about it. It's like, I don't want you to bring politics into my thing. The gender swapping you could also say is a political choice. But you know what? I kind of do like to see what if a character was a female or a male, how they would actually react to some of the situations and scenarios that they go through. But like the gender swapping to me, or not gender swapping, but the race swapping is one of those things where I'm like, no, just make a new character. Just make a new character entirely.
Okay. So I know this video is bad.
But let's get into it.
Let's give it another 2 minutes. If it does not give us good argumentation, then we're going to go find a different video.
Okay.
Because, oh man, do I have time tonight to just sit here with y'all and just go?
I mean, I can sit here and watch this video, but geez, is it dumb and I hate it.
It's basically... So the way that it's working, and the way that I've seen how it's going so far, it is trying to demoralize males of watching Star Wars. And that is not how you're supposed to interact with your audience. You're supposed to give everyone an equal playing field, and if somebody is wrong within the story, express it properly. But honestly, Poe was not wrong in questioning his commanding officer if she was. If you wanted to question Leia, yeah, question her, and if she shoots you, don't follow her anymore. Follow Finn and just leave.
Jeez. Okay, well let's see.
Give it 2 more minutes.
Let's
So
just
at
finish-
7
let's
minutes.
just finish
At
this
7
crap.
minutes, if
Let's
it
just finish
doesn't
this.
make up for it, we'll stop and we'll find something else.
It's not. We're gonna hate it. I already know. I could already tell. Because
As many critics noted when The Last Jedi first hit theaters, the theme of women challenging male bravado is most evident in the character arc of Poe Dameron.
Oh no.
Poe is a hotshot fighter pilot. He's
Uh-huh.
impulsive, he's
Sure.
arrogant,
No.
Nope.
No, Commander, that is an order.
and he cares more about being a big damn hero than he does about effective strategy or even the lives of his compatriots.
Wow.
No, he's trying to
and the
ensure
lives
that
of his
the
compatriots,
lives are
yeah.
saved.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's actually why earlier I brought up my whole like crazy out there thing of if a commanding officer said, "Hey, turn around, don't kill that fleet killer," and the options are all of these people die because they're too slow that on their retreat they're all just going to get shot out of the air, or we continue the mission and blow up this thing and we all die, but we save the rest of the rebellion. You continue.
You
do.
Poe has the right to question orders or to ignore orders if he is wanting to ensure the lives of the rest of the resistance are saved. He is ignoring Leia's orders specifically because he knows he can take out some gunners from their spots on the ship that he's attacking. However, he doesn't know if he's going to make it out. So,
Well-
in ignoring the orders, he is ensuring that the lives of those that are behind him are saved. The ones that are retreating.
He does successfully destroy every single cannon on that ship because
Where did James go?
He probably hit a button. You know how we do. I've done the same thing.
And
you
I've
did
done the
earlier.
same thing on
Yeah.
stream.
Yeah, it happens. But so the thing is, Poe successfully destroys all of the cannons that are for fighting short range attack vessels. Welcome back.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, it happens. we all hit the buttons without meaning to. So Poe destroys those cannons, and because there's literally a line of dialogue that seems to have been cut from this video where what's his name? Crap, whatever. The stupid guy who turns into a joke in this movie that was actually threatening in the last movie.
Hux.
Yeah, Hux. Hux asks like, "Why the crap aren't we shooting these people down?" And it's like, "Oh, all of our turrets got destroyed." And that's what Poe does. Poe buys time, which I can definitely say the dialogue exchange at the beginning of the movie where he's buying time is stupid, but that's different. That's a whole different argument, so we're not going to get into it. But the thing is that he actually succeeds in his objective of destroying their defenses so that they can't take out the friendly vessels, the bombers that are coming in. The bombers come in, they destroy the thing. They all die, but that's actually a flaw of the ship design because they're like the most poorly designed ships in all of Star Wars. There are these bombers, these star fortresses. That's what they're called, star fortresses. They they basically blow themselves up. Like it wouldn't matter. Okay, they're either going to blow up their target and suicide bomb themselves, or they're going to get destroyed on the way in, or they're going to get destroyed if they turned around when Leia said, "Everybody retreat." Oh, he left again. So there's really no option. There's no option here. And Leia saying, "Oh, retreat. Everyone should retreat," is also a bad option because guess what? Everyone at that point is still on the planet. We're even looking at a shot of it right here. Everyone's still on the planet. So if everybody retreated, this fleet destroyer would point its guns at the ground, which guess what it does? It does in the following scene. And like not even the following scene, it's all the same scene. In the next 30 seconds or a minute or whatever, it points its guns at the base and blows up the base. So, and we can argue about how stupid that is, but that's also a different, a different thing. Poe made the right choice. Everything he's done here is the right decision. It is not reckless. It is not hot-headed.
It is not heroic or trying to be heroic.
Yeah, it's as Cosmonaut put it. It's calm and cool.
Oh my god. Basically.
It's calm and cool. It is the most rational decision to make, which is I took out the defenses that would wipe out our vessels. Our vessels move in, and they drop their bombs, and they blow the thing up. Do they all die? Yes, absolutely. Whose fault is that? Whoever made the freaking bombers. Because the bombers suck. So,
also James.
Yes.
James Sully.
Yes.
Hey.
Do your job!
What?
I'm leaving!
Oh. Yeah, that second time, I don't actually know what happened. I guess I closed my whole thing.
I've done that. Yeah, I've done that. It only happened once on stream, but
you've done it twice now.
Yeah,
I've done it twice back to back. And I was like, dude, I was literally just putting my headphones in, and then I was like, why is the audio still coming through my phone? So then I went to go change that, and I was like, all right, let me go back. And so I swiped back, and then it just left. I was like,
nope, can't do that. Yeah, I learned that the hard way. But anyways,
back to the video.
Oh, okay, yeah, let's just watch the video.
The gung-ho rebel pilot is a familiar archetype in Star Wars media, and as a result, we think we know how it's going to play out.
The gung-ho pilot?
Gung-ho rebel pilot is an archetype in Star Wars?
No, I can't agree with that one. I was thinking about when you said that, and I was like, so wait, the only times we really have rebel pilots is 4, 5, and 6, unless you want to count the animated series. But even then, I don't remember any of the rebels.
Nobody counts Rebels.
Well, remember, we're also not allowed to bring books into it, so I guess that means we can't bring anything but the movies into this.
Okay, if we're only bringing the movies, then yeah, we don't have gung ho rebel pilots. Would you consider
Clearly, Luke, when he destroyed the Death Star, he was being a
No, I was
gung
about
ho.
to say, would you consider Han a gung ho rebel pilot?
No,
He's not a rebel
third
pilot.
party.
He is. He
Yes,
does maintain
exactly,
third
Cyrax.
party the
He's
whole
not.
time, doesn't he?
Well,
Yeah.
until episode 6, where he's a general.
Right.
For some
Well, either
reason.
way, though.
The guy frozen
Yeah.
in carbonite for like several years or however long it is between movies. He got promoted while off
While
of
in carbonite.
yeah, while incapacitated, he became a general for some reason.
Also, they went out and did a full. They risked the rebellion to go rescue him.
Yeah, actually, I don't think he was a general until after the movie. I think that's when he became a general.
So isn't there?
But I could be wrong. I'd have to watch episode 6 again, which I'll watch in 3 years. Right? 'Cause we just watched episode 3, so next May we'll watch episode 4. So yeah, 3 years we'll watch episode 6 in 3 years.
Okay.
Man, I have been so bad about keeping up with my normal things. During the winter, I try to watch the Star Wars movies, all of them. And I have been so bad since we started doing this.
Dude, we were supposed to watch Lord of the Rings just like 2 months ago, and you came over, and I think we watched a half hour, and was like, there's actually not time. We got to go.
Yeah, we got to go do other stuff now.
Yeah, that sucks. Because we got to watch Lord of the Rings. I know it might be out of season, but we've got to watch back through Lord of the Rings. I freaking love that series. It's so good.
But I do want to watch some more Star Wars. And this just cements to me why the other ones are better.
Mm-hmm.
The more I watch this, it's like, if you have to have a whole video essay of why people hate this, and it's only based off of some weird sexism, bigotry thing, then that means the movies are terrible. If that's your defense argument, then that movie
Hold on, James. How you know a movie is supposed to be quote unquote good is you're not allowed to criticize it. If it's supposed to be bad, you're allowed to criticize it. So just flop them, and you know that the bad one is the one that you're not supposed to criticize, and the good one is the one that you're allowed to criticize.
Yeah, generally, honestly, that's the thing, right?
I mean, I kind of disagree with you, but you might be right. If you're talking about like socially, then you might be right.
That's what I assumed he was talking about in the social stance of like the general populace is saying this is a bad movie and you should criticize it. Then you watch it and you're like, you know what, this was an amazing freaking movie. Why did everyone hate this?
Have you guys seen the video essay where the dude tries to claim that Empire Strikes Back is a really bad movie?
Excuse me, how?
Yeah, no, he goes through Empire Strikes Back and tries to criticize it objectively and say that, see, it's so easy. You can just objectively criticize Empire and make it a terrible movie. And he fails horribly at criticizing Empire Strikes Back.
I kind of want to watch that because I actually don't like Empire Strikes Back. I am sorry, Dad. I am not
he's
curious,
weird.
okay?
He's weird. He really only likes episode 3. It's the only Star Wars movie he likes.
It's my favorite Star Wars movie. It's the best one, hands down.
It's the only one he likes. The rest of them he thinks are trash. Because he's weird.
Well, I don't say they're trash. The rest of them just bore the ever-loving tar out of me.
No.
Well, it's his opinion. It's his opinion. He's allowed to have it. It's his opinion. He's allowed to have it.
You're allowed to have your opinion, but it's wrong.
Your opinion's wrong, and you should feel bad. Isn't that this essay? Isn't that what we're watching right now? Is that your opinion's bad and you should feel bad?
Your opinion's wrong and you should feel bad, yes. Like, no, in defense of this, okay, I've watched all the Star Wars movies, and up until 3 years ago, I watched them religiously every November. All right, on that meant all of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I watched them religiously. But that being said,
I remember that.
Always
I joined you for a few of those.
Yeah, and the thing is, I will always watch them, and I love Star Wars as a universe. But I will always say that 4, 5, and 6 bored me so much.
See, and I'm in the opposite boat. I think 4, 5, and 6 are way better, and 1, 2, and 3 are boring. But I've always said that if I had to pick my favorite trilogy, it's 3, 4, 5. Like 3, 4, 5 is my favorite trilogy of Star Wars.
And see, I think the reason 4, 5, and 6 bored me is because I'm a huge fan of the dark side. All right, like
I used to be.
All right, but like, Vader has always been my character that I'm like, I enjoy him. So watching Anakin become what he becomes, I suffer through 2, and I say suffer in the right context here because, like, oh my god, I hate 2.
No, 2 is really bad. It's a huge debate, but I think personally that 1 might be better than 2. Like, I think I like 1. Rewatching 2 is tough.
We listed out our favorite movies before.
Oh yeah, that's right. Back in the what's that game called? Kingdom Hearts 1 playthrough part 2. Yeah, we talked about Star Wars.
Which we need to get Delander on again to finish.
Why isn't he here? Why isn't he here?
He's working.
Yeah, he's got to be off work by now.
Probably, but he's probably got his daughter this weekend.
It's 11 o'clock. Yeah.
Dude, just freaking get him in here. Anyways.
Yeah, no. 2 is absolutely awful. Hated it. 1 is way better, and I still don't even like 1. The only good scene in 1 was the fight with Darth Maul and Qui-Gon Jinn. All right, like
the pod race. The pod race was good.
Pod race is great.
I'm gonna stop at even that. Okay, I say that fight scene is the best part, at least in my opinion. But that fight scene is still awful.
And like that, you've lost me.
You know what? I've just realized that this video is so boring that we'd rather talk about anything except this video.
Oh god, yeah, no, this video is awful. I told you guys when I sent it to you, I was like, this video is not good.
No, you were right. You were definitely right. It pissed me off before we even hit play. I was mad. I was mad 2 hours ago.
So we're only 5 minutes in.
Yeah.
I don't think we're getting anywhere with this.
No, we're gonna get to
another video.
No, we're gonna
get to 7 minutes.
We're gonna get to 7 minutes. We're gonna get to 7 minutes.
All right. After this, I have another video. After this, I have another video that we probably would all enjoy.
Okay.
I don't know if that's good enough. I think we have to power through this.
Oh my god, all 21 minutes?
Yeah, we can do it.
Oh man.
There can't be too much more terrible stuff he says.
You say that.
I mean,
you didn't watch this already.
So being a participant of the Smudverse and all that it encompasses, tangents are a thing that happens. I'll send y'all a couple videos of the Smudcast and all, but being a participant of the Smudverse, there are so many tangents that sometimes the videos had to be split up into several parts.
Yeah,
so I'm just saying, it's going to be happening.
Sitting. We're doing this in one sitting because I am an EFAP fan, and so if this is going to take us 12 hours, it's going to take us 12 hours. Okay?
I don't have that in me. I do not have that.
We got this.
Leave.
Gem Solly, we got this.
Whenever you're done, you can leave. I'm going to sit here till we're done. Okay?
I'll just invite more people, and I don't think they'll join, but I'll invite them.
Yeah.
Well, let's get it.
I've been trying to get in touch with the bear thing, but he's busy in Yemen right now at work. But whenever eventually work stops for the day, and I'm hoping he'll be able to join us.
Man,
so the longer this goes on, the more likely chance that bear thing will show up. So.
All right. Well, let's see what we got.
12 more hours. 12 more hours.
in a giant ball of fire.
Which made no sense in the
Well,
grand
no,
scheme of
poor,
things.
it's because it's poor design. The
It is
bombers are
poor design.
really, really poor
Bombers
design.
made no freaking sense.
Yeah, the super. Oh no, sorry, Star Fortress. The Star Fortresses make no sense. Oh, do you guys want to play a fun game? Can we do Star Wars trivia?
Okay.
I have my Star Wars trivia that I made over a year ago. James Sully might remember.
Oh my god, yeah, I remember this.
Alright,
can we
we
do
can play.
it? Can we play? Oh my gosh, is there a way to we need to bring up like an animation?
What kind of animation?
Like a Jeopardy scoreboard.
Oh my
I don't
God.
think. Yeah, I don't think that's.
I think that would require editing.
I
That's
don't
gonna-
have.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
gonna
have
take
that in
setup.
me right now.
Yeah, it's gonna take like setup and crap. Okay, we don't have to do that. Let's keep watching this. I'm gonna find it, and I'll pull it up and I'll ask you guys a couple questions every time we pause.
All right.
And we expect to revel in the joyful spectacle of impossible explosions in outer space.
Explosions in outer space are bigger than the actual ones on Earth. Just saying.
But in a vacuum, could you actually have an explosion like that?
Yes. And it expands a lot quicker and a lot larger than what it happens whenever there is atmosphere.
Okay. I'll accept that, but I feel like that's not right. But I'll accept it.
Science is weird. Physics are weird. It's just weird.
Alright, that's why I'm accepting it.
Wait. Pause. Can you prove that? Because I don't believe you. There's no space has no oxygen. It's a vacuum. Therefore, explosions don't happen. Like you can't have combustion in space. You can have things expand. Like that's true.
So here, hold on.
But like explode? That makes no sense. Like Star Wars. Remember, Star Wars is not science fiction. It's science fantasy. It's a soap opera. Like so, obviously the explosions and stuff. But like the Death Star would never blow up the way that it blows up.
So. Hold on. Here. So this is a video. This is a video I found.
Okay.
So real quick, this one has an atmosphere within it. This one is not the vacuum. This
Prove
one
it.
is the vacuum.
Prove it. Yeah, what we got there? What's it say?
Vacuum on right. Hold on.
Yeah, there you go. Vacuum on right. Exactly. Exactly. The one on the left is when you're in an atmosphere. The one on the right is when you're in
did
vacuum.
one as well.
No,
Mythbusters did one
you're
as
wrong.
well.
You're wrong.
All right,
Just
fine, I'm
accept it.
wrong.
Hey, man, it happens. We're all wrong sometimes. I'm wrong, like 77% of the time, and it sucks. But I've learned to deal with it, and I just move on.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
Yep, I feel you on that.
That was weird. I was watching a video on my end, and whenever you played your video, it paused my video. Because I just wanted to know if the vacuum had an explosion, and it was like, no, you don't get to know this right now.
Did you not get to see the video he just showed us?
No, I saw his video, but there was multiples of
Yeah.
them, so I was like, I'm just going to scroll through and see which ones look interesting.
So it totally proved it. It proved that in space there isn't really huge explosions.
Yeah, but you know what? A 45 ACP kills the soul.
45 ACP?
Yes.
What's ACP?
The caliber.
Oh. Okay, sure. I'll agree.
Isn't that like a
I don't know.
giant bullet?
What?
I mean, is that is that something you shoot off of a naval ship? Like, is that like bombardment rounds?
According to It's Dankle in Grouse's chat, 9mm kills the body, but 45 ACP kills the soul. You gotta make sure people don't come back as a lich.
It's true.
Okay, okay, that's good. Yeah, I get it now.
That was funny. All right. All right, let's get through this.
Let's dredge through this garbage.
Instead of framing Poe's daring raid on the Dreadnought as cause for celebration, the movie suddenly pulls the rug out from under us.
You're demoted.
Well, wait, we took down a dreadnought.
At what cost? There are things that you cannot stop.
He saved more lives than you would have.
Right? Like, she's like, at what cost? It's like, yeah, I get it. We lost some people. But the thing is, like, we would have lost everything.
You had poor ship design, and also you had 3 of them. 3 of them lined up in a row that got taken out by the single freaking TIE fighter.
Yep. It's like, what is happening right now?
He called the right shot. You were wrong. Get over it.
Right? She does not agree with that.
Oh, by jumping in an X-Wing and blowing something up. I need you to learn that.
Poe is rebuked for his apparent victory, and by extension, the audience is rebuked for enjoying the fireworks. Those explosions that we were taking such pleasure in just moments ago are abruptly reframed as cause for self-reflection and sadness.
Bad ship design does not leave us to, pity the people.
No, I pity the people that were involved, like, in the sense of, like, they didn't even have to accept the order, but they didn't know that the ship was badly designed, I guess.
What happened to the Y-Wings? The Y-Wings are the bombers.
They don't need those anymore. They have whatever that was.
They're awful.
Where we do a chain rail, is it a rail gun? Sorry. A rail cannon of bombs. It's like, yeah, this makes sense, I guess, if we use magnets or whatever in order to do the propulsion system properly, because they're not drop bombs.
So we've got Y-Wings. We got those are not the ones that I freaking want. Give me actual ones. That's the TIE fighters. The wings. I'm looking for the wings because I forget what a B-wing is for.
The B-wings?
So there's the B-wings.
Why do you even need B-wings?
So there's the A-wing, the B-wing, the U-wing, the
Yep.
V-wing, the X-wing,
Yep.
and the Y-wing.
Yep.
The Y-wing are the
Yep.
bombers.
Yep.
The X-wing are the assault. The V-wing are the quick attack. The A-wings are the ones that were used on Hoth.
No, whoa, that's wrong. No. Those
No?
are speeders. Those are
Oh yeah,
snow
no, they're
speeders.
air speeders.
Yeah.
Snow speeders. They're
Something like that.
They're T-47s.
Yeah. No, the A-wings are definitely the quick assault, like with low defenses.
That's yes.
X-wing
The
are like the
B-wings-
all-around mid-tier.
So have you seen the animated Star Wars Clone Wars series, the 3D one, not the 2D one?
I've seen both. I haven't seen the last season 7 of the animated. I haven't seen
Do you remember the ship that Anakin flies in the Clone Wars? The one that can turn vertical and horizontal?
the Starfighter, like the ones that the Jedi use.
It's not quite that.
And then no, I don't.
Hold on. I'm going to share this screen with you.
Hold on, I have a question.
Yes.
How well can you hear me right now?
Very well.
Okay, So you ready to start Star Wars trivia? Round 1.
This one. Remember this one? This is the same ship that he uses.
Okay, hold
This
on.
is a
Yeah, let me
B-Wing.
look.
This one right
Yeah,
here.
I totally remember the B-Wings. I don't remember that in the animated version, but I definitely, I remember the B-Wings. Because they fold in kind of on themselves to fly horizontally. But then when they
Yes.
go to the attack position, they fold out like a T.
Yes.
Yeah.
They shoot primarily cannons. They shoot ion cannons, laser cannons, and then torpedoes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But what happened to the Y-Wing?
Okay, so accordingly, the B-Wings came into effect after the Battle of Yavin, which was to explain as to why we no longer have Y-Wings and A-Wings.
No, I'll tell you.
No. Because
No, I'll
are...
tell you. I'll tell you. Okay. Have you ever heard of Just Right? The YouTube channel, the guy?
Yeah.
Just Right?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
It's either Just Right or The Right Opinion. It's one of the two. I forget which one. They both have right instead of right like R-I-G-H-T. It's right like writing, like W-R-I. Right? So it's
Just
right.
Just Right is that has it spelled correctly.
No, they're both right like writing. Right Opinion and Just Right both have the same.
I think of another Just Right then.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I'm the one I remember. It's one of the two. They said when asked why is the Y-Wing not in this movie, and instead you're introducing this whole new bomber, and they said, well, because nobody remembers the Y-Wing.
Excuse me, what?
That was the reason.
It's been 30 years, and you think people don't remember the Y-Wing?
No one remembers the Y-Wing, so we made a new bomber. Because no one remembers it. And then guess what? J.J. Abrams threw it in his face because in The Rise of Skywalker, they don't have this new freaking random bomber. They have Y-Wings. Because we remember the Y-Wings.
Oh my god. Honestly, yeah, like the Y-Wings were the bombers. Like, why did we bring a B-Wing? But I do think it's really silly that they literally brought the B-Wing in to replace the A and Y-Wing. Like, and it was such poor design. Oh, he left. I'm still standing. No. I'm just here for the.
Where did he go?
Here
he is.
Hey, I pulled a Sully. I accidentally pulled a Sully on that one.
Wait, did you hear me singing my song when you?
Yeah, no, I did because I was backstage while you were singing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All
right, so
let me rephrase that so we don't get in trouble.
The Star
Not
Wars
my
trivia
fault.
that you got here.
yeah, Star Wars trivia. Hold on, let me make a notepad to keep track of the scores.
All right.
I automatically get 100
This is honestly more interesting than that video.
I hope you understood and heard what I said.
I hope you understood what sort of
No, I get 100 points at the start of the game. As soon as this game starts, I get 100 points. So you got to catch up.
Wait. That's not right. Hold on. That's not fair.
Those are my rules. If you don't like them, you're being racist.
Liar!
Dude, have you seen? Okay, so I actually have a favorite YouTube video. It's like 36 seconds long or something like that.
God. All the ones that you've sent me so far are awful.
Well, this one is still awful, but I freaking love it.
All right, whenever you guys are ready.
We're ready.
All right, we're gonna do a coin toss. And by coin toss, what I mean is I'm gonna roll a die, and I'm gonna pick that Jam Sully, since he's the black guy, he gets to pick odds or evens. So,
Okay.
so that we're not, because we don't want to be racist. So Jam Sully, I'm gonna roll a d6. Odds or evens?
Evens. I always pick even.
Okay.
The odds.
And 4. So you get to go first.
Awesome. All right.
All right.
I took the link, by the way.
Okay, so today's categories are, and this is trivia in the sense that you have to answer the question, but we're doing the point values kind of like Jeopardy. So there's 6 questions each. First one's worth 100. Last one's worth 600. So you can pick. So I'm going to give you the categories. You pick the category and you say for 100 or for so on down to 600 for that category. Right?
Okay.
Everybody understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So category number 1 is George Lucas. Category number 2, Legendary Legends. The Fandom Menace.
I like that one.
Who is that? Sequels. Now, to clarify, sequels means episode 2.
Episode 4 and episode 8, right?
Clarify?
I was assuming it would mean the sequels of the movie, which would be the sequel would be the second of every trilogy.
So that would mean 2, 5, and 8.
Yes, 2, 5, and 8.
As soon as Austin clarifies with us.
Yeah, I don't know what he did. Did you mute yourself, bro?
No, I can.
You can't hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess if I'm off of this screen long enough, it goes away. Yeah, sequels means 2, 5, and 8. It's the sequels. Okay, let me go back, and hopefully you'll be able to hear me while I read out the last couple categories.
Does that mean 3, 6, and 9 are the threequels?
They're not relevant to that category.
Wait, doesn't your phone allow you to do dual screen?
I don't. If it does, I don't know how to do it.
Okay, so when you would pull up to delete or not delete, but to get rid of an application, when you have that bar and it's like, here's all these applications I have up.
Yeah.
At the top corner of those applications should be something that looks like 2 pages.
No, mine's it's an X. I can just close them.
You just have X's, nothing else is there?
Well, no, nothing's there at all, actually. I just did it, and nothing's there. Not even X's.
Okay.
It literally just shows the pages. Yeah. Your phone's newer than mine.
No, I was going to say the Samsung 9 had that, and I guess they took it off for the Samsung 10.
Yeah, because I've got a Note 10.
Or
yeah.
Galaxy 9. Note 10.
Oh, yeah. No, it's not a Note. It's a Galaxy 10. Galaxy 10S. I wanted a Note 9, but I didn't get it. I got a Galaxy 10.
Well, question. Let's do it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So the categories. Do you remember everything I've listed so far? Because you picked first.
George Lucas.
Yes. The Fandom Menace. Who are they?
Fandom Menace.
Yeah, that's what I said. Fandom Menace.
Okay. Yeah. Not Phantom.
And then sequels.
Yep. Sequels. I'm trying to read them quick, but apparently my mic cuts off after a while. I'll read through them again. But just the only one I think I actually need to clarify is sequels, meaning that it's episode 2, episode 5, episode 8 questions, and that's it. It doesn't have to do with any of the other.
So how many are there?
There's 6 questions in each category.
How many categories?
I'm reading through them. I don't remember. So first is George Lucas. You can hear me, right? Okay.
Yes.
Legendary Legends. The Fandom Menace. Who is that? Sequels. Vehicles. Fill in the blank / quotes. And there you go. Those are all the categories.
Okay.
So Jam Sully, you get to pick a category and a point value.
George Lucas for 600.
Okay, George Lucas. I'm going to come back to this real quick as I announce to make sure my mic doesn't cut off. George Lucas for 600 to Jam Sully.
Yep.
After the first cut of episode 1 was reviewed by George and the producers, what was Lucas's reaction?
This is the best thing we've ever done.
Cyrus, would you like to steal? You have to give basically an exact quote.
Oh, it's an exact quote?
Yeah, from George Lucas. Basically, you got to get as close as possible.
I think everyone is going to love this, and Jar Jar is the key to everything.
Okay, both of you are incorrect. The answer we were looking for is it's disjointed, bold, and jerking people around. I may have gone a bit far in a few places.
Oh, so he knew.
He was not wrong. He was not wrong.
Yeah, no, he knew. Okay, next is Cyrac.
All right.
So that's so the 600-point question. Oh, cool! You wrote down the categories. Yeah.
Yes.
So
I'm gonna go
600-point question is done for George Lucas.
I'm gonna go with Phantom Menace for 200.
Okay. Who brings balance to the Force?
What?
Anakin.
Jam Sully for the steal. Who brings balance to the Force? According to the Fandom Menace.
Oh, mother! God! Oh!
The category is the Fandom Menace.
I understand that, but it felt like an actual Star Wars question.
Okay, yeah, Ray. Judges are asking for a expanded answer. Is there more? You're definitely.
How did Ray bring balance to the Force? Ray,
You're definitely in the right direction, but the name is incorrect.
Palpatine. That was the name.
We're gonna count that. Judges are saying that's fine. 200. The correct answer. The correct answer is Palpamenis.
Oh my god.
That's going to be correct though, because Palpatine is very close. So that's Jam Sully, 200 points on the board.
Ray Palpatine. Yep.
Okay. I'll take those 200s, and I will.
Your turn to select a category. Vehicles.
Yeah, I'll take vehicles for 300.
Vehicles for 300 on an X-wing. What gets locked into an attack position?
Ooh, okay. Oh, I should know this one.
Yes, you should.
Target.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, that's gonna be my answer.
Cyrac, would you like to steal for 300 points on an X-wing? What gets locked into an attack position?
The blasters.
No.
Sometimes,
The
right?
S-foils. S-foils get locked into attack position. You guys do not know Star Wars at all. Holy crap.
I know lore. I don't know technical stuff.
Hey, vehicles is a category that you do not have to select. Jam Sully did. But okay, Cyrac, it's your turn. Unless you'd like to get back to the video and we can pick this back up.
No. This is great. Legendary Legends for 100.
Legendary Legends for 100. Gotta find it real quick.
This I feel like I know more about because I'm with
you. Hold on.
I know lore.
Hold on. Before we continue, let me mark off the questions.
Yes,
so it was George Lucas for 600 was picked.
Yep. Phantom Menace for 200. And vehicles for...
Hold on. George Lucas 6. What was the next one you said?
Phantom Menace for 200.
Yep. And then it was vehicles for 300, right?
Yes.
Yep. Then he's now going to ask.
And then now legendary legends, and you wanted 100, right?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Questions are marked off. All right, legendary legends for 100. In the fourth.
He cut out. Oh no! He cut out.
What's the question? I don't know.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
It's weird. Okay, so I get a little bit of a time limit before it just says, no, you can't be off of this screen. You have to be back on this screen.
It seems to be close to about 5 minutes that you got.
I don't even know. But okay, so legendary legends for 100 points.
Yes.
In The Force Awakens, Rey meets Han Solo.
Mm-hmm.
What is the one event she knows is not a legend?
The Kessel Run.
You're correct. That's absolutely right. Out of everything that happened in the entire Star Wars universe, the only thing that is not considered a legend, like the Jedi are legends, the Force is a legend, Luke Skywalker's existence, the Empire, the Emperor himself, all of them are legends. The only thing she knows for sure is Han Solo did the Kessel Run. That is not a legend.
Again, a really dumb thing. Also,
and that's why it's in the questionnaire.
Also, my question
so congratulations, Cyrek. You get 100 points.
Does he not say that he did the Kessel Run in
12 parsecs? 12 parsecs.
Is it parsecs a measurement?
Yes.
Of distance?
Yes. So it is explained. It is explained that he does the Kessel Run in 12 parsecs because what he does is he goes through a section of space that you're not supposed to go through.
Right.
That cuts it down.
Yep. They do explain that. Hey, and I just realized the one thing we're doing wrong here is that in
Jeopardy.
And yeah, if you answer the question correct, you get to ask another. You get to go again.
Oh, okay, cool.
So, if both parties are okay, because Jamsel, you are in the lead by 100 points. If you're okay with it, otherwise, I think we have to ask you again, and then we start this rule, or we can start it now.
I'm okay with Jamsel taking the lead.
Taking the next question, and then we start the whole. Okay, yeah, let's just do that then. So, Jamsel, you're up for asking the question, and then if you get the question right, you get to take the board.
Okay, quotes for 200.
That is fill in the blank / quotes, just to be specific. Because it could be for 400?
200.
200. Okay, yeah, let me write that down.
Don't forget to come back to the screen here in a second.
Do 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 do
do. Okay. Fill in the blank / quotes, because it's fill in the blank / fill in the quote to say that more properly. So it's one or the other. It's either fill in the blank or fill in the quote. Because either way you're filling in the blank, it could be a sentence from Star Wars or from the production assistants. So here we go.
Oh my god, okay.
Yeah, it's hard. This is probably the hardest category. All right, fill in the blank for 200, right?
Yes.
George Lucas, during production of Episode 1, walked Steven Spielberg through the lot. When he showed him the battle droids, he told Spielberg, quote, "The Jedi cut through them like blank." End quote. Do you want me to read that again?
No, I highly doubt he used the word butter. I just don't feel like that's something he would have said. Because he's weird and eccentric like that. He cuts through them like. Oh, dude, I don't know.
I'm putting on 30-second timer.
Yeah.
Go on, you got this.
Cut through them like.
And you have 30 seconds starting now.
Right. That's what I'm going with.
What's that?
I said sun through ice. You know what? Let's just do it.
Through ice?
Yep.
That's your final answer?
Yeah, I know it's wrong, but I can't think of anything else he would say because butter just doesn't sound like he would say that.
Cyrac, would you like me to read it again? You get a chance to steal.
Yes, please.
Okay. This is fill in the blank / quotes for 200. George Lucas, during production of Episode 1, walked Steven Spielberg through the lot. When he showed him the battle droids, he told Spielberg, quote, "The Jedi cut through them like blank," end quote.
Cut through them like... I'm going to just say butter.
Is that your final answer?
Yep.
You're correct! He cuts through them. The Jedi cut through him like butter.
I just could not see. Okay, so in my head, I'm like,
It's so simple. It's so simple.
He's such an eccentric human being.
I know. That's why it's there. That you have to understand that this quiz show is personally, I made this. Like, I picked these intentionally to show the humor in anything you could ask, essentially. So you just have to remember that each of these questions is curated by me.
Yeah.
But okay, so Cyrac just took the lead by 100 points. He has 300. Jam Sully has 200.
So I just want to make sure that we have this correct. George Lucas 600 is out. Legendary Legends 100 is out. Quotes 200 is out.
Yep.
Phantom Menace 200 is out. And
Vehicles 300. That's correct. Everything else is still on the board. Now that you have it, it's your choice.
Who are they at 400?
Okay. You mean who is that?
Yeah, who is that?
Who is that at 400? Yeah.
Who is that for 400? Before I ask it, I'm going to mark it down to make sure that I got it off. Who is that for 400? Okay, who is that for 400? Here we go. What character gets killed, returns, and is killed again?
Maul.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
What? Jam Sully. These are the movies. We're not doing expanded lore.
Palpatine.
Oh my god.
Oh, also another stipulation. Just another stipulation. This is before the Return of Skywalker or the Rise of Skywalker came out.
Oh,
this is before Palpatine would have come back in the movies. Yeah.
Okay.
So these questions do have to be taken into account based on that knowledge. I should probably have established that earlier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No expanded lore, unless it comes to certain categories, I guess, technically, like the George Lucas quotes. That's, I guess, expanded in a sense. But yeah, this is before the Rise of Skywalker.
Who dies, comes back, and then dies again?
Yeah, which character gets killed, returns, and is killed again?
Anakin Skywalker.
No, the correct answer is Captain Phasma. Captain Phasma.
Wait, hold on. When does she die?
In episode
7.
In episode 7, she's thrown into a trash compactor. Then she comes back in episode 8, and Finn kills her.
Oh, I didn't pay enough attention to episode 8, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, that's everybody, I guess.
Yeah, but okay, so you lost. So Jam Sully, you're up. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going with the thought process of, okay, so Anakin is killed, quote unquote, by Vader.
Nope, I was very literal. That was a very literal question, and you both suck.
And then I was like, okay, and then when he comes back, he comes back, as Vader, but then he's like, I'm Anakin again. He doesn't actually use those words by any means, but we get the gist, and then he dies immediately afterwards.
Well, we still have a very close game. It's Jam Sully with 200, Cyrac with 300, and Jam Sully up to pick.
Okay, let's go with Legendary Legends 400.
Legendary Legends. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
For 400.
Yeah.
What is Luke Skywalker's best friend's name?
Oh, God bless it. He shoots womp rats with him. He shows up later.
Luke Skywalker's best friend's name.
Son of a gun.
Starting the 30-second timer.
Yeah. Crap. I know this one. Wedge Achilles, all right? Because I know it's not right, but I'm going to go with Wedge.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah. Yep, that's my final answer.
Nope, incorrect. Cyrac.
He says it in episode 4.
Yeah.
What is his bloody name?
Cyrac.
Yep.
What do you got?
Luke
Skywalker's best friend's name.
All I can think of is Biggs, and I know that's not right.
Right? It's like, I know this character. Why don't I know his name?
I'm looking for both a first and last name.
You want first and last? Oh,
yep,
my
first and last name.
Oh man.
I might give
I could
it.
easily cheat, but I'm not going to.
No, please don't. If I need to, I can. Yeah, if I need to, I'll give it to the judges and I'll see what they say. If I can only get
say is
one
Biggs.
half.
I can't remember his first name.
I'm gonna go ahead and start the timer.
It's not Ty. It's not. What is his name? It's something Biggs. Oh my god!
Dum 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 dum.
Bartholomew Biggs. I don't know. Bartholomew Biggs. That's my final answer. Let's go with that.
Bartholomew Biggs. All right, hold on. I'm gonna have to give this one to the judges. Gonna have to give this to the judges. Let's see here.
I know.
By judges, I mean I'm gonna roll a dice.
I know it's not right. I know his last name is Biggs, but
because you got it partially right. And okay, Biggs is accepted by the judges.
Please, what was his first name?
Biggs is his first name. The correct answer was Biggs Darksaber.
Wait, what?
Biggs Darksaber. That is his name. Luke Skywalker's best friend is Biggs Darksaber.
Oh my god.
So that's thanks to the judges. That's another 400 points for you.
Oh my god.
You're
What
lucky.
is this reference material?
Huh?
What's the reference material for Biggs Darksaber?
There's a pack of cards, right? Like playing cards that have Star Wars characters on them.
Yeah.
And Biggs is a Jack, and it has his full name, which is Biggs Darksaber.
Okay.
Makes sense.
There you go. That's where I got that from. Is a pack of playing cards.
Be in the end credits as well.
Maybe. I actually haven't checked that.
No clue.
But okay, Cyrac, you get to pick the next one. And the score stands 700 Cyrac, 200 Jam Sully. And that's purely I rolled a die and the die came up even because I wasn't going to give it to you, but you did have Biggs. So I felt it was fair
Well,
to see what
the
Fate
only reason I know
said.
it's Biggs is because that's what he says in the movie.
Right, which that's the easy part. I was looking for the full answer, but the judges, being Fate, decided it's acceptable. So
Phantom Menace 600.
Phantom Menace for 600. Ooh, going big.
Okay.
Going big.
Direct.
Yes.
Phantom Menace for 600. Who is attributed to the quote, "It's a movie about space wizards for children"?
Oh man, you just said this earlier. Ah.
Yep, I did. You're really lucky because you have a recent reference. And sometime in the last 4 hours, I said
The last 4 hours.
Yep.
Sometime in the last 4,
So
yeah.
the question is, how much beer have you drank?
6.
Okay, I think it's time to start the timer. I'll give you a couple more seconds. I'll give you a couple more seconds before I start the timer.
Yeah. Anthony.
Oh wait, you're ready to answer?
Anthony. That's all I can remember.
Anthony. That's your final answer?
Yep.
Jam Sully. Do you need me to read the question again?
Yeah, actually, yes.
Okay. So for 600 points, who is attributed to the quote, "It's a movie about space wizards for children"?
All right. Well, I know we talked about George Lucas also saying it. I don't think he might be the one attributed to it. So I'm going to go with George Lucas.
Well,
but I actually think it's the other guy, Jimmy.
I do want to establish that, remember, this category has a caveat. And that caveat is it's according to the Fandom Menace, which is a group of fanboys that hate the sequel trilogy. So like the answers might not be exactly correct. It's according to them. So that's the one caveat I just want to remind you of.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get it right.
Yeah,
because
I was going to
Probably
go to
not.
Anthony Klein, honestly.
I totally want to go with
It's going to be
George Lucas,
it's very difficult.
but
It's very difficult.
I want to say Jimmy now.
I'm starting the timer.
Yeah, I'm going with Jimmy. And I don't remember last name, but I'm going with Jimmy.
That's your final answer?
Yeah.
Is Jimmy.
Yep.
And no, that is incorrect. Both of you are wrong. The correct answer was Patrick Willems.
Patrick. Oh, God. Yeah.
Patrick Willems, who I said within the last 4 hours, I said his name.
You did. I was sitting there. I was
Yes.
like, damn it, what's that guy's name?
Yeah. Now, okay, George Lucas would have been an accepted answer, but I would have thrown the dice at it because I would have put that to the judges because he did also say that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, he said it, but then you're like, but it's in the Phantom Menace. I was like, well,
Right.
I didn't think
So it's not exactly because it's not the correct answer, but it is also kind of a correct answer. But okay, so that means that we're going back to we're going to Jam Sully.
Yep, my turn. All right, Legendary Legends for 600. We haven't done 600 of that one, right?
No.
1, 4, and 6 now. So it's still got a few. All right. Legendary Legends for 600. All right. This is a pretty difficult one, but I think you're going to have an easy time with it.
All right. Let's find out.
All right. What are the names of all of the Skywalker and Solo children?
Oh, okay. Is this? I do have to ask a caveat. Is this just movies?
No, Legendary Legends. The reason it's called that is because whenever they decanonized the books, they called them legends.
Okay.
That's this category. It's about the book lore.
Jana.
Well, not just about the book lore, because I mean, question number 1 was what does Rey remember? So it's more it's more broad. But yeah, go ahead. What you got?
I don't know what's happening. Sorry, my headphones are doing weird stuff. All right, so it's Jana, Jason, Anakin, Solo. All three are there, Solo, and then Ben Skywalker. How far into this lore are we going?
That's a good question. I'm not going to answer that. I will wait for you to say that you're done with the question, or I can start the timer.
Okay, so it's Legendary Legends, which means it's book lore.
I'm starting the timer.
Okay, that is correct, though, right? It's book lore, not all the other ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, technically, it's all the movies and books.
All of the movies and books?
Yeah, I mean, there's only 9 movies.
Then I have to add Ben
Well,
Solo.
and there's the no, it's expanded universe. That's the easiest way to put it.
Then I have to add Ben Solo.
You know what?
In order to have that, then I have to add Ben Solo. So it's Jana, Jason, Anakin, Ben, and Ben.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm giving it to you. Ben Solo was not on the list because it's
strictly EU.
It's original EU. But see, the thing is, Legendary Legends also included the question I asked you, Cyrac, earlier, which was like, what does Rey remember?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like Legendary Legends is a little bit of a weird category.
Where
so
it's
you
legends
kind of have to,
and legends.
Yeah, exactly, because it's Legendary Legends. But yes, Jam Sully, you're correct. That's 600 points, and you take the lead.
Okay.
And you get to ask you get to do a follow up. Yeah. What do you want to do next? Yeah, 100 point difference. 100 point difference.
I think I want to do who is that?
Yep.
What point system do I have left?
400 is the only one that's been taken. With who is that?
The only one that's been taken? Then let's do 200.
Okay, who is that for 200? Give me 1 second.
You're good.
You're good.
I'm putting. There we go. Okay, got it.
Okay.
Who is that for 200? Are you ready? I was readjusting the order that the numbers were in on my little cheat sheet.
Okay, I got you.
So for 200, right?
Yep.
Oh, you're gonna get this one, no problem. All right.
Wow.
What is Darth Sidious's real name?
Oh, Sheev Palpatine.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that was really easy. You know, and the only reason I knew you were going to get that is because earlier when I said sheep, you're like, "Oh, I'm really proud of you for knowing his name." and I was thinking, I was like, "Yeah." All right, so you're at 1,000 points. You're at 1,000 points, and you get to go again.
A chance.
Okay. For a chance, I'll give you. Let's do. Do we have 300 vehicles?
Vehicles for 300? No, that's the only one that's been selected.
Okay, 400 vehicles. Let's do it.
Vehicles for 400.
Yeah.
All right. This is really fun, by the way. I'm glad that we get to do this. Okay, here's another one that I've actually given you a hint in the last 4 hours because I've said the name of it.
Okay.
What are the bombers in Episode 8, The Last Jedi, called?
Oh, the Y bomber. Why? No.
Yeah. What are the bombers in Episode 8, The Last Jedi, called?
Okay, well, we talked about the Y wings, and then we talked about the B wings. So,
And I'm starting the timer.
let's go with the Y wings. Yeah.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, because I actually don't remember what the bombers are called.
In Episode 8, The Last Jedi?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going with that. And incorrect. Cyrac,
Yep.
do you know what the bombers in Star Wars
B-Wings.
Episode 8, The Last Jedi, are called?
B-Wings.
What was that?
B-Wings.
Is that your final?
They took the B-Wings and turned them into terrible, terrible vehicles.
Okay, but is that your final answer?
Yes.
No, it is the Star Fortress. The Star Fortress.
Yeah. See, that's where he got me too, because I was like, we talked about the B wings and we talked about the Y wings, but that's not what the bombers in that movie were called.
No, they are not.
Bring them back. He just happened to bring the B wings.
They look, yeah, they have technically the same design.
As a B-Wing.
Yeah, like in a sense of like silhouette. They have the same silhouette as the B-Wing, but they're not the B-Wing.
Yeah.
They have a whole nother designation, and their nickname is the Star Fortress. It's something like the DM1763 Star Fortress, something stupid like that.
Yeah.
It's a really dumb name because that movie sucks. Okay, so Cyrac, you get to pick a category now.
All right, so let's see.
And you're down. Let's see. Let me check the scoreboard here. You are down by 300.
George Lucas 600.
Oh my god. Okay.
That's already been picked.
Ah! George Lucas 500.
George Lucas for 500. Okay.
This is the Daily Double.
Oh, you know what? I should throw in a Daily Double, shouldn't I?
You should.
Yeah, I should. I should throw in a Daily Double. Okay. Crap! It's the Daily Double.
Wait,
I rolled a D12 and I rolled a 12. You get to bet the amount of points that you have on how likely it is that you think you're going to answer this.
Oh
wow. 300.
Oh god.
Okay, so you're throwing 300 points on the line. I'm going to go ahead and subtract that from your score. And
Wait,
then
is that how the Daily Double works?
Yeah, you get to bet on the Daily Double. Normally, the Daily Double is also like a video question. Like I'd show you a video and you'd give an answer based on the video.
Yeah.
Yep.
And there's going to be one more Daily Double because there's always two, but it's one in one round and one in the second round.
Okay.
But okay, so you're betting 300 points that you can get this question right.
Yes.
All right. Are you ready for this question? Because I don't think you're going to get it.
Yeah, I'm ready.
George Lucas for 300 points instead of 500.
Oh, okay.
It was a 500, but it's the Daily Double, and he bet 300. Okay. What is George Lucas's most famous quote?
Oh my god.
Oh! It's like poetry, it rhymes.
That's correct! You're absolutely 100% right. You get I guess technically we double it, right? So you get 600 points instead of 500 points. So boom.
Yay.
You're
nice.
It's a tie game, you guys.
All right. Wait, what? Oh, because he got his 300 back and then he gained 300. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. It's a tie game. Holy crap. Good job, Cyrac. That awesome. I don't know why I didn't expect you to get that. I guess because it is kind of obscure. It is kind of obscure. But I mean, like, it's like, it really is one of the most famous things that people talk about Star Wars. But I feel like by wording it in the way of like, is it George Lucas's most famous quote? That's when it gets like, oh God, is there something famous that he says? And it's like, no, that's it. It's the poetry thing. But okay, it's your turn. What would you like to pick?
Sequels for 600.
Ooh, yeah. Okay, getting dangerous. The untouched category of the night. Yeah, this is it. This is the first. Everything else
has been touched.
Yep, everything else has been touched. So this is the first sequels question.
Oh boy.
So sequels for 600.
Yep.
What character uses a lightsaber for the only time?
Wait, what?
What character uses a lightsaber for the only time?
That's a really weird worded question, but I actually think I know the answer.
Yeah, remember this is sequels. What character in a sequel uses a
2,
lightsaber
5,
for the
and
only
8.
time? Yes, 2, 5, and 8. What character uses a lightsaber for the only time? I'm starting the timer.
Oh my god.
Do 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 do. Do, 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 do,
Wait, no, that's wrong. Oh.
do, 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 do,
Finn!
done.
No, that's
All right,
wrong.
this is it. Give your final answer. Give your final. No, say a thing now, otherwise forfeit. Say a thing. Forfeit. You're forfeiting. Forfeit. Forfeit. Okay, you forfeit. All right, fair enough. All right, Jam Sully. Do you have an answer to this question?
I really want to know what his answer was going to be. Okay.
It sounded like his answer was Dooku, which was totally incorrect, and we both know that. We all three know that because Dooku uses a sword in episode 3.
Okay. I was thinking it through, and then I was like, well, the only other character I know that uses a lightsaber that only uses it once is Finn. But I don't remember him doing that in episode. Huh? I don't know what you just said.
I'm starting the timer. I'm starting the timer.
I was thinking about it. I was like, Finn uses it in episode 7, if I'm not mistaken. That's how he gets cut. So, Luke. Nope, he uses it multiple times in the other ones. So, sequels we're looking at. Oh, God bless.
5 seconds.
Okay, let's go with, what is that crazy old broad? The little short thing. I can't remember her name.
Maz Kanata?
Yes.
Maz
And-
Kanata is your final answer.
Yeah, yes. Well, she's in the
I'm
first
not giving him
movie.
hints. I just remember her name. I'm assuming that that's who he meant.
Yeah, but she's in the first movie, which means she clearly did not use
7.
it.
She's in 7, not the first movie.
First movie of the new trilogy is what I meant.
Yes. Okay. Yes. So you're gonna go with Maz Kanata.
No, I'm actually gonna go with Finn. Finn's my answer. Final answer. Done.
Okay. No, both of you are wrong. It's Han Solo in Episode 5. He uses a lightsaber to cut open a tauntaun. It's the only time he ever picked one up.
God!
You're
Alright,
right.
I
Oh
have a
my
clip for
god.
me. I have a clip for me and Jem Sully.
He's not just a regular moron. He's the product of the greatest minds of a generation, working together with the express purpose of building the dumbest moron who ever lived.
Yes.
Yeah. So
We should have known that.
We should
So
have.
Finn was a good second guess because
Yeah,
of
but
the
he
fact
only used it in episode 7, and that's why I was
7
like, it's not
exactly.
him.
Nope. Right. It's Han Solo. Han Solo is the only person that in a sequel movie picked up a lightsaber and then never picked one up again.
See, at least this is the one thing I've been doing is like I know if I don't know the answer, I'm like I'm just gonna give this answer. And I know it's wrong because I know why it's wrong. I just can't think of the other person.
All right. So that was Cyrax's question. So Jam Sully, you're up. What do you want?
All right. Since that's the first time we've hit sequels, let's do sequels for 500. Let's just rack it down, right?
Yep. Let's go.
Okay. Sequels for 500. Possibly the hardest category. Here we go. Okay, yeah, here we go. What wisdom is bestowed upon Obi-Wan from a younger mind?
Oh my god, what?
I know this.
It's hard, right? It's freaking. I know, dude. This quiz is such a crapshoot when it comes to the challenge level. It's great. I freaking love it. I'm so glad we're doing this.
Oh my god!
Like I said, I've had this for over a year.
It's in episode 2. Anakin talks to him, and he says something about, "Oh man."
By episode 2, I thought you meant it's in a sequel. Because yes, it's in a sequel.
Yes, it's in a sequel.
Oh, but it's Obi-Wan, so it has to be 2. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's episode 2, and I'm pretty.
I'm starting the timer.
When he's talking to Anakin. Oh God. Patience.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah. Yeah.
Cyrac. Okay, it's really funny that you did that because you just basically set yourself up to fail by doing that. Like, because you're just going to embarrass yourself now.
No, so it's whenever he's talking to the younglings about the star map and the existence of Camino, and that they said that it could have been erased from the archives.
Yeah.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
You are correct.
Yep, that was
500 points.
That was entirely right. As soon as he started saying it, I was like, "Yeah, that's it."
The exact wording I have written down is maybe the archive has been removed / altered.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang,
So erase definitely counts. That's 500 points. Good stuff. And you get to pick the category.
Sequels for 400.
Sequels for 400.
Oof. All right.
It's like you guys have found a new favorite category.
No, I thought we agreed to just get rid of sequels.
All right. So, sequels for 400. Rey finds Luke on an island in the hardest place in space to find. Why is Luke there?
He exiled himself because he tried to kill his nephew. Final answer.
Jam Sully. Do you need me to read it again?
Yeah.
Rey finds Luke on an island in the hardest place in space to find. Why is Luke there?
Well, the answer is definitely that he exiled himself. Do I need a reason as to why he's there? Right?
It's a very literal question. And I'm starting the timer.
Why is he there? He exiled himself.
Is that your final answer?
Well, I'm just curious. Do I need to elaborate as to why he exiled himself?
10 seconds.
Because the answer is definitely he just exiled himself. Yeah, that's my final answer.
Okay, you both gave the same answer. I don't know why Jam Sully would follow up with Cyrac. He gives the same answer when I said it was wrong. No, he's there to die.
What? What the fuck?
He's there to die. He says it himself. Go back to episode 8 and watch it. And when he says the reason I left is the reason I came here was to die. So incorrect. So Jam Sully, you're up.
Sequel 300.
Yeah, you guys really are committed to just knocking this one out. Okay, sequels for 300. Okay, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, why did Rose and Finn get put in jail?
Get put in jail.
Yep, why did Rose and Finn get put in jail?
Okay, so it was while they were on that rich planet.
Canto Bite. I'm gonna go ahead and start the timer.
We're breaking loose those the creatures, the weird horse-like llama-looking creepy face creatures.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
That is incorrect. Cyrac. To steal. Yeah, Canto Bite. Yeah.
That way.
Huh?
I was talking to Cyrac.
What? Oh, is it in the chat? Oh, in the chat. Canto Bite. Yes, that is the phonetic way to spell that. Absolutely. That's good.
So the reason they got jailed.
Yeah, do you want me to read it again?
Yeah.
Okay, here's the question. Why did Rose and Finn get put in jail? And I'm starting the timer.
I'm trying to rack my brain about episode 8.
Oh, I know, it's tough because it's a terrible movie.
It was so hard to pay attention. I'm just gonna go with they caused a mutiny of the people that worked there.
Okay, caused a mutiny. That's your final answer?
Yep.
All right, that is incorrect. The correct answer is that they parked illegally.
Oh,
they parked illegally.
My God.
Yeah.
They went to jail for that? That's insane.
Yes, remember they parked their boat, or they parked their spacecraft on the beach, and they were arrested for illegally parking on the beach.
You know what I'm learning, Cyrac?
It's stupid.
You and I clearly don't watch 2, 5, and 8.
All right. Who was that? That was Jam Sully. So Cyrac, it's your turn.
Yeah. Which one was that for sequels? That was 300?
300, yep.
So sequels for 200.
Sequels for freaking 200. Okay. You're really going to knock this one out, aren't you?
Yep.
Might as well.
All right, let me make sure my mic's not going to turn off.
We were watching, so
dude, absolutely. I am so glad we're not watching that video anymore. This is way more fun. All right, sequels for 200. What is the first line of dialogue Yoda says?
That's very, very subjective.
No, it's not. It's very objective.
First line of
food.
Say again.
Something about food.
This is no. I am asking for a direct quote, not just something about food. That does not work.
Okay.
Yes, I know where Yoda is.
I'm going to start the timer.
Yes, I know where Yoda is. Final answer.
Oh, yes, I know where Yoda is.
Yes.
Is a quote from Yoda. That's the first thing Yoda says.
Yes.
Jam Sully.
Oh, man.
What's the first line of dialogue in either episode 2 or episode 5? What's the first line? Well, it's the first time Yoda speaks in a sequel. Yeah, or 8. He's in all 3. What's the first line of dialogue?
In one of the sequels. Okay.
Actually, I'll go ahead and say, now that you mentioned that he's in 8, because I totally forgot, that's actually going to get stricken off, because I have the first lines of dialogue written down for 2 and 5. I forgot to write down the first line of dialogue in 8. That is totally my bad. I feel like an idiot as the host asking these questions to have been like totally left out, like, because it's sequels. This actually should be like the easiest question because there's 3 options.
He's in all 3 of the sequels.
Yeah, dude. Oh my god, I feel like an idiot. Yeah, so this one specifically, like, because this one is actually multiple answers are correct because it's his first line of dialogue in 2, 5, and it should be or 8. But I only put for 2 and 5, so I apologize about that.
If it was on episode 3, I could definitely get it.
Okay, but now that I've given this long diatribe, I'm going to go ahead and start. I'm going to start the timer up.
I want to say, you're wrong. The prophecy is. That's all I'm going to do. Yeah.
All right. Fair enough. Yeah, that's your final answer?
Yep.
Okay. Nope. The two correct answers, which there should be three, but the two correct answers are feel like what? Or for episode 5, I mean you no harm.
Okay.
Yep.
I would have said those.
Those are the first line of dialogue that Yoda says, and I'm gonna have to update this and put it in episode 8.
Yep.
Okay.
Because that was totally an oversight. That was totally an oversight, and I apologize.
You're fine. Well, you know what my guess is gonna be, or my pick.
I'm assuming sequels for 100.
Yes, sir.
All right, so sequels are off the board now. This is the last sequel. Getting that off the field.
To be touched, but the first to be gone.
And the scoreboard hasn't really changed. It's still Jam Sully with 1,000 and Cyrac with 1,500.
Hey.
So that's good. It's a close game.
We've just been getting these wrong over and over again.
All right.
It's terrible.
Sequels for 100. Who is Obi-Wan's old buddy? The groan.
God.
The groan.
Oh my god.
The groan of I know this. The groan of I know this.
I don't know his name, and I'm assuming you're asking for the name specifically.
Yes, I am asking for the name specifically. But the thing is, the judges might rule that if you give a good enough description, that'll count. But I am looking for the name.
All right. Well, I can only give description, so I'm gonna give the descriptor of the chef at the diner in a Coruscant. Technically, I think he's like chef / owner of that diner at Coruscant.
Okay, look, is that your final answer?
Yeah, because I don't know his name.
Unfortunately, the judges said that's not good enough.
Wow. What do you know?
Okay, I would have given it to you, but because I used the same ruling as earlier, where I rolled a d6 and it was the odds or evens, you got an odd. So since it wasn't the exact answer I was looking for, I rolled the dice and it didn't count, and so I apologize.
No, you're good.
But the judges are fickle. Cyrac for the steal.
Dexter Jester.
That's correct. Yeah, 100 points for Cyrac. Yeah, Dexter Jester is Obi-Wan's old buddy. And that's all for the sequel category. Cyrac, you get to pick.
So what have been taken for Legendary Legends again?
1, 4, and 6.
200.
Legendary Legends for 200.
Yes.
Yep. Totally. Totally doing that right now. You said 200, correct?
Yes.
Legendary Legends. What was the Skywalker's original last name?
Oh my god, I know this. Oh my god, I know this. I know this.
I'm starting the timer.
Sky Strider.
What's that?
Sky Strider.
Sky Strider. Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Okay. Nah, that's incorrect. Okay.
Right.
Jam Sully for the steal. What was the Skywalker's original last name? Let me make sure. Wait, hold on. Let me actually read that out. What was the Skywalker? Yeah, I said that exactly right. Yeah.
All right. Before I answer, just for your information, Cyrac, he shows up in The Force Unleashed, and they named the base after him. Star Killer.
Yes, Jam Sully is correct. It's Star Killer. And that's exactly why in The Force Awakens the main character is Star Killer. And that's also why the base is called Star Killer in Episode 7. It's all referencing the original name of the Skywalkers.
I love those games.
I know, dude. Force Unleashed is so good. Yeah, okay, so Jam Sully, that was 200 points.
All right.
Hold on. Before you... Okay, go ahead. You can pick your next one there.
We're going to do Legendary
You're behind
Legends.
by 400.
I know. That's what I'm going. Legendary Legends, 400.
That's already been picked. All that's left is 3 and 5.
Oh, 500. Sorry. I thought it was... I don't know why I thought it was the other one.
So, Legendary Legends for 500 is on the board. And that question is... Which character of the Star Wars saga was nearly turned into a zombie?
Was nearly turned into a zombie. Can I get a preface? Is this just in the movies?
It's Legendary Legends.
Okay, so it's books as well. Nearly turned into a zombie. The Star Wars saga. If I'm not mistaken, it's Han Solo.
Is that going to be your final answer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go to the judges for that. I think that you're correct, but that's not the answer as written down.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure that you're right. So I'm going to go to the judges. And the judges agree Han Solo is an acceptable answer. We were looking for Chewbacca.
See,
but it's both. It's in the same book.
Yeah, that's why I had a hard time because I was like, I don't remember if it was Chewie or Han, but I definitely thought Han got
It's
it
because
too.
of the Death Troopers, isn't it?
Yes, the Death Troopers, exactly. We were looking for Chewbacca, but I think that the judges said it's fine. Han Solo is a good second guess because both of them were in peril enough to be turned into zombies.
Yeah.
Specifically, though, we were looking for the fact that Chewbacca was infected and had to be administered medicine, where Han Solo did not. But the judges agreed. The judges agreed. So that's 500 points?
Yep.
All right. So that okay.
Yep. And you now took the lead by 100 points, and there's only one legendary legend left. But most of the board is still open, and we're still looking for that other daily double.
I want to do who is that? What do we have left in that category?
2 and 4 are the only ones that have been picked.
Okay, let's get it hard then. Let's go 600.
Who is that for 600? I have to do a couple things because I got to do the daily double check. I got to write it down here to make sure that I keep track of what's been picked. And then who is it? Who is that for 600? In Star Wars, Episode 9, Rise of Skywalker. Oh, I thought this was before this, but apparently not. Okay. In Star Wars, Episode 9, The Rise of Skywalker, who did Poe ask to fix the Millennium Falcon?
Who did Poe ask to fix the Millennium Falcon? Oh, man.
Yeah, who is that?
Who did he ask? I would assume he would have asked Chewie. That makes the most sense. But if he didn't, I'm going to go with R2-D2.
Oh, okay. Is that your R2-D2? Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
That's incorrect. Cyrac for the steel. Do you need me to read the question again? Oh, okay. Babu Frick. Is that your final answer?
Yes.
No, that's incorrect. The answer was Claude.
Okay, to be fair, I've never seen Rise of Skywalker because I just stopped after Last Jedi.
Claude was introduced in the first 2 minutes of the movie as a slug creature with no arms that's on the Millennium Falcon. It's the first time we've ever seen him. And Poe walks past him and says, I need you to fix that.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't know that. My bad.
There you go. Throwaway character.
That's terrible. And
That's why it's a 600-point question.
Also,
all right, Cyrac.
What kind of name is Claude in the Star Wars universe? That is
Oh,
awful.
It's an insult.
All right.
All right, Cyrac, it's your turn. What you got? You're 100 points down.
What do we got in
Plenty on the board.
What do we got in Phantom Menace?
Let's take a look. Phantom Menace 2 and 6 have been picked.
Oh, let's go with 3.
Phantom Menace for 300.
Yes.
All right, here we go. Phantom Menace for 300. Name the one person found. Okay, hold on. Name the one person found most responsible for the death of Star Wars.
Kathleen Kennedy.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go to judges for that one. I'm gonna have to go to the judge for that one. I'm assuming that's your final answer.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Judges agree that that's an acceptable answer.
Before you answer,
Yeah.
is it Ryan Johnson?
Yes, that is exactly what we were looking for. Was Ryan Johnson? But Kathleen Kennedy is accepted by the judges, and I totally understand why.
Yep, no, I get it.
But yeah, so that was geez, what was that? 200 points?
300.
Yeah, 300 points. Oh, I forgot to mark it. Phantom Menace 300, and then that puts you at 900, taking a 200-point lead.
Yeah.
And it's your turn.
Phantom Menace for what was it again that have been taken?
2, 3, and 6 at this point.
5.
Yep. Phantom Menace for 500.
Yep.
Okay, I gotta check the daily double. Oh my God! It's the other daily double.
Oh boy! I'm gonna go with 900 on it.
Oh my goodness. That's
Okay. You're going okay. All right, 900 points. And that's Phantom Menace 500.
Yep.
Which is now Phantom Menace for 900. Oh, you're gonna get this. What is Ryan Johnson's nickname?
Ruin Johnson.
Is that your final answer?
Yep.
And there's 1,800 points.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That just blew him out of the water. Oh
Yeah,
no.
this is gonna be really hard for you to come back.
Dude, I have to basically get all the
gosh.
high points left.
And let's just do the final.
So you're geez, you're like 2,000. You're 2,000 points in the lead.
Yeah, that's insane.
You're at 3,700 versus 1,700. Well, don't forget, there is the final one where you can bet as much as you want on the final question.
That's true.
Yeah, we still have that. But yeah, what are you doing?
The last Phantom Menace one for 100.
You have 400 as well.
Oh, we do?
Yep.
I'm just gonna go with 100 for now.
Okay, Phantom Menace for 100. And that's, oh man, I was hoping that the Daily Double would go to Jam Sully just to get another, just so he could have a fighting chance, because that's pretty extreme for you to get both. But okay, here we go. For 100.
Oh my God.
What?
I mean, I got both. It's
Yeah.
kind of bad.
Yeah, with
I love
a really extreme lead here. But it's still anyone's game. There's plenty of questions on the board, plenty for you to get wrong. Okay, but here we go. Phantom Menace for 100 points.
Mm-hmm.
Which character is the bestest ever?
That is Oh God, all I remember is her last name is Avar.
Okay, is that gonna be your final answer?
Wait, hold on. I want to clarify. Is this before or after the High Republic?
Oh, this is before the High Republic.
That would be Rey.
Is that gonna be your final answer?
Yep.
And you're correct. Yeah, for 100 points, Rey is the bestest ever.
Yeah,
I just wanted to clarify.
when you were about to say something else, I was like, "What? No, it's clearly Ray."
Ray is definitely the bestest ever. But okay, so now you're at 3,800, and it's your board. What do you want?
Quotes and blank quotes and all that other quotes.
Fill in the blank. Fill in the blank / quotes.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got 400 left. 400.
Yep. The only one that's been taken is 200. So yeah,
All right,
400.
cool. 400.
Fill in the blank / quotes for 400. Gotta find it real quick. There it is. Okay, fill in the blanks. 400 points. Owen asks Luke to take care of the new droids they purchased. Luke responds, "But Uncle Owen, I was going to blank station to get some blank." So it's a two-parter here. You got to fill in
Tashi
both
Station
words.
for power converters.
Yeah, that's straight up it.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're correct. That is correct. So that was another 400 points.
You're running away with this.
4,200. Okay, you're bored. What do you want?
The blue milk is strong with me. Fill in the blank in quotes for 500.
Okay. Fill in the blank / quotes for 500. During the production of Episode 1, George Lucas showed Steven Spielberg. Wait.
You already read that one.
Nope. That was under George Lucas. This is a different category.
Oh, okay.
This is fill in the blank / quotes. This is a whole different Okay. During the production of Episode 1, George Lucas showed Steven Spielberg the alien frog rabbits. He notably called them the blank. That's quote blank, end quote.
Alien frog rabbits.
The alien frog rabbits.
Gungan is
what
he's
is their
talking
name?
About.
This is what George Lucas told Steven Spielberg. No, this is what George Lucas called them when talking to Steven Spielberg about them.
They're called Gungans.
Gungans, is that your final answer?
Yep.
Oh
my god.
Jam Sully.
I'm pretty
for the
sure
steal.
you're right. I'm pretty sure you are right, Cyrek, that he is talking about the Gungans, but I don't think he called them that initially.
Do you need me to read it again? You have that option as the stealer.
Yeah.
Okay. During the production of Episode 1, George Lucas showed Steven Spielberg the alien frog rabbits. He notably called them the quote blank, end quote. Really testing your knowledge of Star Wars here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with he notably called them the merchandise.
Is that your final answer? Merchandise?
Oh my god!
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. No, you're both you're both wrong. You're incorrect.
Hold on. I just want to say, is this supposed to be the comedic relief?
No.
Okay.
What?
Cool.
No. So, Cyrac, you were correct that once the movie was finished and put into cinema, the species was called Gungans. But beforehand, when George was talking to Steven Spielberg about them, they were called the Goongas. The Goongas.
Why?
They were originally called the Goongas.
Oh my god!
And he changed it to Gungans.
I mean, that's still a dumb name, but
they're both dumb names. They're both absolutely dumb names.
Oh man!
I mean, at least Gungan sounds like a Star Wars.
Yeah,
name.
Absolutely. Gungan fits in the universe way better than Goonga. Goongas. Anyways,
doesn't the chief or leader of it say Gunga at one point?
it might be that George decided that, hey, in their tongue, like with their accent, they still call it Gungas, but everybody else calls them Gungans.
Oh man,
I could see that. I could totally see George doing something like that. But James Sully, it's your turn to pick a category.
Finally.
All right, categories.
Yeah, dude. Cyrek had a really huge sweep. The point difference right now is 4,200 versus 1,700. So it's going to be a tough one, and there's no daily doubles on the board. Sorry.
What do we have left of Legendary Legends? I'm assuming that's gone.
Legendary Legends. 300. That's the only one left.
Let's do 300.
Okay, that finishes it off. I'm actually going to do... Hold on. I'm going to put just like a mark so that I know the category is emptied. Okay, this is the second category that's been finished off.
Yep. Awesome. All right.
All right, so Legendary Legends, what was it, 300, I said?
Yes, sir.
Yep, Legendary Legends for 300. Ooh, things are messing up on me.
Oh, no.
Okay, here we go. Han Solo won the Falcon in a bet against Lando. Lando claims he Okay, all right, yeah. Now let me restart. I read it through to make sure I understood. Okay, so remember, Legendary Legends, probably the hardest, maybe not the hardest category. Han Solo won the Falcon. What?
I just said I felt like the sequels were.
Sequels what's hard. Each category is hard in its own reason.
But all right, so
it's easy.
Falcon.
It could be easy to know one category over another though. But okay, here we go. Sure. This is the question for 300 points. Han Solo won the Falcon in a bet against Lando. Lando claims he cheated, so to settle the deal, they play another game. Who is the game's judge?
Who was the game's judge?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
It should probably be stated that they play another game of Sabacc. Who is the game's judge? Yeah. I feel like maybe I should have actually added that in there though. So who judges the game on their rematch? Because Han Solo won the Millennium Falcon in a game of Sabacc. Lando says that Han actually cheated to win the game. So they play another game of Sabacc to settle the deal. Who's the judge?
C-3PO.
Is that going to be your final answer?
I'm trying to think of when they played another game, and yeah, I'm going to have to go with C-3PO.
That is correct. C-3PO is the judge. And because Sabacc has over 900 different variants, both Lando and Han get pissed off at him because he picks a variant neither of them have ever played and says, these are the rules.
Yep. Because
I don't remember this.
The only reason I picked C-3PO is because of Sabacc having over 900 rules, they needed to have a robot do it.
Exactly. Yep, you're absolutely right. It's in a book. Read some books, Cyrek.
Okay. I mean, I've read some books.
But all right, Jam Sully, you're only down by 4,200 or 2,000. Sorry, 4,000. You're only down by 2,200 now. Okay, and it's your choice.
Who is that, I guess? What do we have left in that?
Who is that? 1, 3, and 5.
Let's go with 3.
Who is that for 300?
Oh, man.
All right, here we go.
So hard.
Who is that for 300? What is Count Dooku's Sith name?
Darth Tyrannus.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, it's Darth Tyrannus. He used his surname.
You're correct for 300 points. You're making a comeback. You're making a comeback. All right, what's next?
I'm gonna do Who Is That for 500.
Who is that for 500? Okay, just throwing down a mark there, and then coming back to this to make sure my mic doesn't shut off, and then going to the question. Who is that for 500? All right. Oh, this is a good one. Who was retroactively added into episode 4?
Oh, episode 4?
Yes.
Who was retroactively added to episode 4? Oh man.
We all know how George Lucas likes to go back and touch up stuff.
Yeah. I forgot someone was retroactively added in that one though.
Hey, keep quiet.
I'm doing the theme.
Yeah,
I'll go ahead and I'll start the timer.
Yeah, you can do his theme. I don't care. Retroactively added into episode 4. I know some clone troopers were added. Or not clone troopers, I'm sorry. Stormtroopers.
Thought to say.
Yeah, there's
5 seconds left.
I'm gonna go with oh son of a gun. I guess
I need your final answer.
Let's go with Luke. Or not Luke, Obi-Wan.
You already said Luke. I told you to say your final answer.
What? No, I said wait.
No, hold up.
I gave you 30 seconds, and the last thing that came out of your mouth was Luke. Okay. So that's your answer. Cyrac, did you have something to say?
He was curious why I said Obi-Wan. And I was gonna say because of the Force Ghost thing, because he talks to him.
That's not episode 4. That's not episode 5.
Well, wait. His Obi-Wan does talk to him like a ghost in episode 4.
Yes,
No, he's a disembodied voice in episode 4. He's not a ghost.
Yeah. Okay, fair point. Fair point.
I won't say like he actually shows up, but like,
it's Jabba the Hutt.
Hold on. All right, Cyrac. Who was retroactively added into episode 4?
Jabba the Hutt.
Jabba the Hutt is an acceptable answer. You get, what was that, 500 points? Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh man, I thought of Jabba the Hutt as well, and I was like, does he get added into that?
Yeah, there's actually 2 answers because there's 2 people that were added into episode 4, and that was Boba Fett. Boba Fett and Jabba the Hutt were both added in the same scene.
Yep. That's true.
And they weren't there originally.
I thought of Jabba, but then I was like, I don't remember if he gets added in that or not.
Because the original scene was just a normal guy as Jabba. And they're like, no. That's not Jabba.
Yeah,
Jabba's a slug guy.
Yep.
Right. But then they're also like, but we also want to make Boba Fett showing up in episode 6 makes sense. So we're going to say that he works for Jabba from time to time. So they threw him in episode 4.
Okay.
Oh, man. That's silly.
But yeah, there you go. All right, Cyrac, you're up.
What all do we have left of vehicles?
Vehicles?
Yep.
3 and 4 have been chosen.
Let's go with 200.
Vehicles for 200. Okay. Vehicles for 200. What is the name of the ATST?
The Walker.
No, what no. No, I'm not even going to let you do that as an answer. No, what is the name of the ATST?
What is the ATST?
What's the name of the ATST? I'm going to start the clock.
What?
I'm not even going to let you do Walker. That's just no. No self-respecting Star Wars fan is going to call it the Walker.
I just called the ATST then.
ATST? That's your final answer?
Yeah.
Okay, the name of the ATST. You're gonna go with ATST.
I mean, other than the Walker, no, that.
No, you're incorrect. Jam Sully for the steal. What is the name of the ATST?
Attack Stride Tracker. It's an acronym, right? Like ATST stands for words there.
Sure, maybe. I'm not going to tell you.
No, I know you're not going
to
tell me.
Walker. It wouldn't be the Walker. That's a different week.
No, it wouldn't be the Walker. You're right. That's why I wouldn't let you call it the Walker.
I'm pretty sure I'm correct. It's an attack century terrain, all terrain. No, all terrain.
I'm going to start the timer.
Yeah, I'm going to go with all terrain century tracker. That's what I'm going to go with.
Is that all-terrain century tracker? Is that your final answer?
Yeah, that's my final answer.
Okay, I'm actually surprisingly I'm going to go to the judges.
Yeah.
No, the judges do not allow.
Damn these judges.
The correct name is all-terrain scout transport.
Scout transport. Oh my god.
Oh, so you're looking
all-terrain
for what the acronym meant. Okay.
The name. What is the name of it? The name of the vehicle is the all-terrain scout transport.
Yeah.
Also lovingly called by the fans the Chicken Walker.
That's it.
All right.
That was the kind of Walker
Jam,
that was held thinking.
Jam Sully, I believe you get to pick, right?
Yes. Let's keep going with this vehicle thing because we're done with who is it, right? Or who is that?
Let me check. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure you're right. No. Who is that still has 100 points.
Oh, it does, right? Because okay, let's do who is that 100.
Okay, that'll finish off that category. So I'm going to go ahead and cross it out. So who is that for 100? Finishing off the category. I really wish there was another double. Okay, who is that for 100 points? Who is Anakin's mother?
Oh, Shmi Skywalker.
Say that one more time.
Shmi Skywalker, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, is that going to be your final answer?
I'm gonna have to go with it because I can't remember if it's she or Shmi, but I think it's Shmi.
Okay, and you're correct. Yeah, Shmi Skywalker. There you go, 100 points, and that's the finale of who is that?
I should have gone for that one.
Okay, you're up again. What do you want to do next?
Oh God, I want to get rid of George Lucas. What do we have left in that?
1, 2, 3, and 4. Only 5 and 6 of George Lucas have been picked.
Let's do 3 of George Lucas.
Okay, George Lucas for 300.
Yeah.
My favorite category, by the way.
I bet.
I hate him. I hate him so much right now.
I love it. I love it.
I actually
Okay.
like him, but screw him right now.
So George Lucas for 300.
Yep.
When Mark Hamill suggested more choreographed fight scenes, George Lucas denied it. What was the reason he gave?
Oh, the lightsabers were too heavy.
Is that going to be your final answer? That was really quick.
Yeah.
That is literally word for word the way that I wrote it down. You're 100% correct. That's 300 points.
All right. Then let's go with George Lucas 100.
You're now only down by 2,000 points.
Made it back to 2000.
Only 2,000.
So George Lucas for 100, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The Star Wars saga is told by which character, according to George Lucas?
According to George Lucas?
Yes, which character tells the Star Wars story?
R2D2. He's the only one who doesn't get his mind wiped, and it doesn't die.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with that.
You're correct. R2-D2 is the narrator, essentially, for all of Star Wars.
Yeah, he's the only one who's there through all of the events. It's the only one that made sense. I mean, doesn't mean George Lucas always makes sense, but
That's true. That's true. But you're now at 2,800. What do you want next?
we're gonna do.
You're on a roll here.
For whatever's left in that category.
2 and 4.
2 and 4. Let's go with 2 then.
200. George Lucas for 200. Okay. How many movies did George Lucas state he planned to make in the Star Wars universe after the release of Episode 5?
9.
That was a quick one. Are you going to go with that? Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
Cyrac for the steal. Do you need me to read it again?
No. After Episode 5, he planned to make...
Oh,
7.
I know this answer. Why did I know?
So 7's your final answer?
Yep.
Nope, you're incorrect.
Wait,
he was
before,
gonna make...
before you answer. It's 12, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, it's 12.
Yep,
He said
I knew
after
that
Episode
answer.
5, he said he was going to make 12 total.
Yep. I knew that
So
answer.
I
I
would
don't
have-
know why I said 9.
I would have also accepted 10 because he had already made 2. So I would have accepted 10 as in like I'm making 10 more. But he stated there's going to be 12 of them.
Hey, guess what?
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Oh, jeez.
That was kind of funny.
All right. Cyrac.
Yep.
What do you want?
Let's go with the George Lucas for, you said 400 last time yet?
Yep, 400 is left.
200. Or,
Huh?
no, I thought 400 already got
No,
taken.
400 is the only one left. He just
Okay,
did
let's go with that one.
200.
Let's go
Okay,
with that
so
one.
George Lucas for 400. Okay. The original screenplay George Lucas wrote that became Star Wars was originally named what?
Blue Harvest.
Is that your final answer? Man, that was quick.
What?
That's wrong. That is not what the original screenplay was called. Jam Sully for the steal.
Oh, God. What was the original screenplay called?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Do you want me to read it again?
Yeah. I feel like
The original screenplay George Lucas wrote that became Star Wars was originally named what?
Okay.
This is probably the easiest question in the entire thing.
For you, the original screenplay. I want to say it was Revenge of the Jedi. Then he thought it was too dark.
No.
But
maybe
I'm gonna start the timer.
But at the same time, I want to also say it had something to do with Star Killer, but I don't know. I'm gonna go with Revenge of the Jedi. I know that was the 5th movie, or
That's your final answer?
yeah.
Okay, you're incorrect.
Oh,
Oh,
where'd he go?
Cyrac disappeared.
Oh,
Oh, he's back. Okay.
I
No.
don't know what it is, but I keep on hitting a button.
Well, it
keeps
is what it
kicking
is
me.
because both of you were wrong, and the correct answer was the Journal of the Wills.
Oh.
Oh, okay. That actually makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I said it was like the
code name-
easiest.
The code name was
Nope.
Blue Harvest.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe. The original name for the whole thing, like when 4, 5, and 6 were considered one movie, it was the Journal of the Wills, and then he split it up and made Star Wars.
Yep. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Jam Sully, what do you want?
All right. What do we have left of the Fandom Menace? Is that gone?
I think it's gone. Let me check. No, 400.
Okay. I'll wait till
That's what you're gonna
Cyrac
take?
gets back. I don't know why he keeps pressing buttons.
So you're gonna take Fandom Menace for 400?
Yes.
Okay.
Welcome back, Cyrac, to your show.
Yeah. I don't know what keeps on going on, but I accidentally keep on hitting random ass buttons that kick me out for no reason.
Okay, this is an easy one. Here we go. Fandom Menace for 400. What is J.J. Abrams' nickname?
What?
Mm-hmm.
JJ can't finish a story.
What?
is that your final answer? Can't finish a story.
Yes.
All right, I'm actually gonna have to go to the judges for that one. That is not what we're looking for, but the judges agree.
The ability to speak does not make you intelligent.
The correct answer is Jar Jar Abrams. But there's definitely plenty of people throwing around the insult that he can't finish anything that he writes. He always ends it all poorly. So the judges said that works. So there's 400 points. Not that it's really gonna help.
No, not at all. Well, if that's it of the Fandom Menace, we finished George Lucas, we finished Legendary Legends, we finished Sequel, and who is that? So we have vehicles and
all
quotes
that's all that's left is vehicles and fill in the blank / quote.
I'm gonna save the hardest for last, so let's go to vehicles.
You think that's the hardest?
1, 5, or 6. You want 100, 500, or 600 points?
You know what? Just to make this game interesting, let's go hard. 600.
Okay, vehicles for 600.
All right.
Sorry, need a second. There we go. And okay, what vehicles are used for presumably illegal sporting events put on by the Hutts?
For illegal sporting events?
Presumably illegal sporting events put on by the Hutts.
Because it's illegal in several locations.
So, is that your final answer?
I don't know if they're called pod racers though. Yeah, I guess let's go with it.
You're correct, pod racers. That's 600 more points.
Oh my god!
Oh boy,
that's a stupid name. Okay.
Yeah.
You're closing the gap. You're only 900 points away.
All right, let's keep doing vehicles. What do
I
we
think
got?
it's literally impossible for you to catch up, but you might. Yeah, what are you doing? Vehicles for 500?
Yep.
Okay. Vehicles for 500. What is the name of the fan favorite bounty hunter's ship?
Slave 1.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
You're correct for 500 points.
I heard that, Cyrus. All right. What do we have left?
You're only 400 points away. You're closing the gap. What's left for vehicles is 100 points.
Let's do that.
The easiest vehicles question. All right. Closing out vehicles.
I feel like it's not. I feel like the other ones were easier. I feel like you're about to ask me a question that I would be like,
What is the name of the AT-AT?
All-terrain attack transport.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
You're correct. It's the all-terrain attack transport. See how easy it was? It was so easy. You got 100 points.
Is that all of them?
No,
That's vehicles.
I think we have like a couple more in quotes.
Yep, you have 1, 3, and 6. So 100, 300, or 600 points. Jam Sully, what you want?
Boy.
Fill in the blank / quotes. Yeah, he could.
Oh god. Let's go with 300.
To tie it up?
Yeah. Make this an interesting game where you're about to blow me out of the water.
Dude, yeah. It really seemed like it was a one-sided event until, some people started getting stuff wrong because they don't know Star Wars. All right, fill in the blank / quotes for 3.
Okay.
All right. This actually might be the hardest one.
And you put it at 300?
Yeah, it might be. Okay, so originally there was no picking which question. It was I gave them in order, and so as part of the joke was that some of the later ones are actually easier to really throw people off. But now that we're doing it like Jeopardy style, so it's kind of more random that the point value could not really match up. But okay,
match up to the question.
Yeah, so this might actually be the hardest one. So for 300 points, fill in the blank / quote. In Empire Strikes Back, Darth Vader tells the protagonist blank.
Oh my god! You can tell him so much.
It's memorable. That's the only hint I'll give. It's memorable.
Give in to the hatred. Give in to the dark side. Give in to the hatred. Give in to your anger. Give in to your anger. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go with.
Okay. Sorry.
No,
for the steal.
Father.
Say that one more time. Sorry.
No, I am your father.
And is that your final
yes.
Final answer? You're correct. Yeah, that's it for 300 points.
Empire Strikes Back. Oh, God bless. See, I immediately threw that answer away because I was thinking of what's the last one called?
Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, I was thinking of that movie.
No, we weren't on Return of the Jedi.
I immediately threw that guess out because I was like, oh wait, no.
Yeah, I was like, are you quoting Palpatine when I said Vader in Empire? Okay, that's a try. All right, Cyrus, fill in the blank / quotes for 100 or 600.
Let's go with 6.
All right, fill in the blank for 600. That's fill in the blank / quotes for 600. The mantra of the Sith is.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. I'm not going to make you have to say the whole thing, and we're just doing one tenet. We're just doing one verse. So quote. Yeah, the mantra of the Sith is quote. There is no peace, only blank. End quote. Keeping it simple for 600 points. I'm starting the timer. Yep. A lot of thinking going on. Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Jam Sully for the steal.
No, that's wrong.
I think it's there's no peace, there's only pain.
Is that pain? Is that your final answer? You want me to read it again? You do get a timer. You don't have to just lock in your answer. But hey, could be right.
Actually,
600 points on the line here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with pain.
Okay. No, you're both wrong. It's power. There is no peace. There is power.
Oh.
Because through power, I break the chains that bind me.
Yep. Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
You're wrong.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes.
No, I'm the host.
The code is wrong that you have.
Nope.
It goes peace is a lie. There is only passion.
Mm-hmm.
Through passion I gain strength. Through strength I gain power. Through power I gain victory. Through victory my chains are broken. The force shall free me.
Well, that's great to hear, but I'm right. I'm the one asking the questions, so I'm right. It's as simple as that. I don't know if you've ever been to a quiz night, but it's as simple as that. If I ask you 2 + 2 and you say 4, and then I'm like, no, sorry, the correct answer is 5, I'm right.
All right, fine.
Yep. All right. I will adjust this in the future, though. Thank you for making note of that.
See, because I was thinking the same thing, Iraq, because I was sitting there, I was like, there's no... What did you say? What did you ask?
There is no peace.
Peace is a lie. There's only passion.
Yeah, no. So Austin said there is no peace, and I was like, I don't know. Maybe I don't know the Sith mantra that well. I was like, I don't remember it being that. But then I was like, all right. So I immediately went to passion, and then I was like, no. Or no, I went to passion immediately, and then you were like power. It was like, oh, I guess I really don't know this. So I just
So the only code that has there is no peace is the Great Jedi code of there is no peace without a passion to create.
Okay, we're moving on. So, Jam Sully, for 100 points, fill in the blank / quote. This is the final question before, I guess, technically the final question.
Okay.
The scoreboard stands at 5,000 for Cyrac to 4,400. So you're not going to actually be able to tie it up, but you're close enough that you might be able to win it.
Okay. Let's go with that last question.
All right. The lead producer of the prequel trilogy is quoted in the behind the scenes of episode 2 saying, quote, "Every frame is so blank," end quote. Every frame is so blank.
So it wasn't meticulous. Maybe it is meticulous, actually.
Starting the timer.
Let's go with every scene is so... I just recently watched this. Oh my god.
Lead producer of episode 2 in the behind the scenes. Every frame is so blank. 3, 2,
Edited.
1. All right, what you got? I didn't hear it.
I said edited.
That's incorrect. Cyrac for the steal.
I'm gonna say cluttered.
Ooh, I'm gonna go to the judges. Going to the judges for that one. The judges say no.
Oh.
That's not gonna be good. It's dense. Every frame is so dense.
Okay.
Yep, didn't have that one at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so that's it.
What about the final question?
Well, we're getting into that. Jeez, hold your horses. So, Jam Sully with 4,400, Cyrac with 5,000. Ooh, it's a close one. You can bet as much as you want for this final one. This is the end-all, be-all question. It is going to be extremely strange and unrelated to basically anything that we've talked about to this point.
Okay.
I'm going to read it out, and you get a minute and a half to text your answer in chat, along with the amount that you're betting.
Uh-huh.
And then after the minute and a half, I will read both out and declare the winner.
Okay.
So I'm going to read the question, then I'll start the timer. How did Maz Kanata get Luke / Anakin's lightsaber? I'll read that again. How did Maz Kanata get Luke Skywalker / Anakin Skywalker's lightsaber? And I'm starting the minute and a half timer. Send your answers into chat. Feel free to think about it as long as you need to.
All right. I got my answer. Let me know whenever you have yours. That way we can send them at the same time.
And make sure you send your answer and your bet in the same message to keep it simple. So just send them both at once. No need to make them two different things. I wish I could put on like a little song or something when we do this. I guess I can just do the da na 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 na.
James, just let me know whenever you're ready.
No. Yeah, because I mean, if both of you send your answers, I'll go ahead and We
You
don't
ready?
have to do a whole minute and a half.
Ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1. He left. He left.
He's like, get it out of here, bitches.
The world may never know.
Can you see the? Can you see it?
I don't
What,
think you can.
You sent your answers? I don't see them.
Yeah, I don't think you can.
They're not in the chat.
So
I'm gonna copy it and send it.
No, send it. You got to send it.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
I mean, we still have 12 seconds.
All right, but
All right.
we sent him.
Yep.
All right. So here we go for the finale. I'm going to read the question one more time before I give the answer. Read the answers out. How did Maz Kanata get Luke/Anakin Skywalker's lightsaber? Answers given. We have Cyrac. Oh, you bet 5,000. It's a story for another time. That's correct. That's correct. That's 5,000 more points. Let me go ahead and tally that into your score.
10,000. That's a pretty easy one.
10,000. Okay, and then the next one we have here. Oh, Jam Sully, 4,400. She was a junk scrapper and found it. No, that's wrong.
Totally correct. She just found it.
No, it's a story for another time.
The correct, the accepted answers, I should say, is it's a story for another time. It never got answered. JJ doesn't know what he's talking about. All three of those were going to be accepted answers. So yeah, good job. Geez,
Cyrac taking
Cyrac,
it.
10,000 points. Jam Sully, a very honorable 4,400.
No. He bet all of his points, so he's at 0.
Yeah, technically I'm at 0.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It's 10,000.
Cyrac with the sweeping victory of 10,000 points to 0. We shouldn't have even done this. At this point, it's kind of it's sad.
The other points were better.
It's kind of sad. Well, I think one of the main things here is the daily doubles. The fact that Cyrac got both daily doubles, I think, helped a lot. Although all of a sudden, Jam Sully was coming back with a fury.
All I'm saying is, had he not gotten those daily doubles, I think I would have won this.
You might have, because I mean, you would have had the chance to get 900 points off of a question.
Nah, I wouldn't have, because he got that last question, so he would have bet everything he had.
Oh, that's a good point. It probably just yeah. That last question is definitely one that's do you see why I didn't fit it in any other? I guess the best category would have been Fandom Menace.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
I understand not putting it in there. But all right, I'm gonna be honest. It's 1:30. I have to take a shower. I've worked and sweat all day, still haven't showered yet.
Wait, we haven't finished this video yet.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
We were just taking a break. We were just taking a break. What are you talking about? It's time to finish this video.
Nope, this guy is out.
Yeah, dude, come on. We're only like 5 minutes in.
5 hours in? I am.
We're 6
no, 5 minutes.
We're 6.5 minutes into a 20-minute video.
Yeah, see, we're so close. We're almost done.
We're so far.
We're almost done.
All right. I will say goodnight, guys. Thank you for having me, Cyrac.
Oh, man.
It's always a pleasure.
I will email you my address. Or no, I'll text you my email address. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh,
yeah.
Wait, you're going to leave? Are we going to play that song? Hey, wait, do you want to keep going? Or are we going to end it here?
Oh, I did send that song in chat, but Cyrac has left multiple times, so I'd have to send that song again.
No. I can still see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was just it was weird for me because I think you sent it as soon as I left, so it didn't populate. But yeah, I have all the last chat messages.
Oh no, it's weird because like I left too, and I lost all the chat messages from that. So like, I think if we're not the host, we don't get all the chat.
I don't know. I have all the chat.
Really?
I
I'm
don't
special.
know if this is
I'm the
copyrighted
co-host.
or not.
It probably is.
I mean, they're not a very. It's not a very big band.
Even still, they're with a label.
Oh, they are with a label. Oh man,
Yeah.
it's such a good song.
I wish I could play it, but they're with a label, and we'll get shut down on the stream, and I get a copyright on Twitch as well.
Oh man.
Man, I wish I could play that. That's
good.
That's a good song.
Well,
Can you just link it? At least link it in
I
the
will
description.
link it in the description of the
so people
YouTube
can go
channel.
listen to it if they want to, because it's a funny song.
Because my favorite part is literally in the middle where he starts yelling.
Oh, dude, it's good. It's really good. So if you throw it in the description, at least people have an opportunity to listen to it, even if they can't do it right here.
I'm gonna call it the song that we couldn't play.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. That's absolutely right.
But you know what I can play for us?
Oh, what's
as
that?
we exit.
Okay, so we are gonna call it here.
Yeah, it's gonna be an 11-minute video though.
Oh, fun.
But this is something that is near and dear to pretty much all of our hearts. Because you know we aren't communists. We aren't. You know.
Speak for yourself.
Oh man, are you?
No, Jan Sully is.
Oh man,
I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, I'm kidding. We've actually had a lot of talks on our show. Not a lot, but there's been a few times on the show that we've brought up the fact that we think communism is stupid, and we're both capitalists.
So this video has brought me to tears a couple times. Honestly.
Oh, okay. Bye. I'm not gonna listen to you cry on stream.
I'm not gonna cry on stream.
That's kind of gay.
But if y'all want to listen to it and everything, I'm gonna just pull everybody into the backstage. And if you want to watch it, go ahead. If you want to leave, go ahead.
All right, man. It's totally been a lot of fun. And anybody that happens to see this, if you want to hear more of the three of us actually talking, there's on my channel, there's a few videos. I think three. There's 3 videos where we all sat down and talked about some random stuff like schools and D&D and seatbelts and a little bit of politics, but mostly just random crap.
And if you want to see what I look like, that's the best way to do it. Because
That's
I
the
don't
only way
show
to do
myself.
it. It's the one and only way to do it.
Yeah, honestly.
So, you should definitely check out our channel. Our latest video was that we talked about the law of equivalent exchange.
Oh man, Full Metal Alchemist.
Yeah, and is there such a thing as true evil in the world?
The person who actually brought that question up to me, I guess, watched the video because they texted me. They're like, "I don't even remember why I asked you that question."
yeah, that guy's a communist. Well, technically he's a socialist, but we all know what that means.
It's one step below communist.
Yeah, exactly. Love him to death, though.
Oh yeah, absolutely love him. All right,
but we're gonna call it here.
Yeah. Good night, everybody.
Great. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah.
Love you guys.
We could have gone longer. It's only been 5.5 hours. You guys are pussies.
Man. And by the time I end this video, it's going to be another 11 and a half minutes longer.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
All right.
But we're going to have to come back. We still have like 13 and a half minutes of another video we got to cover.
Oh, man. Are we going to finish it?
I hope not. I really don't want to. I'm just kidding. I hate it. It was terrible. It was so bad that we decided to play trivia instead. Think about that. That's how bad. Huh?
I was gonna say it's like, oh yeah, instead of watching a Star Wars video, let's just play games about Star Wars and ask each other questions.
And with the Star Spangled Banner as you've never heard it before.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious about this. I probably won't stay for the full 11 minutes, but I'll at least want to hear some of it.
Yeah, dude, me too. Yeah.
Well, good night.
Bye.
Peace.
there was a lawyer once. His name was Francis Scott Key. He penned a song that I'm sure you're aware of. You've seen it. It's in most hymnals throughout our churches. It's called the national anthem. It is our song as an American. We go, however, to a ball game. We stand in our church services and we sing the words of that song, and they float over our minds and our lips, and we don't even realize what we're singing. Most of us have memorized it as a child, but we've never really thought about what it means. Let me tell you a story. Francis Scott Key was a lawyer in Baltimore. The colonies were engaged in vicious conflict with the mother country, Britain. Because of this conflict and the protractedness of it, they had accumulated prisoners on both sides. The American colonies had prisoners and the British had prisoners. And the American government initiated a move. They went to the British and they said, let us negotiate for the release of these prisoners. They said, we want to send a man out to discuss this with you. They were holding the American prisoners in boats about 1,000 yards offshore. And they said, we want to send a man by the name of Francis Scott Key. He will come out and negotiate to see if we can make a mutual exchange. On the appointed day in a rowboat, he went out to this boat and he negotiated with the British officials. And they reached a conclusion that men could be exchanged on a one-for-one basis. Francis Scott Key, jubilant with the fact that he'd been successful, went down below in the boats, and what he found was a cargo hold full of humanity, men. And he said, men, I've got news for you tonight. You're free. He said, tonight I have negotiated successfully your return to the colonies. He said, you'll be taken out of this boat, out of this filth, out of your chains. As he went back up on board to arrange for their passage to the shore, the admiral came and he said, we have a slight problem. He said, we will still honor our commitment to release these men, but it'll be merely academic after tonight. It won't matter. And Francis Scott Key said, what do you mean? He said, well, Mr. Key, he said, tonight we have laid an ultimatum upon the colonies. Your people will either capitulate and lay down the colors of that flag that you think so much of, or you see that fort right over there, Fort Henry? He said, we're going to remove it from the face of the earth. He said, how are you going to do that? He said, if you will, scan the horizon of the sea. And as he looked, he could see hundreds of little dots. And he said, that's the entire British war fleet. He said, all of the gunpowder, all of the armament is being called upon to demolish that fort. It will be here within striking distance in a matter of about 2.5 hours. He said, the war is over. These men would be free anyway. He said, you can't shell that fort. He said, that's a large fort. He said, it's full of women and children. He says, it's predominantly not a military fort. He said, don't worry about it. They said, we've left them a way out. And he said, what's that? He said, do you see that flag way up on the rampart? He said, we have told them that if they will lower that flag, the shelling will stop immediately. And we'll know that they've surrendered, and you'll now be under British rule. Francis Scott Key went down below and told the men what was about to happen. And they said, how many ships? He said, hundreds. The ships got closer. Francis Scott Key went back up on top and he said, men, I'll shout down to you what's going on as we watch. As twilight began to fall, and as the haze hung over the ocean as it does at sunset, suddenly the British war fleet unleashed. He says the sound was deafening. There were so many guns that there were no reliefs. He said it was absolutely impossible to talk or hear. He said suddenly the sky, although dark, was suddenly lit. And he says from down below, all he could hear the men, the prisoners, saying was, tell us where the flag is. What have they done with the flag? Is the flag still flying over the rampart? Tell us. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours into the shelling, every time the bomb would explode and it would be close to the flag, they could see the flag in the illuminated red glare of that bomb. And Francis Scott Key would report down to the men below, it's still up. It's not down. The admiral came and he said, your people are insane. He said, what's the matter with them? He said, don't they understand this is an impossible situation? Francis Scott Key said he remembered what George Washington had said. He said the thing that sets the American Christian apart from all other people in the world is he will die on his feet before he'll live on his knees. The admiral said, we have now instructed all of the guns to focus on the rampart to take that flag down. He said, we don't understand something. Our reconnaissance tells us that that flag has been hit directly again and again and again, and yet it's still flying. We don't understand that. But he said, now we're about to bring every gun for the next 3 hours to bear on that point. Francis Scott Key said the barrage was unmerciful. All that he could hear was the men down below praying. The prayer, God, keep that flag flying where we last saw it. Sunrise came. He said there was a heavy mist hanging over the land, but the rampart was tall enough. There stood the flag, completely nondescript, in shreds. The flagpole itself was at a crazy angle, but the flag was still at the top. Francis Scott Key went aboard and immediately went into Fort Henry to see what had happened. And what he'd found had happened was that that flagpole and that flag had suffered repetitious direct hits. And when it had fallen, but men, fathers, who knew what it meant for that flag to be on the ground, although knowing that all of the British guns were trained on it, walked over and held it up humanly until they died. Their bodies were removed and others took their place. Francis Scott Key said what held that flagpole in place at that unusual angle were patriots' bodies. He penned the song, "Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? Or the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that the flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet fly and wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? The debt was demanded. The price, it was paid.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets break clear, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land